I think it was within 14 years they made enough content that you can watch one a week for 9 years. That's pretty
That
good.
is pretty crazy.
Not bad.
Mm.
Well, doesn't
It's like
Doctor Who
Disney
beat
and
that out
Star
or
Wars
no?
shows.
So, maybe like in the early days when it was like a production line, as in like they just filmed one a week every week the whole year. I mean, that's pretty hard to beat, to be fair.
Yeah, we should appreciate them the most. They did the thing. By the way, Jay,
I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes of old Who, and it was like 30 years ago, so I can't really speak to how well that production line worked. But I'm willing to bet it's probably better than the newest seasons that everyone seems to hate.
Jay has forced me to watch a couple of the oldie ones, and to be fair, they have a charm. At least the ones I've seen.
I mean, the ones that you've seen, I don't think are particularly standout ones.
They are charming, however, though. And they spend
Jay,
more time
I've
with
just
characters
noticed-
than the new ones do.
That's true.
Sorry, I've just noticed Jay's profile picture is a GIF that occasionally flashes up.
Everyone notices that eventually.
Yeah.
It's a come.
I want
come
one.
and make.
I mean, it took me like 15 minutes to make, and I did it during an EFAP.
Mm-hmm.
During the Arcane EFAP, it was like, that would be funny, and then I did it, and then I...
You know what? You were correct. It was funny.
Or like, no one noticed for like 3 hours, and then suddenly metal burst into laughter, and I was like, what?
Yeah, that was fun. That was
thinking about the good
fun.
old days.
You guys being serious, or is it a meme part of the title? You don't actually think Kenobi is good, right?
What?
You may have thought. We've put out some minis. We've put out some discussions. If you've caught them, you'll have some idea of how amazing we think the show is.
If you don't think it's good, you're just trying to ruin people's fun.
Yeah.
No, we should have agreed on this beforehand. We should have just spent 6 hours sarcastically praising it, see if people would notice.
No, there's no way I could do that.
They would have picked it up so quickly. They'd see right through us. So it would have been funny though if
they complained
so
about
hard.
Ken Booby on my stream, so it wouldn't even work.
it would be funny if you came here like CJ being like, "Oh my god, that show was bad," and then all 6 of us are like, "That was probably the best thing we've ever seen." Yeah.
Guys,
What if,
this is
themes and character.
What if we spent the full EFAP genuinely trying to compliment the best aspects of the show, like just scraping through it and be like, can we compliment this? Does this work? Like, you
Make
know,
an
we
effort
find
to be
those
as charitable as possible.
not even like I mean, hype, I guess that would be too good faith, but just like picking out those occasional moments where it's like that line of dialogue was pretty good. And then if you ignore everything else, that's great.
I think we ended up complimenting the same line of dialogue 3 different times across the minis. That's how little we had to say that was good. We just kept being like, that one was good.
Isn't it great how when Obi-Wan is asked what the Force is like, he's like, if you're afraid of the dark and then you turn on the lights, it's like that? What a line of dialogue that was good.
Across 6 episodes of this millions of dollars worth of production of a TV show about Star Wars, we're like, hey, that one line was neat.
I also liked it when the Jawa said that cleaning costs extra.
That was a great line.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Great line, yeah. You have like some kind of job where you have to go undercover as a fan of the show to do something for whatever reason, and the writers are like, "What lines do you like?" And you name those 2, and they're like, "What else?" And you're like, "Oh, shit."
Change the subject.
You have a guy on the chair in like a van outside who's like, I'm trying to find you a line. I'm trying to find you a predictor. God damn it.
What Owen says, he is my own.
You say that and go, oh, yeah, that's great. And that's 3. So now I believe you think the show is good. And you're like, oh, thank God.
We 3 lines across 6 episodes. and 2 of them are cleaning cost extra. That's 3 words. Okay. He is my own. That's 4 words. And then the Kenobi thing. So to be fair, 2 of the 3 lines are 7 words.
That's fine.
And they almost fall apart the moment you put them into the context of the rest of the episode. So
how does the cleaning cost extra fall apart?
You gotta just kind of wonder why Obi-Wan Kenobi takes shit like that from a Jawa. Sorry, that was a stutter. But why does he take shit like that from a Jawa? Like he'd just be like, "No, how about
what is he supposed
don't steal
to do?
my shit or I'll kill you."
Well, I would have thought he would have
did
known
they steal it from him?
at this point that cleaning costs extra. That'd be my assumption.
I think he's trying to keep a low profile, and threatening the Jawas would be it would not work with that goal.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I
The
guess that's
Jawas are
fair.
like the drama channels of Tatooine.
Um, it's an interesting.
Do
show.
Jawas have strippers?
They're like a
Probably.
tribe of
What?
Keemstars.
What do they even look like with their hoods down?
Oh, do we want to know that?
Maybe they die.
Is that something that
Maybe they die.
Jawa without hoods?
It's like shaving the beard off a dwarf. It's a very shameful thing socially. So if a Jawa pulls down the hood of another Jawa, then he just like melts, or maybe the sun hits him and he disintegrates like a reverse witch.
Wait, I typed in Jawa without hood, and one of the results I got was Bosk. Like, hang on.
Oh wow, the lore expands.
The
No
Jawas
way.
are just tiny Trandosians wearing hoods.
Maybe
No,
that's it,
they're
yeah.
big. They just when they put the hood down, they turn into these big, tall, strong lizard people. And I didn't mean for that to sound romantic or anything. And there's just this cultural acceptance that you don't do that, but no one knows why. You're just not supposed to do it. Little do they know, if they would have all put their hoods down, they'd turn into these big lizard people, and they'd be able to fuck shit up.
It doesn't seem to be a generally accepted answer. All of the like visuals that I've seen for what a Jawa looks like under the hood is like they don't look anything like each other. Unless a Jawa like is just like the style, like that's the style, but like there's loads of different species under there and they all look different.
Well, it could be they're born with
What's
a
in
hood.
season? Oh, a brown hood. Oh,
And they have a maximum height.
It's their
Can't,
it's their
can't be in
head's
our gang
foreskin.
unless you're under 5 feet tall.
oh. What if they're like the hunters from Halo, and there are a bunch of worms underneath there, like a
Could be.
All right,
collection
okay.
of
I'm in.
worms acting as a singular entity? They always refer to themselves as we, even if there's seemingly one individual.
One of the results for Jawa without the hood is fucking Maz Kanata. Do you guys remember that legendary character?
Maz Kanata? Yeah. I love the diversity of Star Wars.
Crazy new alien design. Then, like, and she knows everything. And she told us we would find out another time, and we never did.
I feel like if Maz went
She
outside,
didn't say we'd find out. She just had to ask the question at another time.
They
Just
never
like,
did.
well, that's true. They didn't.
Unless they did it off
But
screen.
you know,
It's probably a comic
Bastards.
book or something.
I have
It
to remind
probably is.
myself what she. Maz Kanata. Oh yeah, I remember her. There's I had the general orange alien, little orange alien kind of look in my
Mhm.
mind, going back from memory, but I had to take a look. It looks like if she looked up during a rainstorm, you'd get two bird feeders.
So anyway,
It would pool with a little bit of water. I get it.
Oh look!
Be
Oh
a
no,
bird
that's
bath
not a
more than a bird feeder.
cosplays. Oh my god!
Oh dear God!
That's horrifying.
Oh my
Oh
goodness!
no.
Oh, I wouldn't
oh,
fuck that.
I feel bad because like
looks-
a lot
it
of
looks-
work would have gone into those.
A lot
Looks
of
like
work
their
went
face is
into that.
imploding.
But they're terrifying.
Yeah. Just because you put a lot of work into something, that doesn't mean you should have.
Well,
It's really
classic.
impressive. The one on the right looks like it's just like a bought rubber mask. If that, because there's no way that those are human eyes that far apart.
I don't know, maybe.
Hey, wow, Jay.
Wow.
Wow.
I was gonna say Anya Taylor-Joy is a nice person. Don't make fun of it like that. It's fucked up.
No.
I think, by the way, I think I have discovered unintentionally where Ezra Miller is hiding. He's hiding behind Maz Kanata in that
Okay.
robe there. He's on the
So,
run.
Today we're here to gathered here today to talk about oh yeah, I probably should have mentioned it first. Like, where's the mini for the finale for Kenobi? It's getting made.
Yeah, you
okay,
fuck.
it was a long boy. We've even got, this is the first one we have all 3 of the Kenobi editors working on it. Got a third of it each. It's getting pieced together soon after this EFAP probably. Hoping to come out on Sunday, but that's only a 50-50
Wow.
sort of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not an impossibility.
So,
Fun.
you know, plenty of fun ahead. But until then, you're gonna have to be tided over by us discussing some Kenbubi on this stream here, and you know, we have I don't even know if we ever have covered them, but like there's some reviews of the show after the season finale, and they're quite positive. Exceptionally, if you may say, and then there's other perspectives to check out as a result of it. I would say that, as the title says, you got that. Why do Star Wars fans hate everything? And I feel like that's why it's good that we have possibly the most hateful Star Wars fan I've ever seen.
We are very hateful
on this cast, being Jay, of course, put out a tweet.
Star Wars is shit.
I think that was pretty rude and attacked episode 4 for no real good reason at all.
You hurt episode 4's feelings.
Forgotten that a stormtrooper hit his head on the door.
Yeah, how do you feel now that you've been told that 10,000 times, Jay? Does that affect your opinion on the show?
Look
Look
running
at that.
away.
Yeah, scared. That's what that is.
What if
I
I
kind of hope that wasn't on purpose.
Well, this happened before.
Yeah.
I hope it was. I want him to know what he's done.
Who did that happen with before? Was it the Halo stream? It was, wasn't it? It was ER. He like died.
They were like, alrighty, you can come back now. Hey, good joke, funny.
Maybe I feel there's a good chance Jay's listening and knows now to stay out for a decent chunk of time to make it look as though it was accidental. Look, Jay could be playing 4G chess.
Oh gosh, the apartment internet sure is bad today.
You guys are going to feel so bad when this is the last time we ever play.
No, that makes it even funnier. That's even better.
How come when I still have this tab open for Maz Kanata. Every time I say her name, it's different. Maz Kanata, and one of the little pictures is Rey got her yellow lightsaber from Maz Kanata. Star Wars Theory, YouTube. I'm like, fuck off.
Maybe she did.
Built, it was made out of her staff. She built it. It was her staff. That was the help.
and Mando Kanata helped her build it.
Yeah, just had to get a nose lizard, and then they were off to the races. Right.
Also, I think if TFA has established...
I always forget about the nose lizards, and then I remember the nose lizards.
So funny.
Like, oh, right. The nose lizards.
That's all lizards.
Oh, because they just have noses?
Yeah.
Well, they all go into someone's nose at some point.
Oh, right. The nose lizard from Boba Fett. The one that jumped into his fucking face and gave him a psychedelic trip where he found a tree in the desert and then brought back a limb so that it could be gaffied.
So now everybody probably understood my joke then.
That happened. Jesus.
It did. It's great.
Someone wrote that and they were like, this is Star Wars.
This is Star Wars.
Well, yeah, and then there's people on Twitter like, finally, we understand the deep cultural interestingness of nobody seemed to care about the slavery part. That was weird.
They really didn't? That's kind of weird.
Hey, listen,
I think
it's a different
Shmi
culture,
Skywalker
okay?
did.
Who? No one cares about that. Is that a gaffy stick?
I don't know. Is a character
Did
from
you name
one
your
of
gaffy
the
stick
films.
Shmi Skywalker?
It'd be a pretty good name for one.
I think so.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Maybe Dirt Walker.
I can see why you'd call it that.
Sand Wanderer.
This is modern Star Wars. We gotta subvert expectations.
Grit Hiker. Play Poker. Cum Guzzler.
Here'd be Link. As I was saying, I don't know if we've ever covered these lads before, but they're famous. Everyone knows them. They're called... Wait, I've actually forgotten. Is it Internet Gaming News? Is that what the 3 letters stand for?
I don't know. All I see is Big Buck Bunny.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, don't worry about that. I would have thought I've given it away.
How can I not?
Actually, what does that?
Can we watch this instead?
I wish we could.
Wikipedia. Yeah, so it's Imagine Games Network. That's the full
Imagine
name.
Games Network. We're not even talking. They're talking about TV shows too. They've cheated.
I can imagine a games network. It's shit.
It is pretty shit.
Wait, why don't you
Imagine if
imagine
they
a good
were
one then?
games that work.
IGN's liked by basically nobody.
No, IGN just has that reputation for you give Call of Duty like 9 every year.
Remember when they gave Alien Isolation a 6 out of 10 because the guy found it too hard?
Whoa, what was that
They've done that
noise? That was
before.
like
No,
a
no,
horror.
it was he said that
Jesus
Alien AI was
Christ.
too good.
I think IGN and like the generally bad opinion that people have of them is almost indicative of the problem that you are faced with as an organization where nobody particularly cares who writes your reviews, but like who writes your reviews matters a lot because people have different tastes in
Yeah.
games.
Because it's the
And if
person
there's no-
who writes your review.
Or what I mean is people will be like, man, like they gave Call of Duty a 9, but then gave another better shooter a lower score, and then you find out the person who like reviewed that one expresses in the review that they're kind of like not a fan of first-person shooters or something.
Well, isn't it
So it's
also the problem that they pay like ridiculously low, like
That's a
mean,
lot of
wa-
articles and
wages to
websites.
the article writers and shit?
It's all
I think that
it's
I
all
think
like
they're mostly
scaled up.
freelance.
what's
Like-
just IGN is like the epitome of like the games journalism website, I think.
Mhm.
It's just kind of funny when a lot of people are going to be getting their news either directly or indirectly through like these sites anyway. But like IGN definitely has that reputation. It's like, yeah, right. Like,
Have they ever given a 5 to something? They probably have, but I'd just be curious what
Oh,
it would
yeah,
Out
have
of
been.
5?
they definitely have. Well, it's just
They
yeah,
do, but the meme is the IGN scale goes from 6 to 10.
Yeah.
that
So a 6 from IGN might as well be a 2.
Sounds about right.
They
Yeah.
fucking hate
yeah.
it if it's a 6. It's like, oh no. Meanwhile, if we give
Because, I
something a 6, people be like, oh shit, is it good? It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's adjust your scale. Like you got to adjust it to be not 6:10 is your ratio for video games. That because I used to have like point review scores, I think, and not like even 7.5. It would be like 9.2. Like such an odd system.
Yeah, that was the meme, the 7.8 out of 10 too much water. Pokemon
Mhm.
water.
Oh yeah,
Too
yeah.
much
That did-
water.
So for them, like a 5 out of 10 is Fallout 76.
yeah,
Probably.
wow.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
did they?
no,
Fallout
legit. They gave Fallout 76 a 5 out of 10.
That's amazing
okay.
that game earned a 5.
Like genuinely,
that
the normie scale goes from 5 to 10. Like even
Literally, I'll show you. I found they list what their like basically what their scores mean, and 5 is mediocre,
Media-
6 is okay, and then up so on.
It's not though by their system. If you get like a 5, it's a catastrophe.
It's a
So
weird
they
thing
should-
with the numbers, like because I feel like that stretches over to just all different kinds of content creation.
This is
Like
kind of interesting.
like just recently when I was watching someone doing an alcoholic drink for themselves, shots it. It's like, oh, that was disgusting. 4 out of 10. It's like, wait, what? Why'd you do that? I just don't understand why this happens all the time, everywhere.
The Last of Us is not 10 out of like that game's got problems from a design
Ah,
standpoint.
yes.
It's an interesting selection here, right? God of War, presumably 2018, The Last of Us, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and Grand Theft Auto 5. It's like,
10
it
out
doesn't
of 10.
surprise me even slightly that these are their picks.
No, I know
Yeah.
that they're very I guess like they're the boring choices for like best games
Greatest
ever,
game
you
of
know?
all time, yeah.
Ooh,
It would
I
be
want-
even better if they had Skyrim in there. It's like, yes.
The though,
Perfect.
yeah, to agree with you, the first I'd knock out is The Last of Us.
Yeah,
oh,
Last of Us shouldn't be in there. It's
look-
that game, the artificial intelligence is bad. It's just plain bad, and that's like a huge pillar of the.
Well, hey, it's getting
stealth and
remastered, so
combat.
that won't be a problem. Okay.
I
Last of Us
looked up
2
their
AI is
Bioshock
great.
Infinite review.
Oh, they gave it like a 9 or something. I remember that.
They got a 9.4 out of 10.
Yeah.
The blurb thingy is, in total, Bioshock Infinite is a brilliant shooter that nudges the entire genre forward in both
Yeah, so-
with innovations in both storytelling and gameplay.
If you say so.
2013 was very much the year of games journalists getting incredibly insecure about their job and like needing to justify the value of like video games by praising like games like Infinite and The Last of Us for like storytelling, as though games haven't told stories like since their inception in some shape or form. as if like there's never been a good video game narrative up until 2013. It was a really odd period for like the industry. When you
But
think about
alright,
Bioshock, like,
what did
I'm
they
sorry,
give nines?
they gave
Selections.
Resident Evil 2 remake.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
probably
presumably
a
a remake.
remake. Yeah, that's
Yeah. I don't know about that. I like that a lot, but
I never completed it.
also they've got
Me neither.
Batman Arkham Knight there, which makes me
Hmm.
curious how they did their review for that when it came out. Like
That one
on
was in
PC.
tatters when it came out. Holy shit.
Arguably the worst one in the franchise.
But when it came out, though, from what I hear, once it's stable, it's good, right? Or is that not a thing?
Yeah,
was
well,
actually
once,
able to
once
play
it's
it.
actually working and not crashing every 10 seconds, it's okay. But
Yeah, it's
not,
alright.
not
The
the best in the
performance-
series.
The performance stability, though, still doesn't change the fact that most of the game you're constantly having to go into the Batmobile and do like tank missions, which, like, I mean, it's
Yeah.
cool once or twice, but you spend like 40% of that game in the Batmobile, and it's like, oh my god, like, come
Yeah,
on.
you're
You would have
It gets
expected
brutal. Yeah.
Arkham City to show up there. That at least.
I
that's what
expected
I would've
Arkham City
thought.
actually. Yeah. I guess this is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I guess that's an interesting one because I really like that game, but I wonder how you would how you yeah, I'm just wondering like how I would because like for instance, if you look at something like Brawl, they probably gave Brawl a 9, and it's like, would Brawl get a 9? Like, would it actually get a 9? You know?
Well, I get-
honestly, I would have
the
guessed
extent-
IGN give all Smash Bros. Fucking games 10 out of 10. I wouldn't even have.
I guess that's the thing that's kind of boring about them is you know exactly what they if it's like if it is Grand Theft Auto or if it's Legend of Zelda or if it's a Sony third person action adventure
Movie
game
game.
with a big budget, then like yeah, they're gonna give it a really good score. It's just really predictable. Except for when you get a 7.8 out of 10 too much water. Those blurbs don't help them. Like the things that they pick to put on their little dot point list for why they like and dislike stuff. I remember that they gave in their review of Infamous, one of the things that was put on their dot points was Cole's voice. It's like when you talk about like summaries for a video game, the voice of one character is like a big knock against it. It's a really odd, especially when
Yeah.
you're wrong. Like in that case, totally wrong, but whatever. It's
So
just funny.
Great. Got The
Red
Outer
Blood.
Worlds, Division 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, and Greedfall.
That's a hodgepodge there, isn't it?
Also, wait,
Yeah.
the
You would
image
expect
looks like
that.
Rocket League.
Yeah, I think Rocket League is
Also
that
an 8,
category.
yeah. Well,
Yeah. I like Rocket League.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Rocket League's good.
this selection, I don't think I've played any of them, so.
I've heard a lot of good things about Greedfall, but I've also heard that it's very, very janky. Like it's one of those things that it seems like a team that didn't have a lot of resources or money or maybe experience polishing games or even time to do so, trying to take on like a BioWare sized project, and apparently they did it pretty well, and it's kind of an interesting setting because it's I think Frontier US, but there's magic, so I don't know. Seemed kind of cool, but I haven't played it.
A lot of people saying Kingdom Hearts 3 is not cool. Out of the selection, I guess. I don't know. A lot of
can't do
pushback
the
for
Kingdom
that.
Hearts.
Hearts.
And the
Kingdom
Outer
Hearts was always
Wilds
too weird
is,
for me.
is the cool guy. The Outer in its title, right? Not the Outer Worlds.
Go. Why don't you go
Yeah.
hit him with your key?
Oh, for
You
good.
fucking do it again.
You got FIFA 20. Really? Okay. Yoshi's
Okay.
Crafted World, Far Cry New Dawn, and World War Z.
Oh, I thought you normally say. Do you normally say Yoshi or Yoshi?
Isn't it
Yoshi.
Yoshi?
I say
Yoshi?
Yoshi.
It is Yoshi. That's how Yoshi says his own. We've talked about this.
We have talked about this
My-
several times at this point.
Please, no
My
more.
life is a lie.
As for FIFA 20, I'm sure that one was the best of all the FIFAs.
Obviously.
I find it funny that they're in their blurb they say playing a good game with good as a proper noun. That's what is that?
Maybe
Say that?
It's the name of a
maybe they're referring
company,
to a kind of
developers.
like it's a tier of a score that they have on their
I
website.
guess they're
Yeah,
calling it-
7
Probably,
is
yeah.
good.
I guess it's but I guess yeah, I don't know. I like as well because we skipped past it in Masterpiece. They said there's no such thing as a truly perfect game. But those that earn a Masterpiece label come as close as we could reasonably hope for. Through that lens, we actually say that like the last. Sorry, I keep coming back. It's like, dude, that game's got problems, and like, it's kind of baffling that. I remember this video.
It's narratively great.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's funny as well because, like, I guess we should expect this, but it's just like, has anyone seen a game yet you don't recognize? It's like, I guess that's part of the point to allow people to understand what kind of scaling we're working with here, but...
Well,
Mm-hmm.
the funny thing is that you start to not recognize the games when you get down to, like, 3, 2, like, that's, at that point, it's never, like, there's never a AAA game that ever gets a score that low.
Well,
which is kind of interesting, I guess.
Let's see if we keep recognizing them with,
Well...
Okay. We got Wolfenstein Youngblood, Mario Party 10,
Oh,
Medieval,
you got a what?
Assassin's Creed Chronicles China.
The Assassin's
what
Creed
score?
side-scrolling spin-off is what that is.
So this is what score range was it?
6.
6?
Okay.
What happened to Mario Party 10? Was it bad?
I have never liked a Mario Party game personally.
How dare you?
Do you
I'm
not
sorry.
have friends, or?
I mean,
yeah,
I
do you
guess
not?
I guess not. No, I got X-Ray Girl and
you-
2 dogs.
Are you shit at lots of smaller games? You're just terrible
Tapping
at mini
A.
games?
I think it's just I don't
You have bad
like.
memory and coordination?
I don't think that's it. I mean, like a lot of the games that I do like involve both memory and coordination, but I think it's just the hey, tap this button so that your person can go past the line before the other people. I just don't like those kind of games. It's like, yeah, now we're doing this, and
They have
then like the
some
board
very fun
mechanic makes
ones.
it so that like, oh, well, I mean, like, yeah, I imagine there's
Not
hundreds
just
of mini
tapping
games
A,
at
but-
this point.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can tap B too.
Yeah, you can tap
Yeah.
B.
Ah.
As for Medieval, which one is that? I forget.
Remake. You know what Medieval is, right? Sir Fortescue, Skeleton Man.
Oh,
Yeah, the
he
PlayStation
was-
Final
one.
Fantasy, yeah.
He's one of the
But
guy that
it's
was
the
in PlayStation All
PlayStation
Stars, is
1,
it?
yeah.
Or
Yeah,
Well, he
yeah.
PlayStation All Stars, yes. He's yeah, that's
he
him.
was the guy that everyone was like, "Who the fuck is that?"
Oh, actually, he's an amusing looking character.
Yes, he is. So let's go down to mediocre.
Oh boy.
Crackdown 3, Beyond Eyes, Fallout 76, and Moons of Madness. And this is interesting because you look at the blurb. This is the kind of bland, unremarkable game we've mostly forgotten about a day after we finish playing. A mediocre game isn't something you should spend your time and money on if you consider either to be precious, but they'll pass the time if you have nothing better to do. So that is a description that they think applies to Fallout 76, that it is a bland and unremarkable game that was mostly
I
forgotten
think it is
about.
very remarkable.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
Well,
everyone
that's the
knows
point I
it
get.
because of how
It's
remarkable it was.
Problems. And I guess that's the nature of this scale is, do you factor in, like, the means that are available to a developer to realize, because in the case of Bethesda, like, surely they have all the means necessary to create something that isn't as bad as Fallout 76 from a technical standpoint. And, you know, like, I guess I wonder how that factors in.
Is it mediocre these days? Did they fix bits of it?
I don't think the
No clue.
IGN changed their review scores like after the fact. Whatever you
Oh.
get is what you get.
Also, Moons of Madness. I don't recognize that.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Is
Never
that-
heard.
So I
Is
think
that
it's
like
a
one of those
Lovecraft
Cthulhu
game?
adventure things?
Seeing the word Lovecraftian pop up. What is this?
What was
Moons
the
of
game called?
Madness?
Moons of Madness.
Never heard of it.
Wow, from the clips I don't know, this looks different. Has a cinematic flair to its Lovecraftian horror, but the chore-like gameplay does nothing to get in the way of that. Or does nothing but get in the way of that.
Okay.
Okay. Onto bad. WWE 2K20. The Legend of Korra. There was a game for that?
Oh yeah.
Games, it was not from what I understand. It's not one of the games.
Aliens Colonial Marines scored a 4.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Damn.
Medal of Honor Warfighter scoring a 4. That
Game got a
yeah.
4, slightly below Mediocre.
Well, no, because there's 4 means bad, which is an interesting scale, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is where
Allocating
it's
a lot
bad.
of scores to to just like, because 3 is awful. It's like, oh, you figure awful is probably like really low on
2?
the
Yeah.
yeah.
And 1 is like meme tier.
I do
Or
kind of
like
like
unfinished or scam. Like you'd call a scam game a 1.
going from 5 to 4. It has now become like these are games we wish we'd never played. It's like, oh shit.
Jeez, wow.
Well, like, I feel like if it's a scam, it should be a 0.
Oh, well, a
Yeah.
scam can be a real game. It can be an actual game that has like mechanics and things, but it can also be some kind of a scam.
Diablo Immortal.
Wow. Everyone loved Diablo Immortal.
Yeah, like that's the thing. If you were tasked with reviewing Diablo Immortal, where do you say, all right, well the game itself is actually like kind of good or okay or whatever, but it's the most monstrous thing in terms of microtransactions and
Mm.
industry damage and things of that nature. So if I have to assign a number to this game, does what do I do?
Well, IGN gave it a 6, so they consider it okay.
I guess IGN kind of exemplifies the problems with the review score system, though, don't they? Like the number scores just aren't like that. They're not. They're such like a big focus of what people pay attention to with their reviews because of how short they are. But like they're never helpful as a guide for like or at least an all-encompassing explanation of like the merits of a given game.
Hmm. Also, ER said that Legend of Korra game, it has to be the game because the show would never score that high. This is IGN. They probably would give the show that higher score.
IGN give very, very skewed as well scores for like films and TV shows. Like
Platinum made the Korra game too, and it was definitely a paycheck gig. They they needed money, and I think they did another couple TV kind of animated show adaptation games that were equally low effort. But I don't know. I didn't end up playing any of them.
All right.
they had a little era where they were making a whole bunch of games pretty quickly. Yeah.
It's time to check out Awful.
Oh boy.
Got Devil's Third, Raven's Cry, Left Alive, and Fighters Uncaged. I don't recognize any of these.
Nah.
I don't know.
I think
I recognize-
Fighters Uncaged, I'm pretty sure, is a Kinect fighting game, like the Xbox Move Peripheral.
Imagine getting oh yeah, what if you were some professional UFC fighter and you just got to connect and got that game and you just fucking destroyed everyone. Like I'm going to destroy everyone in the real world and the virtual world. I'm unstoppable.
The
And you become
game
a
journalists only
supervillain.
didn't like it because it's a reasonable simulation of what an actual fight is like.
I got
It
beat
made
up
me
every time.
uncomfortable. It's like shooting an AR-15. I got PTSD.
My health doesn't regenerate.
My health regenerates very, very slowly.
I was going to
and
say, it
can
totally
often be
does in real life.
expensive.
It's just not very fast.
Yeah, super slow.
And Painful, The Culling 2, Fast and Furious Showdown, Quantum Theory, and Fighter Within. I seriously don't recognize anything anymore.
I've heard of
Nah.
the Culling 2 and how
Yeah.
it released and nobody played it.
Yeah, it released.
was that a
it
battle
didn't have
royale
like
thing?
0 players on Steam.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Culling 2.
Oh yeah, it's a
It-
BR, isn't it?
The Culling
Yeah.
2 is a
It's on
literal
Battle Royale.
scam. How have I never heard of these? Quantum Theory sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know if I...
You're probably thinking of
Based on it-
Quantum Break.
Oh, maybe I am. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, that's Quantum.
Because that's what I thought the second I saw that. I was like, oh, Quantum Break. It kind of sucks, but I don't know. It's all right, I guess.
Because I guess, yeah, because the IGN people just get sent out in hordes to play everything, I guess. So they'll find games you've never even heard of.
When you said that, I imagined the little robots from Matrix, except they're IGN reviewers. They're just and they fly through the air and they find games and latch onto them.
Just see 6s and 7s
Like
getting
on
put out
the-
on everything. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, little games are flying around like the Nebuchadnezzar, and they go,
Mm.
"Oh, all right, look at me, I'm just a game having fun." Oh my God, it's an IGN reviewer, and they like latch onto it.
So before the examples, I'll read out the blurb for one, which is unbearable. The silver lining of these dark clouds is that they're often so poorly made that they crap out after a certain point. if they ever worked at all, so we were spared from any permanent effects that playing a game this terrible might have on our brains. We don't always take the time to write up reviews of games that are this obviously bad, but they are out there. Damn. And you got Rudolph
my
the Red-Nosed
goodness.
Reindeer, Step Up, and Self-Defense Training Camp.
Self-defense training camp, the video game.
My favorite
Yes.
game.
That's
Rudolph
the kind
the
of.
Red-Nosed
Oh, it's a
Reindeer.
Connect game.
Like, what
It's a
happened?
what did
Connect
he
game, that's
do?
probably why.
I mean, we all know what he did. We know the story and the song, but what to deserve such a terrible game? Rudolph's excited. I finally get a video game, and then they just
It's weird,
absolutely.
not many of the famously bad games popped up on this list. Like, Aliens Killing Marines was there, but...
It was a 4.
It was, yeah, it was
No,
Yeah.
the
no
least
right to
bad
hell.
of their bad scores.
No Right to Hell Retribution. I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Where was that? So,
I don't think they reviewed it.
Oh, that's sad.
I know,
They
right?
lost. Yeah, so there you go. That gets you an idea of how they review things. You never would have known they even have a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. But they do.
Writers.
They do.
They
One of
probably
that
would
apply-
argue that. They'd be like, yeah, you think we don't have a scale for it, but, you know, Fallout 76 was very much acceptable. And we'd all just be like, what? You're weird, bruh.
This shows the age of my references because I was now thinking about it. I'm curious. What do they give Call of Duty Ghosts?
Oh, that would be interesting to find out. My
They
guess
probably
is...
gave it a 6.
I would
I
guess
think
8.
Minimum 8, yeah.
I
And
think
if it's a 9, it wouldn't surprise me.
I think minimum 8 was a good guess because the answer is 8.8.
Wow!
God.
Holy
That's
shit!
insane.
Wow.
Ghost got an
Dude,
8.8.
I
That's
think-
like
I
a
think at this
stellar
point, I just-
quality game.
Curious to skim through every. Oh, hey, thanks IGN. Every IGN Call of Duty review score. That's super helpful.
What's the
Oh,
lowest?
let's.
Yeah. lowest.
Oh, that I guess that's the.
Is it
intro-
Vanguard?
oh, so they
Probably
gave Call of
someone who
Duty.
didn't like shooters reviewing it.
They gave they gave Call of Duty 1 a 9.3. I guess Call of Duty 2 they gave a 9. Big Red 1 they gave an 8. Call of Duty 3 they gave an 8.8. What are these numbers?
What?
Modern Warfare was a 9.4. So that'll be the interesting one. How do other games
The
stack
first
up
Modern
compared to that?
Warfare from
Yeah, Call of Duty 4.
after Call of Duty 3.
And then World at War got
That's
a
the same score as
9.2.
Infinite, by the way, that they gave 9.4.
So they think that they're as good
Jesus.
as each other. That's
Oh,
interesting.
God. Yeah.
They're on the same level
oh,
in terms of gameplay and
so-
narrative.
So they gave Modern Warfare 2 a 9.5. I love Modern Warfare 2, but that is wrong. Like it's like a reflection of that game's. That game's got a lot of balancing issues.
Even
they
if
gave
people out there
Black-
think it's the best COD ain't getting a 10 out of 10. Or
They
9 out of
gave
10.
Black Ops an 8.5, which is kind of interesting because I think Black Ops at this point has a much better reputation than a lot of other Call of Duty games.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
And World
Because,
at
for
War.
instance, they gave Modern Warfare 3 a 9. So, like, I would like
Hmm.
if we had to use those numbers, I would switch those around. Modern Warfare 3 is not a 9. I
9?
guess
They
I
gave
just
it
remember-
Modern Warfare 3 higher than Black Ops 1? What the fuck?
Yes.
Wow.
I know.
When Modern Warfare
Yeah.
3 came out, I remember me and my friend group like, all tackled it straight away. The campaign was short and frustrating writing-wise, and the spawns
Oh,
were
yeah.
awful on the multiplayer. We did not have fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Well, it's just-
remember faintly, Modern Warfare 3, back when I played Call of Duty, sort of, and I was like, Modern Warfare 3 is just,
Mhm.
it's that big problem with IGN is that like their reviews of a game, they're kind of exemplified here. That it's so disconnected from like what actually turned out to be the case with the multiplayer for these games.
the reviews are so disconnected from what actually turned out to be the case.
Well, I
Well,
think
it's
they'll
the-
play it and be like, yeah, it's
Well-
really fun. It's got a lot of weapons.
Well,
a lot
remember
of
when they
maps."
gave Evolve like a 9, and then the game died in a week?
Yeah.
Or Evolve. It tried.
They gave Black Ops 2 a 9.3. I like Black Ops 2, but like a 9.3, man.
Dude, I remember...
Well,
didn't Evolve
the
come out
9s,
before
jeez.
something like Dead by Daylight? And Dead by Daylight was this, like, almost indie-developed, like, janky fucking game. And it is now... It just kept going. It's still going to this day, like, as a popular game to play. I say popular, I mean it's alive, and it's got a decent fan base. And it's just so strange, because it was just, like, this weird horror game that came out. And then Evolve was, like... It was, like, created to be a popular multiplayer game, and it just fucking died.
Oh,
Yeah, they're both asymmetric multiplayer, like the 4v1.
Yeah, that's why I'm connecting them, is that you have 4 humans versus 1 human in a way. They're not really the same
Matt.
at all, but you know what I mean.
That would be what the EFAP video game would be. One player has to play the video we're responding to, or the latest Disney
Oh
show,
no!
and then everyone else gets to pick from the hosts. And
Listen,
you
okay,
have
Kenobi
to,
had three good
Yeah.
lines. Like, come
Yeah.
on.
3 good lines. 2 of them
fives
were
all
7 words total.
Man,
Also, that's
like
that's something
Advanced Warfare 9.1. Holy shit.
that's
Alright.
worth asking everybody. If you don't know, of course, because I do know. What do you think IGN gave Kenobi?
Ooh, like the whole show?
I think they gave it an 8.
Like
8.8.
7 or 8.
7.5.
Maybe a 9.
Yeah, no.
So
Yeah, because
it
I think
sounds like
me
an
and Mark
average
know what it
out of
is. So,
I don't know what it is.
well, it seems like the average is between 8 and 9, is it?
Yeah,
Ah,
sounds
Jesus.
like it.
Well, I think that's a fair guess. I suppose we will find out because it'll come up in the video. But yeah, now
Okay.
that we understand
teased.
exactly how they rate, it'll be exciting to see how this reflects upon television as they're reviewing that as well. But as was pointed out, what a bizarre way to get your content when you need to know who's reviewing it and you need to know what their preferences are, because otherwise, you really could end up with 2 Call of Duties being rated completely differently just because the first person hates water and the second person hates fish or something. And you're just like, oh no, that's changing everything. But yeah, are you all ready to see what IGN have to say about the Obi-Wan Kenobi season finale review? This is actually about
Yeah.
one episode.
Sorry,
one.
because I've just seen that. I've seen how long the video is. So there's another big problem with IGN. Like 4 or 5 minute reviews, you don't have much time to justify anything.
Yeah,
in
you could
terms
just
of
lie.
praise
You could
for
just
the
not have done anything and just lied for 4.5 minutes.
Was it
and no one would know.
was it IGN that did the super embarrassing SpongeBob review? Was that
Yeah.
them?
yeah.
I
That was
Yeah,
funny
I
as
think
fuck.
so.
Is it IGN that did exaggerated swagger of a black teen?
Yeah.
That.
Oh no, sorry, that was
Oh.
GameSpot. It was GameSpot.
GameSpot.
The Spider-Man
Sorry,
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
Miles
I-
Morales.
Wait,
I know
was that
because
something
I-
like that about that game?
I reviewed Miles Morales for Geeks and Gamers, and every second comment was, "But does he have the exaggerated swagger of a black teen?"
Right. GameSpot Spider-Man. I didn't know about this.
You didn't know about this?
Oh,
maybe
this was great.
Oh fuck!
Maybe
It
I
was
heard
famous as hell. It was so funny.
Oh, I just clicked on the review. It has 41,000 upvotes and 118,000 downvotes.
Oh, I thought didn't they take it down? I thought they took it
They
down.
probably should have.
Wow.
They released a big statement on Twitter saying that the reviewer who said that was black, so we're all racist for finding it funny. And it's like, it's still really funny.
We're not allowed to. Okay.
I'm
It's a
starting
weird
to
thing to say in
like-
a review, man.
I feel like
I can't wait for all the white reviewers to talk about the exaggerated swagger of the white teens in games.
we
boy.
because we showed the SpongeBob one on one of the EFAP episodes. I don't think we ever showed the Spider-Man one. Wish we did. It was funny.
Why didn't he just say that the way that Miles Morales swings around is much more suited to his style, and he's much more
He swings
free-flowing?
around the city with an urban grace.
I believe it was
That-
specifically about the poses he strikes as he's jumping off
Well,
of buildings, and then
yeah,
the
'cause
reviewer immediately afterwards remarks that it gives him goosebumps every time he sees it. I was like, oh god.
I-
That's
But
how you
why
refer
didn't-
to
why
the
doesn't he
blacks,
just
is
say that,
the urban market.
Why didn't he just say that? I don't know, the swinging animations were cool. Why did
Why didn't he just say he liked it?
I mean, you can couch the criticism of the animation being different from the Peter Parker animation in the original game, because it's like Miles Morales was a spin-off or an expansion for Spider-Man on PS4. But I think if you just said, hey, they didn't just recycle the animations, they actually
cool.
gave Miles his
Yeah.
own swing animation, so
Yeah.
there's some effort here. So you're not paying for nothing for the $40 for this DLC.
I mean,
they
and
give
if
him
you
his own
wanna talk-
animations, and they're in character.
I was about to say that's all you need to do is say that he's less experienced, so he's still figuring out what his style is in terms of web slinging, and so this is what you get. It's kind of like a combination of a little bit haphazard, but also very free flow and fun. I don't know why you would need to say that, but okay. That's
We
funny.
felt like would it be fun to just like go with like just two other completely random immutable characteristics to describe like why Miles really swings with the exaggerated swagger.
Marvel
Where's this plane?
There it is.
Miles Morales
This is
really
it.
swings with the
Oh, look at that
exaggerated
black teen
swagger
swagger.
of
But
Also, we
exaggerated
should
swagger of a 5'9" left-handed man. Like that's
before we progress, we need to make it clear we should probably all be saying swagger. So
oh, by the way, I just saw because you know how like YouTubers implemented the whole what is the most replayed portion of the video? Like
Yeah.
Oh,
by
wow.
far.
Mm.
yeah.
258.
Yep.
It's hard to imagine that that's the reality, but let's have a little look-see for those who didn't see it.
It's literally no one's watched any of it except that bit.
They just kept on
different from
replay.
Peter Parker Spider-Man. You can understand how he's grown to this point. You got to see it. You got to live through that internal turmoil with him. The child of a black father and Puerto Rican mother, Miles is a wonderful mixture of cultures and languages. The way he leaps off
Unlike
of
those
rooftops and
whites.
flips backwards to face the camera before falling into a headfirst dive is just full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen.
I like that he described it the way he jumps off of a building.
Play it for the next thing he says though, because it makes it funnier.
Oh shit.
Exaggerated swagger of a black teen, especially as the music begins to swell.
Especially.
Speaking of, when Miles begins swinging,
Oh, it
But
fucking jumped all over the place for me. Sorry, hang on.
full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. It gives me goosebumps every time he does it, especially as the music begins to swell. Speaking
Goosebumps.
of, we've got to talk about the music. When Miles
Oh,
calm down. It's just cool animation. Just like
it gives me goosebumps.
He would have
Frankie,
got
this review
away.
is for
He would have
you.
got away if he said if he just said exaggerated swagger of a teen. He would have got away with it.
Yeah,
It
probably.
would still be a dumb thing to say.
Because we would have assumed it was like something to do with his character, not his skin color.
Yeah.
Like, oh, maybe he just has this, he has this exaggerated swagger because that's just his personality and that's how he is, and he just sort of presents himself that way, and so that shows even underneath the suit, it's still this kind of person. And no, he's black.
Hey, the way he's characterized
I
in the
really
game
like this
too
freeze
is
frame, by the way.
Yeah, the reverse T pose.
in the game though. He's not really like swaggery. He's very mild mannered and like polite. He's
well,
mild-mannered.
Miles is like kind of a nerd, right?
yeah, like he's like he is in Spider-Verse. It's like the same character basically. They just try to make let's have this like super sweet boy who like just wants to do the right thing. He doesn't
Lame.
understand how scary the world of superheroing is, and then he learns. And
I think we
game's
realize
over.
then that it's time to give Spider-Man to Snyder. Dark Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Oh no!
Zack Snyder, Ben Reilly movie 1.
To be
Really?
fair,
Was that
I think that Army of the Dead was made by it was how do we make this work? Army of the Dead was full of the exaggerated swagger of what would the parallel be between Zack Snyder and Miles Morales? I don't even know.
A director in the 80s who wasn't on enough coke.
Needed more coke. That could be it. Yeah.
He needed more. Yes, Zack Snyder needs more coke.
So anyway, this is finally the Obi-Wan Kenobi season finale review from IGN. As you've seen, we've really learned who IGN is at this point.
Yeah.
You can really get a good grasp on exactly how they're going to be tackling this subject. And here we go.
Put on your hazmat suits, boys.
Oh, that's scary.
Guys, if you don't want this show spoiled, you best get out of here, okay? Run.
Yeah.
You come
Run.
to destroy me.
So, this is a very bad start.
I love the idea of him landing, walking out of the shuttle, and the first thing he says is, "Have you come to destroy me?"
I was saying on Open Bar, this might be the funniest line in all of Star Wars. It's I don't know how they didn't catch this. Everyone assumes it's because they had stock lines and they just had to have him say this, but it could also be that when they wrote this or did this, they were like, well, Kenobi has like walked up to him, kinda. He's done this he's come to him in a way. So it kind of makes sense. It's just like, no.
No.
Yeah.
You know it doesn't. Stop saying it does. And I just wish we had cut to Kenobi with a face of confusion. Like,
It's funny,
What?
like, I can already picture the dialogue tree defending this line as well as like first of all go into like, no, it makes sense because Obi-Wan did go to the planet and and then you'd get finally you'd eventually just get them to, well, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually
for
they
him to
will
turn on
retreat
the
back to the
Force, right?
safety of it doesn't matter.
It's just
Yeah.
one line. Get over
From a
it.
certain point of view. Yeah, you could use that.
From a certain point of view, Obi-Wan Kenobi came here to destroy me.
Stop judging me. I feel like he's coming for me.
Have you come to destroy me, Obi-Wan?
Imagine the rest of the scene was just Obi-Wan saying, "You came here after me. You followed me here."
Like,
Brown
do you mean
nose
have I-
was odd.
Do you mean
You're
have I
free to
let you
leave.
here to destroy you? Like, are you confused? Are you okay? Maybe I don't need to destroy you. You seem.
Or he looks confused and goes, yes?
I guess.
Yeah.
I suppose. Though he didn't. He did spare him. Bafflingly.
Idiot.
Obi-Wan Kenobi has saved its best until last. Stories come to an end, and
Best
others
until
are only
last.
Best was the first
Best
one.
was the first episode, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just because they'd ruined the least. Like, they hadn't had a chance yet.
enriched by a fantastic season finale that delivers on both action and emotion alike. Ewan McGregor excels in building.
It's just wrong.
Why is this guy talking like the closer look?
I was about to
kinda-
say,
He sounds like he's way too close to the mic.
He's
That's not
doing a very generic, like, video essayist voice, but I can smell the twinge of closer look, so yeah, I can sense it.
Smell the cringe.
Cringe of closer look.
Hey, the voice does well, apparently. Apparently there's people out there who really like it, so screw you, alright?
Yeah, lots of people like
Yeah.
cringe. It's great.
Yeah, cringe is great.
That's true. Yeah, they like Kenobi. No, Kenobi's not cringe. It is kind of cringe.
Out the legend of the Jedi Master further, delivering some of his best moments as
not a
Kenobi in an
legend.
episode.
What is the best emotional performance Ewan McGregor has done as Obi-Wan throughout all of his Star Wars content? What would everyone give for that? Is it?
And a Revenge of the Sith.
I was about to say, is
And
it most
yeah.
Probably.
probably?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what only
I
thing I
like
can
the
think
scene where
of.
Padme dies for him.
Padme dies for him.
I like the scene for him where Padme dies.
Because I mean, I think but like I do think the one where he says I'm sorry for everything ranks pretty high, strictly in the he's a good actor category.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's trying.
But yeah, I don't know about it being the best, but that's okay. You can think that, humble IGN merchant.
That's a near essential piece of Star Wars viewing.
The
No,
opposite,
it's not.
complete
No.
opposite of that. Stay away.
In
No,
no
it's
ways
not.
is essential. It's
They built it to
It's
not be
completely
essential.
redundant.
It's decential.
They wanted it to be so that it can fit in without ruining anything. They did a bad job of that, but that's
They did
the
a very
goal.
bad
Like,
job.
this gives you no new information that you couldn't have gotten from just watching the prequels.
I think it gives you new information
yeah.
that you couldn't have gotten because it contradicts things that you would have never imagined.
Yeah,
True,
right. So yeah,
true,
it
but it was
so it
just-
actively makes it worse.
But they did not
Yes, it
want
does.
that to be.
This show actively makes it worse.
They
They didn't want it to
totally
make
wanted it to
sense,
be that they would do this in a way that it can sneak in between the trilogies. Like, let me just get it right in there. Yeah, there you go. Our only hope.
Once again, Obi-Wan Kenobi serves us heavy doses of nostalgia, with the A New
Oh,
Hope-inspired
really?
freighter chase,
Mm.
with
Oh, I
Leia on
remember.
board.
How
pursued-
New
That's
Hope
said like
inspired
it's a
freighter
medicine,
chase.
not a
This is-
drug.
This is why they keep jangling keys, because it works.
This does work.
I was gonna say that's like the first compliment he's given it now in his like main section. It's good because I recognize stuff from the other things that are in this.
Yeah.
And
Woohoo.
what were the visuals when he said nostalgia? It was the the Star Destroyer bearing down on the ship, the most ineffective and unimpressive space chase since The Last Jedi, where
Well,
the rebellion only survives because the Empire forgot that TIE fighters exist.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say they
think
forget they
he's-
have short range TIE fighters.
He specifically
Because it's
said
all
it.
visual.
It's referencing A New Hope or whatever, and I'm just like, okay, I guess it's whenever
Sure.
a Star Destroyer chases a ship, it's just like, hey, look, it's A New Hope.
It's
Yeah,
reference.
even though in A New
Fine.
Hope it was establishing, how strong and dangerous the
I like how
Empire
it doesn't
was and how they were
represent the fact
competent.
that the Star Destroyer caught the ship.
Yeah, the Star Destroyer fucking won that fight. Not this one though.
Like, that's just a thing that would make sense to happen in the world.
No.
Like,
they never should have gotten this far.
Yeah.
Star Destroyer should have fucked him up the second they left the planet.
Fuck. Yeah.
I thought you meant that like the Empire should never have got this far because all of them are inept.
That is also true.
Yeah,
but
that's
then
true.
again, everyone is inept, so nobody can get anywhere.
Yay.
Woohoo.
By Darth Vader aboard a Star Destroyer. But the princess isn't his target this time around. It's Obi-Wan. Kenobi's decision to evacuate the ship in order to save everyone on board.
So the music is too loud.
It is too loud, and it's totally like
It's so epic though.
yeah.
Isn't this epic? Don't you guys like how epic this is?
Super generic. Yeah, it feels
Like trailer music.
ill-placed.
Never been this hyped to watch someone talk about a show.
Is an effect on many levels. It allows for a suitably tender moment between the Jedi and young Leia, but also serves the larger story
Suitably
well
tender.
by further reinforcing
Here's
the
his
logic of
holster.
Leia calling for Kenobi the next time she finds herself in this exact situation.
It further reinforces her calling for him when she finds herself in the exact same situation. So she didn't call him for any other trouble, just for when she's in the exact same situation. That's how that works. God, you know, it's so weird. Some people even got to the point where they thought those two weren't even that close of friends as a result of what happens in A New Hope. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, like
weird,
when
huh?
she doesn't really react when he dies that much, and the when she refers to him, it seems to be that she knew him through someone else, knew of him more than actually knew him.
Another moment where you ask George what their relationship was prior to A New Hope, and he's like, "What do you mean, relationship?"
What do you mean? They've never met before. I don't know. I could CGI in maybe a meeting of them. If you want.
I could believe like they met once or twice, and like Leia saw him when he was there talking to Bale. I could believe that.
Yeah,
that
in the
happened.
same way that
Hey, sup,
you're like,
Ben?
oh, I
You
went to a
good?
big
See, I
party.
wouldn't
He
even
was
have gone
there.
that far. I'd have been like, nah. The only connection they
Never
had
met.
was in the Clone Wars, and he's been hermit mode looking after Luke.
He saw her for about 6 minutes when she was born.
And he was like, "Hello," and she went, "Meow."
Yeah.
That was the length of their substantive discussions.
Ewan McGregor has perfectly re-embodied the role of Obi-Wan throughout this.
Fucking music, dude.
Well,
Perfectly re-embodied the role of.
would you say that Ewan McGregor effortlessly just felt like Obi-Wan again, or did this seem like a really bad performance for the most part? Because
There was actually I was almost so good faith with Ewan McGregor as an actor that I turned off my my bad acting detector for him. But then there was this one line that he delivered so badly in episode 5 that I was like, "What the fuck's going on with you, man?" Like,
There's probably quite more.
I think if we were to rewatch it, I'd probably pick out a bunch of deliveries that felt really dull for him, which is crazy because you'd be like, "What, like the prequels?" I'd be like, "I don't think he was very dull in the prequels, actually. At least I don't remember noticing as bad." Especially because a lot of these scenes he's in aren't like bureaucratic or expositional. A lot of them are like very high stakes and about people sacrificing themselves. He's like, "I know you're scared." Like, whoa.
Yeah, they have that weird prequel-y vibe, like an alien wrote them.
Well, I was trying to say that even with his like crappy lines in the prequels, that he usually gave deliveries that were more... That's kind of why people like him in the prequels, at least from what I thought. Apparently there's plenty of people who think the opposite, that he gave a bit of life to some of the lines. Like, you know, like another happy landing. He could have just said, "That's another happy landing." But he delivers it in a way that's like, "Oh, he's fun. Look at him go."
Yay.
Delivering the leadership we've come to expect from the character.
Leadership? Doesn't he only do that once in like episode 5? And he's really crap at it. He says like, "If we were to fight, we will lose," or something. Like, he tells them.
Rousing speech, eh?
Yeah, like, and you might be like, "Well, it's true." It's like, that's not how that works. You don't just like you think of Theoden, okay? He makes the idea that we're gonna lose a fucking bolstering thing. With Kenobi, he's like, "All right, look, guys, we're fucked."
Yeah, we're fucked.
It's like,
"Yeah, Obi-Wan!"
Yeah. Well, I guess he said, "Look, guys, we're fucked," but I sent a 10-year-old into the vent, and she's
We're
going to
hoping.
take care of it.
We got hope on our side. Hope is like the sun.
I trust
That's
her.
what I've heard.
I said I trust her. It means it's going to work.
Oh, that was terrible.
Did anyone tell
too.
her what to do? What do you mean? Does she know how this works? I guess so.
That was even worse because the first thing he said about that to Roken was "do as she says."
Do as you, yeah.
It's like, no, man, she's 10.
No,
No.
she is 10, and I honestly, I just kind of hate her.
And you know what? You haven't been great either, Obi-Wan. You've been kind of
All things considered, I think the legends greatly exaggerated your performance. Quite
Obi-Wan's
frankly.
like, actually, I rescued her from Inquisitorius Fortitorius, and they'd be like, yeah, and look where we are now. Wasn't that great?
Yeah. I was there, and I don't believe you.
Yeah, we saw the whole thing, and I don't believe it for a fucking second, dude. In fact, I think you're a mole. Like, why else would they have let that happen? Dude, if he had said, that would have been funny, a drunk Obi-Wan after the victorious sort of thing, the Empire don't chase him in a bar, he's like, I fucking put her in a trench coat next to me, and it worked! Bartender's like, no way. He's like, I took a photo. I knew no one would believe me, but we did it. Look at this. This is so silly.
Oh my god, wow.
But also showing a softer side. His relationship with Leia, played charmingly by Vivian Lyra Blair, formed the crux of earlier episodes. But
Formed the crux of earlier episodes. Does he mean that the quality of the earlier ones relied on their relationship?
They didn't have one.
It was non-existent in
That
episode
just
1.
That just seems like purple prose.
Why don't you tell the audience what Purple Prose is?
No, it's just overly flowery language. Doesn't really convey what you mean clearly. Just kind of excessive.
Because I'm a little bit confused by it.
It's the way to sound smart while saying nothing.
Let me give you a better definition. So
No, not
it's
Purple Prose. I'm confused by what he's saying.
Right.
Like, the
That's
idea
what I'm
that the
saying.
show relies
Well-
on their relationship to be... It's like, in episode 2, half of it's not even with them. And so
Well,
it's like,
you know
yeah,
what?
by early episodes, I'm not referring to 1 or 2 out of 6. It's like, oh.
It's fanboy language for saying the first few episodes it was just them together doing stuff.
Which it wasn't, though. Like, that's kind of my point. Sometimes I wonder about these short shows where people are almost convinced that they're longer than they actually are. Like, they go super fucking fast. This was 6 episodes, barely anything happened. But I guess some people have been convinced, like, oh man, do you remember all the way back when they met? That was so awesome. It's like, oh yeah, 5 minutes ago? Yeah.
Yeah. And like, as I mentioned before, like Chernobyl's only 5 episodes, and it feels like 10 because so much is happening.
I guess to be fair, it was 3 foot chases ago, though.
Yeah, a lot of chases have happened since then. That's true.
I've chased many small girls, and
I actually
through the woods.
I'm sort of passing out here. I'm very tired, and I'm just gonna hop out.
Wow.
We just started.
I know. I've bitten off more than I can chew.
It's been an hour.
Well,
Yeah.
you're lucky because today we have a bunch of people. Otherwise, I would have been like, that's it, Jay. I am no longer friends. Can't be doing that. Only friends with
well,
you.
You
have
on
done
your
that
own are
yourself.
no longer friends.
Well, you say that, I actually kind of go as well. I've just had a family emergency come up.
Oh,
Oh,
god
sorry.
damn it.
Oh
I'm
God,
s-
what's
Yeah, that's
important?
why I was muted for a sec. Yeah,
Well-
I don't think I'm going to be able to stick around.
Well, hey, we
I want
appreciate both
want
of
to
yous.
I want to rip into IGN, but this might be important.
No, yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely.
Metal.
Well,
What's happening with you?
Mel, you have to go
Um,
too, right? Right?
What?
Oh. Okay. Anyway, well, before you both go, is there anything you guys want to talk about in terms of work you're getting up to, plans you got for the future?
Jay, do you want to go first?
I was waiting for Jay to say no.
I quit.
I've
Go.
forgotten what I'm doing. Like stuff. You know, you guys know this. I've been on here before. I'm gonna go. I'm very tired.
JX here, everyone.
All right.
It's nice to meet you, Jay.
Boy.
Okay, bye, Jay.
So
Bye.
I've got a big video in the works. I meant to have it out a bit earlier, but stuff's happened. It should be out by the end of the month. It's going to be something like 50 minutes long, and it's going to be an absolute banger.
Sweet.
But yeah, for now, I'm going to have to log off to make myself more available, in case this is serious.
Oh no,
Sorry,
absolutely.
guys.
Dude.
Alrighty.
You're welcome to come back if you have a chance, but if not, that's okay. We've enjoyed having a chat with you for as long as we did. We'll see you the next time we see it, whenever that may be.
Right, enjoy the rest of this.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
This.
Oh yeah, this will be great. This is good stuff.
All right. So nice to meet you, Mark.
Yeah,
I'll,
good to meet you too, CJ.
I'll see you guys later.
Gotcha.
Bye bye.
Adios.
Well,
I
7 down
guess
to
I can
5.
stay. I guess I
Terrifying.
can stay.
That's
Ugh.
great. That's great news. I'm very happy about that.
Awesome.
So anyway, I guess we'll continue.
Of earlier episodes, but was neglected in
The
recent ones.
music.
It's therefore great.
It's
so
so
loud.
loud. I'm trying to think of what's more annoying, the like badly matching tone of it, or the fact that it's so loud. I'm like, they're both pretty bad as elements, but you know.
Yeah, they do feed into each other.
I
don't know,
think
it's
they
weird.
might be trying to mix it for phones.
For phones,
So,
oh,
that, so that you can still hear the music even if you're just listening to it on a phone. Whereas, like, because we're on headphones, I'm assuming right now. So
Even on a phone, I want to listen to the review, not the music.
yeah, but like a phone speaker versus like headphones that are going right into your ear, that the music will sound much further into the background than it will for us now. So they might have said, okay, if most people are listening to it this way, then we'll make it so that they can see the artistic choice we made by putting this overly epic
Ooh.
music behind our crap review.
it could be. It could very.
Great to see them get a dedicated moment to say their farewell for now and wrap a bow on a story that is
Man, this high
That's
praise.
great. What high praise?
They
Yeah,
had a-
they got a moment.
They got a scene to say
two
goodbye to
characters.
each other. The two main characters got to say goodbye.
Wow. Can you imagine a show doing that? A TV show?
Yeah, that's
Cringe.
what we're required to do at this point. It's like the other tick boxes, they said hello to each other, and there was a scene in which they discussed a topic. It's like, man, you're knocking it out of the park, Kenobi. Great job.
Yeah, good shit.
This is like a
Genuinely
person who doesn't know
enhanced
what film is, like basic storytelling things that are practically like just essential almost. And they're like, wow, they did that thing that you have to do. That's incredible.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the other
Unbelievable.
reviews were like, what's interesting about the Obi-Wan Kenobi show is that it didn't necessarily require action scenes, and yet they are in here, and they are very exciting.
I could see that.
You'd be like,
Yeah.
okay. Whoa. Calm down with that praise.
for now and wrap a bow on a story that is genuinely enhanced.
I'm assuming I can't get copyright strike for this fucking song,
I
right?
imagine it's like royalty free.
Royalty-free epic music,
goddamn
amazing.
loud.
Their understanding of the characters and their connection to one another further than the film's.
Sometimes I want
Oh,
I want to stop
no.
people when they say this sort of thing and say, like, no, describe these two people to me. Really, just to tell me about them, just to see what they'd sort of say after all that we've seen of them, quote unquote. Then, like, tell me about who they are in this
I think
show.
that less so describing their relationship, but I think you could describe traits for Obi-Wan, but you'd enter problems because you'd establish certain things, and we were like, well, what about the scene where he does blah blah blah, and then they'd be like, well, but that's because he found
Doesn't matter.
his
It's
way
not
back.
important.
Okay,
Well, you're kind of accepting everything the show wants you to think at face value. What's
Yeah.
happening?
yeah.
This is what the show wants you to think, but like whether it's supported by what's in the show, totally different question.
Among the many things this series ruined is the reputation of the lightsaber. Baseball bat. Please give it its
It is
proper
a
name.
baseball bat by now. Yeah.
Understanding of the characters and their connection to one another.
Can you imagine Qui-Gon Jinn with the lightsaber, a Disney lightsaber, just like banging it against the
wall.
blast door
Yeah.
in Phantom Menace, trying to break it down
God
like
damn
a
it.
baseball bat? Open up in there. Oh,
It actually
Oh,
like
I'm
starts
tired.
to break the wall apart. Yes.
oh, thank God, Droidicus, I'm getting tired.
For now and wrap a bow on a story that has genuinely enhanced our understanding of the characters and their connection to one another further than the films
This is
ever did.
sludge
I
words.
disagree.
Yeah.
It's only
This
created
is what you're
problems.
supposed to say.
Furthered the understanding they have for each other as characters in the films compared to the films like that they ever did. And it's so
Well,
funny to do that when it's like, yeah, there was more fights in this show between these two characters being Vader and Obi-Wan than there was ever in the films. Also, making a comment like that or something where you're just like, what are you talking? That's just something that didn't happen in the films compared to the.
Yeah, exactly. Because what you say is, oh, they've created like a new dynamic to, or they've expanded on the relationship that Obi-Wan had with Leia. It's like they didn't seem to have one.
Yeah.
It seemed like they didn't really know each other that well. Hence
Fringy,
why.
to be fair, expanding and made it up, basically the same.
These days, yeah. You know, it would be like, you know what the films lacked? Tala. Films just didn't have her, and that's why the show's good. We got to know about her. We got to sacrifice herself. Loda Bot. He wasn't in the films. He was
Needed
in
him,
here.
man.
So
Loaderbot finally gets the
I
story
mean,
of
admittedly,
heroism that he
Loaderbot was
deserves.
probably my favorite character in the show.
you only got 2 episodes. Only the
Yeah.
2. Very sad.
Yeah,
on
but he
my-
didn't say anything.
He
A
did
Like,
lot,
what
lead-
about
a
the
lot
mole
was
guy?
said with his actions and his character.
Exactly. He did
Oh
a
no,
lot of
I was
things.
saying he didn't say anything as a positive. That's why all the other characters are
He wasn't
worse.
ruined by dialogue.
Yeah.
That was
The other inescapable bond the show centers around is obviously between Vader and his former master.
Wait,
Oh yeah,
sorry, I
you'd think
need to
that
hear
might pop up.
I need to hear that again. Since
Enhance their understanding of the characters and their connection to one another
music.
further than the films
Yeah.
ever did. The other inescapable bond the show centers around is obviously between Vader and his former master.
the
How
other
does it center around it?
show, did he say the other bomb it centers around?
Bond.
Bond.
Okay, all right. I mean, bond is an interesting word to use to describe their relationship.
I just think it's funny that in your review of the Kenobi series, it's been plastered with Vader, like, as a promotional thing. He's like, oh yes, the other thing that gets brought up in this is Obi-Wan and Kenobi, and Vader. You'd be like, uh-huh, yeah.
Oh, that's it.
It's not the focus,
leads
though.
to
Reva
ano-
would be the focus. This is the
Yeah,
B
she
plot.
hasn't even been mentioned yet.
This gets resolved, like, halfway through the episode. Reva then gets the rest.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Between Vader and his former master. Vader's obsession leads to another duel between the two, and the
Another
moment
one.
Obi-Wan silently equips his lightsaber signals
no.
we're in for a good time.
What do you mean
What about the
silently?
time he ran away?
That was quiet.
Very
You didn't
loud,
hear.
actually.
I didn't hear a thing.
Activate the lightsaber, famously silent.
I guess they're saying he doesn't say anything.
What?
He does.
Yeah, he does. He says
does he?
just as much as he always
Yeah.
says. A line. I think he says, "I will do what I must." Right?
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
makes no sense.
Unless the guy is saying like he didn't say, "I am now turning on my weapon," like, or something.
Like it's an anime move.
Here I go.
Lightsaber activate, thunderstorm. And then 5 minutes later, he turns it on.
Silently gripped his saber, just like everyone ever. How do you loudly grab a lightsaber?
Well, I think Obi-Wan Kenobi activates his lightsaber with the exaggerated swagger of a black team.
Mm.
That's why this show's so popular.
I will do what I must.
Very much not silent, so I don't know what he's saying. But he did the thing. That's the thing.
He's got his fingers pointing at you. He's like,
I guess
think-
is it that he's silent because he doesn't say anything before he hits the button, even though he says something about 3 seconds later.
I would say that the reviewer
Like,
just described the scene incorrectly. That's all.
Is it just me, or is that lightsaber a little longer than I remember?
Maybe it's
not
the
sure.
angle. Of where
Maybe
he's
Obi-Wan's
holding
just shorter than you remember.
No?
Longer than the one at the end of Mandalorian season 2.
Also, wait, not the blade, the handle.
Oh, the
handle.
handle. Yeah, that is kind of long.
Oh. Oh.
Wow, yeah, that is that's a long
I
boy.
was gonna say, is it just me, or is that because I can't remember how? I'd
That
like to see a
does-
comparison
that
with the prequel lightsaber, see if it's that long.
This one is,
That
this
does
one
look long.
is thinner than the regular, like the standard ones look, right? A bit thinner.
But has it
seeing-
always been that long? That's like a friggin' Zweihander
Mm.
grip. That thing's big.
Obi-Wan, Grievous, because he does the same pose, so that'll be. Oh, but it's a different angle. It's not going to help figure out
No.
long or a short lightsaber.
Some people are saying it's thicker. Interesting.
Hmm.
Now that's about right. I genuinely don't know. I also don't really care. I'm just curious if they made them different. Because, of course,
I don't-
these
yeah.
are different tech compared to the, like, literally as in they make their own light, right? I'm assuming he's using the Disney ones. So I assume there's slightly different creation behind him.
There's got to be room in the handle to have the batteries in there.
Possibly. More girth. Oh, yes.
Mhm.
Oh no, it's pretty long.
Yeah.
Normally, I mean.
Then you will die.
The fight delivers in all regards, and now stands as the best between the two.
Stop. No, stop. Fuck off.
Oh.
You saw them swinging lightsabers and throwing rocks at each other and somehow being invincible. And
It's
then,
like,
oh my
yeah.
god. The best ever. Yeah, fuck
we
off,
don't-
episode
Hey,
4.
let
Get
us-
with the program.
Find what his reasoning would be, because I am curious. Is it just going to be if he appeals to just what they say at the end of it? I don't know. But you know, I just let's see what this golden reasoning would be, because I think most people would already cite that they prefer Mustafar, let alone A New Hope's fight. This one I find awkward because there's so much that I don't understand about this one. First and foremost being that I don't understand how Vader lost, really.
Yeah.
It seems to me that they just decided Obi-Wan is now more powerful than he is, and you're like, okay, fine. I don't know. It wasn't
That's the
done in any
implications of,
clever
like,
way.
Implication of all the power levels that are going on. Just fucked. This is fucked, I feel like.
And then
Right.
you have an instance of Vader just drops rocks on him and is like, doesn't care if he's alive or dead, just leaves. Like, that's
Yeah.
weird. Then you have Kenobi not killing Vader, which is also really weird, when that was like his whole thing here, and what he was supposed to do last time. And when he doesn't do it, it leads to people dying. And now
Lots
that he
of
hasn't
people
done it
dying.
again, everyone Vader fucking kills from now on, it should also be weighing on Obi-Wan. This is what I mean, there's so many things about this fight. And then, I don't know, talking about choreography, I wasn't a fan.
Yeah, I was not at all impressed with this fight.
But also, hi CJ.
Hello, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, everything. It's okay. It's not an emergency. Everything's fine, so I can come back.
Sweet.
Cool.
Jay's not allowed back though, okay? We'll let you in.
Well, fuck
Yeah.
Jay.
There you go. That's the spirit.
The kicking
What
has already happened.
did I miss? I saw chat was popping off.
Even the guests
They said that this is the best Vader Obi-Wan fight in all of Star Wars. Which is, you know, that can trigger people, alright? It's expected.
It's debatable.
I feel like the Mustafar fight and the New Hope one beats this one out, but that's, you know, that's just one man's opinion. Also, clearly the best Obi-Wan Vader fight was in episode 3 of this series. That was top notch.
Oh god, that was so
God.
good.
The one they had in the dirt pile, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The dirt pile.
The same fire got lit, extinguished, and then relit in the
You
same
couldn't
spot.
extinguish it that second time. That's too much fire. Too hard.
That reeked of budget constraints to me, because it just seemed to me like they were only able to afford one pyrotechnic rig. So it's like, well, we can put fire here, but that's the only spot that we can have fire. It's like, we need fire twice. Well, I guess it's going to be there twice then.
Channeling the
Let's roll it back a little bit.
delivers in all regards, and now stands as the best between the two, channeling the tension and grandiose nature of Mustafar without the need for gymnastics or cheesy one-liners.
Stop.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Without the need for gymnastics? Yeah, fuck gymnastics. Just walk around.
Yeah, there was technically gymnastics in Bespin. When you do people jumping in different areas, like is that just bad now? Is that what we've decided? What about the throne room fight? And Luke does a backflip.
Gymnastics. Oh, I thought you meant like in Palpatine's office when he spins. Like
Oh, that was
gymnastics.
incredible gymnastics. No denying that.
That's
That's what I mean.
obviously
Gymnastics are just
amazing,
not
yeah.
inherently bad at all.
The M. Bison attack.
But yeah, I don't know, just the dark rock planet, and then the awkward cuts, and they just do like basic swings. It's just like, yeah, that's just not doing much for me, but okay, if it does all the things
Especially
for you.
when you can't see it. Shaky.
Yeah, they
Very
like having their
shaky.
fights in darkness to let the lights of the swords give you a bonus artistry point, I think.
Well, yeah, because there's probably going to be like a video essay talking about how clever it was that when he's like, I killed Anakin Skywalker, and it's like, look, the light's going red. It's evil.
Yeah, and when he's like, I'm sorry, Anakin, it's all blue, and blue's a good color, but then when he's like, nah, mate, it goes red, that red's a bad color. So that is artistic.
Compare it to in Homecoming, the green light on Vulture's face, a lot more subtle, and also that's like his color scheme. Super.
Is what?
One of these, not like the other. Oh, like Vulture's color is green. So
Oh. All I heard was
yeah,
colors.
up.
I thought you were saying
I think
cutlass,
he
and I was like, how does this
I think
fit
he was
in?
saying color scheme and then cut out for
Ah.
scheme.
I want to see a lightsaber cutlass and it's just bent.
Dude, let's get
when you just see it bend.
Get a pirate Jedi Fuck it, let's do it.
Arr.
And also blending it with the classiness of their eventual showdown on the Death Star. It's an exciting battle that shows Obi-Wan's strength has returned.
Well,
I
that
don't
was
know, I think
stated.
it's
Why?
been-
And why did that happen?
Yeah, that
Please
was-
tell me, why did that happen? Why was it gone? Why was it even gone?
He wasn't strong enough to kill this guy by throwing many rock boulders at him.
Is it
kinda
just
weird.
me?
So insane, because we go from moving this little thing on the table to all these rocks and like I don't know,
Does it kind of
2
look like
episodes, 1.5 episodes?
the end of his lightsaber is
Yeah,
getting
I
a bit weak there?
Does look
Yeah,
like-
the tip is a little.
You look, I can see it on the YouTube stream. I can't see it on the watch together.
Huh.
Unless
Yeah,
I'm
same.
slightly out of sync.
Oh, it could be that we're on a different frame, but yeah, I don't know. It looks
Yeah.
funny to me that it's like
It does, yeah.
maybe it's representative of how he's losing this battle. You know, the tip's not
His
as
wiener
hard.
is getting small.
Can you imagine if lightsabers go floppy when they're losing?
That would be really
No.
funny.
Damn it!
Is that a Family Guy fight joke thing? Isn't it? Yeah.
It was
Oh, it is, yeah.
when the old, I can't remember his name, the old guy, he was Obi-Wan.
Herbert?
Herbert the pervert.
Yeah, Herbert, yeah.
Herbert was
Um,
Herbert a better Obi-Wan than this Obi-Wan was? Probably.
Probably. Yeah. But yeah, this I just like that it is just accepted without question at all. It's just like Obi-Wan is so awesome because he gets his power back, and then you're like, why? And it's like, I wonder if they could answer that, because you'd have to draw it back to I guess when Tala told him in episode 5 that it'll be okay or whatever she said.
Yeah, that's
I
like
don't
the
know.
only implications we get, of like a prep talk or pep talk or whatever.
Again, it feels like we're missing that Qui-Gon scene where he would have
Yeah.
told him all about it.
I mean,
I
there was like 2
believe-
scenes in the last episode where we're like, oh, now Qui-Gon's gonna show up, right? Like, this makes sense when you want to put it here. It's like, nah.
Nah.
Yeah, like, I actually can't believe that they thought that it would. Surely that was a conversation they had in the writers' room. When should Qui-Gon show up? And someone ideally would have put forth the idea. Maybe he should show up to help Obi-Wan, give him the motivation he needs to see his mission through to the. And then someone else said, "No, that's a
No.
bad idea."
We need the 10-year-old girl to be the one who inspires him.
Dude, I
Put
wouldn't be
Qui-Gon at the end for 10 seconds.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point if the first suggestion was an after credit scene. Like, that's what it was gonna.
Oh yeah, because there's a recognition that at this point, your after credits or post credit scene is where you have a character show up that everybody recognizes and thinks is cool, rather than at a story appropriate moment.
But yeah, as is pointed out as well, it's like, man, Obi-Wan probably should have like fucking fought the Emperor. Apparently, you could have taken him. You could have picked
Well,
up.
he should have killed. He should have killed Darth Vader.
Which time?
Well,
Both?
there's just no. I'm so curious, like the people who like the show, how they would rationalize him. If your point of praise for how this show ties into the OT is, oh, see, look, he said Darth. See, he's written him off now. If he's written him off, why didn't he kill him? Why did
Yeah.
he let him live?
Yeah.
That was always the problem that they had in this fight scene that I think we talked about in like previous episodes. Like the final fight, you're gonna have to explain how he manages to lose but also doesn't die. And you know, in your head, you're thinking, oh well, it could just be that when Vader starts to lose, his troopers or whatever come and save him before Obi-Wan can finish him off or something. But it's like, no.
Or the planet splits
In two.
right in between
Ooh,
them.
that'd be
Yeah,
great,
to
yeah.
separate them so that they don't have to make that decision. Yeah, you could do that.
Top tier writing choice.
Maybe,
That is
maybe
good
like a
writing.
fierce fight and it's like a draw and they barely get away both or something.
And so, yeah, I think all fans have to work with is he was too sad. Couldn't do it. He was too sad.
Yay, another thing with sadness. Great.
Well, you can get anything done with that. I don't think it's substantive in any way. It's because Obi-Wan at this point should be very fucking aware of what decisions like that end up doing to the world. And
Well, I mean, look at what happened the last time you didn't finish the job. You know, like
yeah, even the
yeah.
guy whose neck he saw get broken. It's like if you'd finished Anakin off in Mustafar, that guy'd be alive.
Be alive.
Mhm.
What
Fine.
if his parents were encouraged to have sex because of the Mustafar fight? Or
There
I
could
don't
be
know.
some kind of connection, maybe.
There could be a connection where he only lived because he let Anakin go. Ah, the mercy of the Jedi just makes me so horny. This is what the parents are saying. We should have the sex and make a person who grows up very quickly.
It'd be a strange storyline, but Disney might
It would
try
be
it.
very odd, but
I was gonna say, we
honestly,
can
I'd take
put it in
anything
there.
over Kenobi.
I don't know. The Mustafar fight was pretty hot.
Oh,
It was
Displaying it in an
yes.
impressive fashion by slinging boulders at Vader like he's taking on an Elden Ring boss with a sorcery-heavy build.
I don't even. What?
Okay.
Wow,
What?
people will love this reference. I love Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I love video
you love
game.
Elden Ring. You love Elden Ring. I love Elden dropping Elden Ring.
People will find
Rock
it
Sling is pretty
especially
OP,
satisfying when knowing that Vader can hold a whole starship as it's trying to thrust away, but he can't deal with a boulder.
Boulder is
Oh.
bad.
Someone just sent me a little list here of IGN TV scores. I'll post it.
Oh no.
So we can look into the mind of madness.
Boy.
You heard it here. Kenobi is better than Chernobyl.
No
Wow.
way.
Oh my god.
I like
Arcane
how
Boba
correct.
Fett finale.
Game-
Jesus Christ.
Game of Thrones
Boys
season 8 is
season
a
2 is
6 out of
9.
10.
Boba Fett, Bly Manor, and Buffy are tied.
Boba Fett's tied with Buffy. Damn.
And Bly Manor. Oh, and Falcon the Winter Soldier, Halo, and Moon Knight are also in that
How the
category.
fuck did Boba Fett and Bly enter the same category? I don't understand.
Halo 7. They think that Halo and Bly Manor are as good as each other.
That's insane.
What is this
Man,
category? What does it
fucking
mean?
nuts.
What does
They gave, wait. Oh god, because as you scroll
Also-
over, they gave Smiling Friends a 6.
What?
That's a,
No,
I
wait,
think
it's unreviewed.
Oh, unreviewed. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
man.
I love the idea you
Don't
go.
do-
They
don't do
gave
me
Game
like
of
that.
Thrones season 8 a 6, and you go, "Oh my god, that's ridiculous!" But it's in the same category as Batwoman. You're like, "Oh,
Jesus.
now I'm just confused."
So your 6 is our 2.
Yeah.
I think Voice season 2 is what, a 9? I'm like, fuck
Yeah.
9. Dude, 9.
Oh god, I didn't realize the
9.
Boba Fett finale is a 9.
The finale is a
It's
9.
a joke.
Fucking hell.
The one that basically just overwrote Mandalorian season 1 and 2. It's kind of said that none of that mattered because apparently Grogu is not going to become a Jedi after all.
Look, they realized they wanted money, okay? And that it works when you have the little cute baby with the cool, badass, totally not idiot bounty hunter.
I guess so, but what story are you telling at this point? I mean, I know they don't know, so that was rhetorical.
Look, Skinwalker Luke has to get a bunch of students killed. You can't have baby
Yeah.
Grogu. Can't happen.
Skinwalker Luke is just.
It's a good one. I
Skinwalker
like
Luke
it.
is what he is now. He will forever be Skinwalker Luke, the strange creature parading the face and the voice of something that isn't theirs.
Hello,
Creepy as fuck.
I'm
Clap
Luke.
foot.
And you're like, no, no.
May the force be with you.
Get up. Always get back up.
The force is strong in you.
Luke said
Master
something
Yoda.
inspiring, kind of. I cried.
Now choose between your friend and me right now or get out.
Get
I don't
the
even
fuck
remember.
out.
Like, the
I'm
only dialogue
too-
I remember from Luke is just making fun of it for how badly it doesn't sound like a human. I don't, like, none of it is the kind of where I'm like, oh, that's an interesting thing he said. Like, no.
Well, it's
Didn't
not
say
just
anything
generic
interesting.
Luke Skywalker presumed lines.
Yeah. Like, they're guessing at what he might say because it's just not him at all. Oh, gosh. Well, it's funny as well because someone might be like, well, you agree with our arcade one, right? It's like, well, I wouldn't give it a 10, but
Yeah.
like, I guess I'll allow that it's...
I guess. Yeah.
What else you got?
The moonlit planet provides a cinematic backdrop.
Like, do we call that moonlit, really?
It's it's not. That's some shitty moonlight.
It's not even a crescent moon.
It's
probably
like a
not gonna help
little...
you.
Yeah.
It's a new moon.
Twig moon.
It's not. This is. It's not moonlit.
think it
it's
is
just bright. like the
Waxing
planet's
gibbous.
I think that's because it's waning as well. It could be waning. It could be the other way around.
It looks like the light's coming from somewhere else.
No, it
Looks
is.
like
It
it's
is
coming from
waning.
that it's twilight.
Moon phases.
Also, people are saying that they're fighting on the moon, like the planet is a moon. Is that
Is it?
right, or is
I thought it was a
I
planet.
thought it was a planet.
I thought it was a planet.
So if they're fighting on a moon, it means all light on that planet is moonlight.
It's
Sort of
reflecting
black
off the floor.
crescent.
But yeah, there's a moon in the background though, right? So unless the moon has a moon.
It's another point on this schedule. What the fuck is wrong with me? Just go ahead, ignore me. It's fine. I
Budget
just had a
moon.
seizure.
Backdrop for the occasion, once again proving every lightsaber duel is greatly enhanced by taking place in darkness.
No, you said
No.
the thing,
Well,
and then they said the
okay.
thing.
Unless you do it for everyone.
I don't
And you
understand.
did
Like,
on this show.
isn't one of the all-time favorite fights the Darth Maul one? That is not in darkness.
That's
Yeah.
pretty well lit, yeah.
Also, with how bright those things are, I wouldn't want to fight in the dark. That would get extremely tough to like blinding. In fact, having that bright light and their bright light, that might be confusing. Overly
Actually,
bright.
yeah,
Now I'm
the
thinking about all
simple
of it.
lightsabers would be much better for that.
Even Return of the
Red light's,
Jedi throne room fight, I wouldn't call that like fighting in darkness like this is. Like, I
Yeah.
felt like we could see everything pretty clearly. This one
Yeah.
is a bit more awkward.
It was just the room's color was darker, which means
Yeah.
it didn't seem as bright, but everything was there clearly. Like because Luke hides in the shadows, so there's
Yeah.
clearly a very distinct differentiation between the lit areas and the dark areas.
And I remember thinking when I saw Attack of the Clones for the first time that when Dooku and Anakin fight after he breaks one of the lights, I was like, oh wow, have we done this before? Where it's like almost pitch black and they're using their lightsabers as the only source of light really in that moment. But like it feels like we did that again and again in this show. And it felt like an excuse to avoid looking too deep into how this fight is even going.
So red and blue can flood the screen with every swing.
Yeah.
Natalie Holt's
That's
reworked
important.
themes swell in the big moments, providing music fit for the occasion. Even if
music
a small
is
part of me
pretty
really
mid.
wanted Duel of the Fates to
Yeah,
drop
it's all
in
right.
Why
You just
would
screamed
why would it be Jewel of the Fates? Why wouldn't it be Battle?
because
of the
that's I remember it.
He remembers it and it's a fun song. Isn't that reason
Yeah.
enough?
I
That's
guess it's
literally
just-
it.
Can we throw in the
Jewel
Star
of
Wars
the
theme too?
I guess I just find that amusing. It's like, yeah, like I know we all like Jewel of the Fates, but Jewel of the Fates was Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul.
I
What does that
just-
have to do with what's
I
going
want
on here?
Because it's in Star Wars.
put it in the
I love Star
Cantina
Wars
song.
theme. That would have been appropriate because this show's such a fucking joke.
Or
I
maybe
would love
maybe the
that.
other one.
And to be fair,
the
the fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan and Mustafar is Battle of the Heroes and Duel of the Fates, is it not?
it is. They do Jewel of the Fates when Yoda's fighting the Emperor. That's when they inject it in.
Which I
So
think
it's like kind of
you can draw
I
some
think
meaning
that's
out of,
cool.
but I guess like you could put it here and argue something. I just at this point it really
guess.
does feel like I just like the song. Put it in.
I heard it in the trailer. I just want to hear it again. Yeah.
Put in Hell's Bells. I like that song. Just put in random songs.
I don't know.
Can you imagine
Tetris
put the
theme.
Rude Sandstorm to this fight?
I actually think some music from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fight might actually make this scene better.
Oh, 100%.
It would be funnier, but
Guile's theme. That's what we gotta do.
Guile's theme.
This theme goes with everything.
all of its glory. The choreography is yet again a fantastic marriage of aggression and
come on.
Come on. Come on. now, Stop
A
it.
fantastic marriage.
I
of
just
Yeah, that's supposed to
aggression
get a
and
divorce, maybe.
Let's be honest, you would have said the same thing about the throne room fight in TLJ, and it's all fine, quote unquote, if you don't give a shit at all about choreography, but don't claim it's really good, unless, of course, you can give me some references that maybe I had misunderstood this. Maybe I don't understand how good the choreography is. Maybe Shad could tell us it's actually incredible. I just don't see it. Because, you know, it looked clunk as fuck.
restraint, embracing a dynamic combination of swordplay and force powers. The most effective part of the show.
It's not
I mean,
dynamic
really-
at all, though. It's very clearly there's like a. It's almost like you hit a point where it switches entirely into like force powers,
Force
and then
mode.
you hit
Yeah,
a point
like
when it's entirely swords.
I don't even think you're trying to pick it apart. I think this is totally fucking right. If we had it so that there was this really cool like long shot of Kenobi coming at him, maybe, like top right, then top left, and a rock from behind is lifting up because Kenobi's moving it himself, and then it fires into the back of Vader while he's trying to block these 2 saber attacks. He actually does get up a force shield or something, and they're both at that level where there's like a force fight happening at the same time as the saber fight, but they're all
awesome.
relatively lower scale. I'll be like, that would be really cool, and something we haven't really seen before, and something that I can believe these two are capable of. But no, it's not like that. It's very much, this is saber time, this is force time, this is saber time, this is force time, which is not what I call dynamic.
You can't just fire off your force abilities at the beginning of the fight. You got to work up your combo meter, and when your gauge fills, then you can use the force ability.
You get your super moves, yeah.
You have to press A, B, A, B, A, B, A, like, instead of just A. That works.
Down is not the fight itself, however, but the words spoken between the 2 old friends once Vader's
John
helmet
Wick
is
music in the
sliced
background
open.
right now.
I was about to actually ask that, yeah, it sounds familiar, but it could be like
I think that's John Wick.
copyright-free version or something.
For a moment in time, this all-consuming darkness retreats to reveal that a part of Anakin remains. A teary...
Isn't the point of this scene that it doesn't?
No, the point is that it doesn't remain. That's the whole point of the scene.
Yeah, it's kind of strange that you fuck that up when that's the whole point of the scene that you're trying to praise. But that's fine. You work for IGN. Who gives a shit?
That's their catchphrase. Like,
who gives a shit?
Ewan McGregor is especially superb, as you really feel the sadness in Obi-Wan, his regret mirroring Anakin's anger.
Man, wouldn't it have been great to have explored that in this season instead of pretending as though you did? God,
his
what a
regret
waste.
mirroring Anakin's anger, even though apparently Obi-Wan lets go of his regret, and I guess Anakin keeps Darth Vader. Also, just don't call him Anakin. The whole point is that Anakin's not here anymore. It's weird. You fucked up twice.
It's if you were gonna try and argue from Obi-Wan's perspective, and he learns in this moment that Anakin's gone, it's like that'd be one thing. But it seems like the reviewer thinks this is still at least somewhat Anakin, which is like, no, the point is that it's.
Vader's voice slipping in and out of both Hayden Christensen's and James Earl Jones is a fantastic...
Vader's voice slipping in out of both Hayden Christensen and James Earl Jones's? Like, wait, you've separated them out into 3. What's the difference between Vader's voice and James Earl Jones's voice? Obviously, if we're ignoring the fact that re-speecher is a thing.
James Earl Jones's voice is supposed to be Hayden Christensen's voice as filtered through the Darth Vader armor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm confused.
Well, I think in this scene, though, you're kind of hearing them both at the same time, but it was the same thing they did with the Clone Wars voice actor and Rebels. It's just, it's a cool effect. It's like, it's Vader and Anakin, because you can kind of hear the voice not going through the vocoder respirator thing.
Jamba.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Kenobi.
Showing the ongoing battle within him. A fight the dark side is definitely winning, at least for now.
No, the whole point is it's just Vader. Why do you keep saying this?
Just
Stop
Vader.
it. The scene ends with Obi-Wan saying, "My friend is truly dead." Why are you saying it? Stop.
This realization that Anakin is already considered dead by Vader is seemingly enough resolution for Obi-Wan.
Yeah, which is nonsense.
Considering he leaves. I guess Anakin's gone and you're Vader.
It's like we've pretended that the whole reason he came here wasn't to actually deal with Vader, and then he finds out Vader is all there is and decides from that he'll leave him alone. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, remember how he said he would do what he must? He didn't.
He didn't.
He didn't. Oh, you're right. He didn't do it. He's a fucking liar.
I thought there was
from a
still
certain
some
point
Anakin.
of view. That's where he gets this from a certain point of view thing. You said my father was dead.
The former Jedi, not his new Sith form. Walking away may well give him the satisfaction and closure he needs, but you can't...
Why?
Why would it give him any of those things?
It would
give him the opposite of those.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you keep existing and living and doing horrible things, and also it's kind of my fault, but not really. But I think so.
Well, I feel like it's more his fault than ever now.
Feeling better.
Yeah, now it's definitely his fault.
At least
and
on
he is completely to
Mustafar,
blame.
he had good reason to have assumed Anakin was dead from what he did, but it turns out he wasn't. It's like, okay, because I consider it reasonable that you'd expect Anakin to have died from that, but this one, he is very much alive. He's looking at you. He's giving you little lines too. You should probably deal with this. And everyone's like, I don't wanna.
Yeah,
I'll leave
him realizing that his old friend is dead and it's just Vader now, that gives him even less reason to walk away.
Yep.
Yeah, he should kill him.
Yeah.
That's why
That's
everyone
the
was
motivation. That
confused.
should be
It's
like,
like, what?
okay.
I
Yeah.
thought the point of this scene was you're executing Vader, and then you pause because you're like, wait, is Anakin still in there? And then it's like, no, actually, no, not at all. Then he's like, oh, Anakin's definitely not in there. All right then, bye.
This
This is.
See you
Sorry,
later.
Go ahead, Frankie.
Oh, it's just I pulled up Twitter and this feels funny considering that we're talking about Darth Vader. Retweet if you want a Darth Vader Disney Plus series with Hayden Christensen, retweeted by Boogie.
Oh,
But
God.
okay.
But like, it's
Ben,
not.
I
He's
hate
not really
Chris-
going to be in it though. It's just going to be James Earl
No.
Jones's voice with an
Well,
AI,
the
and then he
robot.
might
It'll
be
be
in
the
the
robot.
costume.
Until they
Well, yeah, I
crack his
mean-
helmet open again.
I
It'd be
would
funny
go
if
as
they
far as
had
saying
James Earl Jones in costume.
it was a complete. I mean, we've said this about basically every element in the show, but it was a complete fucking waste bringing back Hayden just for the like 5 minutes of Hayden content across the 6 episodes. If
But
that,
boy, but you can market that shit.
You can market that really well.
well, I feel
which
bad for the guy. Like in all of his promotional stuff, he's just super excited to be a part of this. It's
Hmm.
like, why
Yeah,
couldn't you
well,
actually let him, really flesh out Anakin, really give it a shot?
And
Well,
if you like, have you guys ever seen the show Lost? I'm not talking about the ending. I'm just talking about the structure of the episodes. How they usually have a present day thing happening, and then there'll be a flashback that takes
Yeah.
place over the whole episode. So I think if they did that and had most of the story be about Obi-Wan and Anakin throughout the Clone Wars, flashing back, doing either de-aging or whatever, just makeup. Like as you guys were saying, they both look pretty good, and then have that reflect a story where they don't meet in the present day. And I think that you could have kept things very focused on their relationship and very focused on character, and it would have been interesting. And even if it turned out as bad as this, I think it still would have at least made sense that they tried
dude.
something that
There are
might
so
have-
many formats that are so much better. Like, you can get pretty experimental with it. Imagine all 6 episodes were a conversation with Qui-Gon about 6 elements of how Obi-Wan chose to train Anakin, and then we'd get flashbacks to how that was relevant to whatever adventures in the Clone Wars. Or even before then. Even when he was like, super young kid and stuff. And the whole thing, the whole series is just him understanding how Anakin happened.
Yeah, would have been incredible. I mean, even if they failed on the execution, that would have just been a good idea to explore. Whereas I can't think of anything to pull from the story that was told here. It's like, well, now we finally know how Leia was kidnapped that time, and one of the Inquisitors kind of became good, or at least not evil for a moment. Yay.
I guess it's kind of weird that Reva just doesn't get mentioned ever in all of Rebels by anybody, huh? When she played such a significant role.
Mm-hmm.
He almost killed the Grand Inquisitor, but that was totally a part of his plan, because he knew that rage for revenge would keep him alive. He was
That's
fine.
right. Yeah.
Interesting lad.
Couldn't help but feel like finishing him off would have saved the galaxy a whole lot of trouble down the line.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
maybe a little bit.
Sometimes
Somebody
you
in
get
chat.
those little glimpses of like,
But how is that not a problem to that guy?
no, it's
Like,
fine. It's fine, shut up.
Because it's fine.
This was epic.
I wouldn't be
Because
surprised if
some,
on set they all looked at you weirdly when you point that out. They're like, we can't have him kill him. That wouldn't make any sense. And you're like, yeah,
like,
it's
yo.
weird how you've written yourself here, isn't it?
Looking for a farmer named Owen.
The finale does a reasonably good job at upping the stakes and
No.
throwing a dash of jeopardy into the mix, especially when we
dash
know
of
that every
jeopardy.
main character, all the way down from Kenobi to Aunt Beru, is going to survive.
Beru.
Aunt Beru.
In what property is Aunt Beru a main character?
Come on, man. Attack of the Clones. She's
Like,
in loads
is it
of it.
this one? Like, I mean, I guess she fights off a Sith Lord, which I mean, come on.
He gives her a
but
good thwap to
A
the face.
Sith
I'm-
Lord?
even here, like this whole show, she's probably got like 4 minutes screen time. I don't know if I'd call that a main character.
Shut up. She's awesome, okay? She's my new favorite.
Some
love Aunt
information
Beru.
was unclear was always going to be Reva, now a hobbling husk of her former self after her humbling at the hands of Vader. She stalks the
Oh yeah,
She's
what was
not
that
humbling.
humbling? Oh well, he ran her through with a lightsaber. It didn't kill
Again.
her because,
Again.
I was seeing comments about that. People were like, he leaves it in for a good 5 seconds. That would have melted all of her insides. It's just like, yeah, probably. But don't worry about it. It's fine.
Lars homestead like something
fine.
out
Just a-
of a
just a
slasher
flash wound.
film, hunting for Luke to salvage
Something out
some
of a
sort of
slasher
revenge on
film.
Anakin.
Wait, he said revenge
what-
on Anakin. The current theory from everybody is that it's revenge on Obi-Wan.
I
It's
like how
just-
we have so many theories.
My favorite part about I don't know how the popular one would be revenge on Obi-Wan, when Obi-Wan specifically set up circumstances so that she could get revenge against Darth
I
Vader.
can explain this, okay? Because this is so weird. Like, if I were to try and construct some kind of video on this, I'd have to go looking in all the different threads of discussions. But the overall point, which will, let's call it the theme of what I'm going to be talking about, is nobody fucking knows what the hell is going on with Reaver in the finale. Nobody. Everyone's very confused, which is a great bit of storytelling. So, you'd first assume that she wants revenge on Anakin and therefore she's going to kill his son. That's like the baseline quick assumption everyone has. The problem with that is she has no reason to know that that kid is Anakin's son.
Yeah.
There's nothing that would have told her that in any way, shape, or form, so it can't really be that. So what is it then? And it's like, well, a lot of people have been coming out with the theory that because she organized... You know when she said, Obi-Wan get taken inside by 2 stormtroopers? That was her saying, I agree to your terms. You and I will kill Vader together. I'll put you inside with 2 stormtroopers. You can easily deal with them, because they're literally useless. And then you and I will take down Vader when he comes. And Obi-Wan leaves, and so she has to fight him on her own, and then she gets stabbed, and so she hates Obi-Wan for that. And so then she wants to kill this kid because she knows Obi-Wan cares about this kid. That is the current theory that I've seen, and I think that's stronger than the revenge on Anakin one. However, it was still her decision to attack Vader without help.
Mm-hmm.
You
In which case, I guess she's just, I don't know, irrational.
Well, yeah, and then we get to the other half of it. It's like, wait, so you're getting revenge on Obi-Wan for not helping you kill Anakin by killing some kid that has nothing to do with any of this. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, like, if we're meant to have this character set up for a redemption story, this is not the way to do it.
And so, yeah, there are some people out there like, what are you talking about? It's obviously revenge on Anakin. And then other people are like, no, it's revenge on Obi-Wan, because she hates him.
Obviously. They both say
The answer
obviously.
is it's bad writing.
Nobody knows what it is. Like, I think the writers would hesitate to answer at this point. They'd be like, oh, well, revenge on Owen, because he was mean.
It's the same situation as Kylo Ren. She's confused, and that's perceived as complex. But
Look, why
it's
don't
not. She's just...
Why don't you just ignore all the mechanics and agree that it's incredible writing because she's just like Anakin, but she chose not to kill the youngling, right? That's the difference.
I don't even... Yeah, right.
It must be funny, right? Because they're sitting there like, we did all of the things. We did all the things that they did back in the day for Vader, and everyone likes Vader. Why don't they like ours? What's wrong with mine?
Yeah, like you think that you made the same thing, but the moving parts, all of the component pieces, they're not the same.
It's the Simpsons
It's
meme.
not.
Why does mine look like that? He just like, well, there's a couple things you fucked up.
Screaming as he charges at it with an umbrella.
Because yeah, everyone loves to draw the parallels between Reaver and Vader, but it's just like, why do we keep doing that with like every shitty character? It's like, well, if you look at it really broadly, they kind of match this other person you really like. And what's the difference? Oh, she's a girl. I see. I see it all now. It's like, no, all the guy characters are shit in this too, don't worry.
Oh yeah, everyone's a loser. I hate everyone. Regardless,
Even
it's the
Obi-Wan.
great unifier.
How
Disney's done it.
They all got destroyed with one scene, just utterly
To be
annihilated.
fair, he was pretty bad before that, but that was the one that
He
destroyed
was.
him,
Yeah.
yeah. You just wonder why
I
they're
still
so
can't
inept.
believe you made that fucking message.
Yeah,
I'm worried
you know
got
what?
captured. Here's this message for you.
Something that's not even in our coverage, but is so totally true. Why the fuck didn't Obi-Wan delete his messages?
Oh yeah.
I'm
He's
assuming
an
you
old
can do that
boomer
on
and
that
he
silly
doesn't know
little
how to delete
device.
the messages on his cell phone.
At that point, you just have to fucking destroy that thing.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
exactly. That's such high value information. Leaving
Yeah.
the device
The fact
intact,
that he
even if you
gave
do
it-
delete it, is risky.
He gave it to Haja, and Haja just dropped it. Right
Man,
away.
that's,
Probably should
we need to have a
explain
scene.
how
storytelling.
important it is.
Because
We
I
need to have a
guess
scene
it's,
with Leia where he says, "Leia, how do I change my ringtone?"
I guess this is how does how like when giving a positive review to this show, do you reconcile the fact that Obi-Wan utterly failed at his mission? Like he failed. If Reva could have killed Luke, she came very close to doing it. He nearly failed.
Yeah.
As far as he did fail because he wasn't there to protect him when he needed to. Like how do you walk away from the show like, ah yes, Obi-Wan, he's really been enriched by this story when he failed at the mission he was given by Yoda.
They don't
I
address
understand.
that. They treat it as though he never did fail because he beat Vader in a fight, and that was awesome.
Yeah. All the while ignoring that while that was happening, Luke was being pursued by like this crazy person just trying
Dude, I
to
think
kill
that's
him for some reason.
part of the most frustrating element. He's like, I'm done with Vader. I'm gonna go home. And he's like, oh, I sense Luke is in trouble. Pew! All right, I'm here. It's like, what? Hang on. Like that should have taken way longer.
Well,
Taken a while, or
even
really
the
close.
premise even from the first dog, sorry. The premise even of the
What?
first episode though was an actual dog. I mean, no.
Whoa,
Another actual
whoa.
dog. Oh god. All right, it's been great, guys. Thanks for having me on again. I'll see you later.
Right,
But,
it's biting racism.
yeah, I was saying though that the original premise of the show was Obi-Wan flat out saying, "Okay, I'm gonna leave Luke," when it just so happened that I had a confrontation with Sith Inquisitors in the town I live in. And,
Yeah.
like, it's just like off the bat, it's like, wait, hold on, how does any of this sound like a good idea to any of you?
Oh, dude, it's absolutely unreal. If I were Obi-Wan and I come back and I don't know about anything that's happened, and they summarize it to me as there was an Inquisitor bunch of people in town searching for Jedi, and that's like right next to where we live. She even nearly killed Owen specifically. Then there was this. She actually eventually found out where we live and came to kill us specifically. Knocked us both out. Found Luke and was like right next to him. Almost killed him. And we just, it's just like, you just gotta leave Tatooine. There's no other option. And they just stay. They chill. And even having Beru argue like, it's time we fight the Sith. Enough running. I'm not leaving my home. I don't believe you. I don't believe anybody would ever say that, unless Sith just suck. Which
I guess she says the same thing about some stormtroopers a few years later, I suppose.
Well, that didn't work out, did it? Even though it should have, with how everything works now, but incredible, utterly. Do such a great job. They should have moved away from Tatooine for so many reasons, but a Sith visiting the homestead, that's pretty high up there, I'd say. A good reason to leave.
Yeah.
This plotline serves its purpose in...
And you know what is fucking crazy about this is like, yeah, well, you know what, maybe they don't have the means to do that. It's like, yeah, it's not like they have a friend who's the fucking king of a whole planet that's really prosperous or anything. That guy couldn't help. Even though that's part of his message, was being like, I will go to Tatooine and help them with the boy. It's like, why are you telling me this in a message that's going to be heard by every Sith across the universe?
Now, just to make sure, can I get confirmation that you lived at these coordinates, right? Because I don't want to go to the wrong farm. Just let me know if the coordinates I just gave you here are the correct ones.
I think that was
just being thorough.
One of the top comments was like, we just needed that extra line. Is like, in case you didn't understand, Obi-Wan, I'm going to see Luke Skywalker, Anakin's son, at 123 Desert Street, where Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen live, okay?
I also put the address on one of those.
Looks like an igloo.
I also put the address on one of those rebel walls, just in case you forget them, so you can get them there.
Holds up a little picture that has the address. Can you see that? Okay, good.
I'll
Giving
fax
Reva
it to you.
Every form of communication, he sends it out to the whole universe. Hey, you probably put it in Fortnite. Emperor style.
God.
Yep. That's a thing that happened. Let's not forget that.
Satisfactory.
You gotta play
if
Fortnite
not
for all your Star
predictable,
Wars canon.
Oh, yeah.
Some thought of revenge on Anakin. This plotline serves its purpose in giving Reva a satisfactory, if not predictable, end to her story.
What is predictable?
Satisfactory and predictable.
Okay, so the reason
in
it's
our
predictable is
recording-
because of the fact that it's so inept. Like, we were like, this is what they'll do because they don't know how to do anything else.
I think he satisfactory if not predictable. Does he mean if predictable? Because we knew that this was that she was going to end, or did he think it's unpredictable that this was going to happen?
I think what he means to say is satisfactory despite being predictable.
Yeah.
But he used different words.
The predictable aspect of... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's just... I thought it doesn't matter. It's not big deal. Go ahead.
I was saying, though, the predictable aspects of it, I think, are if you've seen a lot of Disney Star Wars stuff, because both Jedi Fallen Order and Battlefront 2 had a strong female elite Imperial soldier or Sith Lord or whatever it would be that eventually turns to the light side at the end, because they can't have her just be evil.
I mean, it's so yeah. Like, I think I even pushed back on the idea that it would happen when we first saw the trailer because I was like, come on, it's not going to be that like again, or rather, it just seems so common for them to do as a storytelling idea. But I think the part that's funnier to me is that if the writers sat you down during the finale and showed her towering over Luke with the lightsaber active, and they're like, will she kill him? What do you guys think? I'd just be like, why would she kill him?
Also,
Like,
we know that she can't do
it's
that.
not, well, ignoring that for the sake of, you know, trying to be as good faith as possible. Just, it's like, you know, what reasoning could it be that would stop her from slighting down on him? And I'd be like, what reason does she have to do it? I don't understand. Nobody does.
I don't know why she's here. No one knows what's happening. Flip a coin. Who knows what the thing will be?
And then having it be like, you want me to celebrate her for getting Luke out of the danger she put him in? I don't know.
Yeah.
Feels a bit awkward.
And almost seeing her torture Leia and killing people and being a horrible person for probably, I don't know, 10 years or something. So,
Yeah, I guess 10
yeah,
years.
I hope she stays good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go horrible person.
She hates. Like, she participated in it to get revenge. I don't like.
And there was barely any addressing of that.
No, she's got a lot of work to do to like earn redemption.
A lot of blood on her hands.
Oh god, if she gets her own show, and it will be terrible. The good version would just have her racked with guilt and the ghosts of her past constantly haunting her, and how she fucked
Qui-Gon
up.
comes in. They get Qui-Gon to haunt her.
Even with the really bad starting point for the character, you would have to do this story just fully acknowledging the nature of like what she's done and that redemption. Like, that's a long way off. Or maybe it's a thing you do consistently, and it's not a matter of you're good now, you're redeemed, you've crossed the threshold of bad to good. But I mean, it'll be like a full redemption by the end of the season, maybe even halfway through.
You have become good. You now have access to these abilities.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it not established that like she did a lot of really awful things as Inquisitor, like killing a lot of innocent people?
That's an innocent woman's hand off.
She's considered the most unruly and like crazy and bloodthirsty Inquisitor out of the lot.
Even the other Inquisitors are like, calm the fuck down. All right.
It's insane to me that they did that. I don't know why the fuck they did that for.
In episode 1, she throws a throwing knife at the bartender that only gets stopped by, I think, it got stopped by the Jedi. So if he wasn't there, she would have just killed that man.
Yep.
And then she was gonna chop the young Jedi guy in half until the Grand Inquisitor stopped her for some reason. And then she cut off that woman's hand just because she said something that she didn't like. And then she was gonna kill Owen.
And tortured Leia.
And then torture. Well, this is just in episode 1. She's
probably
been doing this her whole career.
Basically,
like,
that one
and then,
scene.
of course, kidnapping. Yeah, getting Leia kidnapped. That was her too. So, yeah, she's done a lot of bad things in like one episode, and she's probably been doing this for years.
But she didn't kill one kid, so it's fine.
And that's the thing. If you tried to fix her back up as a good guy, I don't know how you address all of that. How do you contextualize that in a way that's like we can understand?
I don't know. Because I don't think you can understand what she's done because it's so irrational.
You can't even do the argument of like...
The show certainly doesn't even think about it.
Like, you can't even do the I was just following orders thing. She went above and beyond her orders.
Also, as we've learned, not a legal defense necessarily, so...
This is the thing. I'm more than happy for a character to try and argue that, and then they have to go on a journey of understanding how that was not right, and that doesn't excuse fuck all, but, like, you can't even do that with her. You can't even use that. It makes sense.
She's gonna come back to Wade. How can she? She's got a long way to go.
She killed Wade.
She did. She blew him up.
Well, someone said, be fair, we do forgive Anakin in Return of the Jedi. We've been over this. He needs to be punished hardcore for what he's done.
And he dies.
And he died. What you appreciate is he came through. And by the way, you understand exactly why he came through. Here, you have no fucking clue what's going on. He's just like, I decided I don't want to be evil anymore when the script told me I wasn't allowed to be.
He also killed his master and the emperor of the empire. That's significant.
Reva didn't do what she was going to do, whereas like Darth Vader, or I guess you say Anakin, like killed the emperor. He ended the Sith essentially. Like
he destroyed the organization he helped build at the cost of his own life, as well as his evil master. That's a
Yeah,
lot.
like he did something. Reva chose not to do something she didn't need to do in the first place for reasons that are very confusing.
She didn't
These are
need
not
to
the same.
and didn't want to. Like, I don't know why she would have wanted to do that.
I
Nobody
don't
does.
know.
People who are fans of the show argue over why she wanted to do this.
Mm-hmm. And that's the sign of how complex she is, because it can be debated whether or not she like what
Yes,
she
of course. If there's no clear answer, that means it's deep and multifaceted.
Yeah, we reference
Also-
Kylo Ren all the time, but that's
But
what that
also,
is.
any and all criticism you direct at the show's writing, Stormtrooper bonked his head. It's silly. You simultaneously praise it for being deep and intelligent while also dismissing all criticisms with, this is a stupid IP. An interesting way to defend something that you purportedly like, but...
And I imagine we're going to see that more and more for everything as time goes on. Like with Marvel, eventually they'll be like... Eventually they will use the stupid crap in Multiverse of Madness to be like, well, you guys like this, and
Always
this has
been
stupid
dumb.
stuff in it. You should be like, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
And
the
again,
MCU's always been stupid.
It seems like, for whatever reason, Star Wars' reputation is starting to get almost rehabilitated in a sense with people, whereas like Marvel's is starting to crumble a bit. Like, there's a lot more sentiment of these are just shit movies that like look really bad and have like pretty poor production values.
Yeah,
and
Star Wars
the same formula.
Star Wars split the fan base and fell apart in like 2018-ish, but then it's clawing its way back up through these very, very shit TV shows that everyone is giving a pass.
Meanwhile, what a lot of people are noticing, like Marvel, I saw it was on Twitter. It's like Thor: Love and Thunder is the best Marvel movie since Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. It's just every time a new movie comes out, it's purportedly the best one, and then you get a couple of months and everybody turns on it. It's so predictable. Everybody turns on it. Remember how much praise there was for Moon Knight? Now the consensus is that was actually like a wasted opportunity. Doctor Strange.
Man, that first episode, we were so like, oh man,
yeah.
this might be something good.
So I just had, no, Book of Boba Fett was hated. So did you miss where we just went over IGN's review, where they said the Book of Boba Fett finale was a 9 out of 10? The general public enjoyed Boba Fett. I even remember them saying like, oh no, the guy did a spin before shooting? How absurd. Didn't Obi-Wan do a spin in the OT when he was fighting Vader? Argument destroyed. As if there's not like piles of fucking context for how cringe Book of Boba Fett was. And this is what I mean. It's the general sort of watchers out there of TV shows. They're just like, Book of Boba Fett, that was fine. I like me some Star Wars where they shoot guns and have the Darksaber. Mando episode. Angry Joe gave the Mando episodes like 10 out of 10, didn't he?
Mando season 2, I think. What was it?
No,
One
the Mando
episode
episodes
got
of
a
Book of
9.
Boba Fett is what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he
But
said
also,
like...
didn't he give Mando like season 2? Didn't he give like most episodes?
Yeah, but I'm talking
10
about Book of
or
Boba Fett. So when he like I think he was on board with like 1, 2, and 3 were pretty bad, but 4 where we see Mando, or was that 4 or was that 5?
It was 5 and 6. That's
Yeah,
when
I
Mando
think he
showed.
gave the solely Mando episode like a 10 out of 10, and then the Mando lit one. Fuck, I'm even forget that. See, yeah, my brain was happily forgetting Book of Boba Fett. Someone ruined it.
In Rex post a list someone gave him. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Should I just post it in here so you can have it?
Point being, Book of Boba Fett got past a lot of people's smell tests, just like Kenobi is. Kenobi is getting praised pretty hardcore.
The only things that turn people
Yeah,
against
they are.
Book of Boba Fett were like poor production values that like
The
bite.
Vespas.
Yeah, it wasn't really the writing. It doesn't. I don't know.
But don't worry, the communities you're probably more invested in watching, be it like the EFAP spheres or the spheres around it, they all thought it was shit. But let's be honest, I know that there's a lot of people who have chats here, but like we're niche when it comes to the wide market of TV enjoyers.
The finale for this show is at like an 8.5 on IMDb.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is, but yeah.
What you
And that's what
gonna
makes
do?
it special.
But in truth, you can't help but let out a small sigh every time we cut back to Tatooine, as we'd much rather stick with the much more exciting Vader and Kenobi encounter.
Oh, it's okay.
I guess so.
I suppose.
I
This was
sigh
just
at the
awkward and
whole thing,
weird.
but yeah, okay. I mean, it's funny that he brought this up because we kind of did touch on it, but just it is a bizarrely structured episode in that Vader and Kenobi, their final battle before their final battle, it's all been built up. They've got all this stuff, this baggage, and it's like, we're done with that, now Reva. And you're like, oh, you probably should have done Reva before that, honestly.
Yeah,
No one gives a fuck about Reva.
Yeah.
She can't even have an impact on the plot line, because we know how it all pans out. Like, she's literally restricted to doing nothing. We all, like, if someone, how do you answer that question? It's like, well, will she kill Luke? You're like, you are curious. It's like, why would you ask me that? I know that I've got to figure out in my head how she would spare him. And you'd usually figure out why that would happen based on their motivation to kill.
They brought her so close to killing him, and then they're like, oh yeah, that's right.
She's swinging the sword. The director's like, wait. You can't actually kill him. There's this film called A New Hope. I just saw it.
She has to slip
I
or
just
something.
saw it. I finished fight during production.
Did you guys know Luke
Qui-Gon
Skywalker is
Jinn
in that
Force
one?
Ghost shows up and pushes her over.
Hey, stop it.
It's possible now. I mean, thanks to
Oh, yeah.
TLJ, we know they could do it. Yeah, where was Qui-Gon during all this shit? He could have shocked Darth Vader or something.
That would be funny as fuck if he actually... I wouldn't... You know what? Quote this for the next 10 years. Force Ghost lightsaber fight. When are they going to do it? Disney would totally do that.
Oh,
And,
absolutely.
Yeah, she swipes at Luke, and Qui-Gon draws his saber, and he's like, no. And then they play Duel of Fates, and they both fight, and we would all cry.
It's probably how they'll try to tie in like Darth Revan from Knights of the Old Republic. Be like, oh, we saw the episode of Darth Vader where Vader fights against Force Ghost Revan. Because those are two people we like.
And then the directors asked if they could do that. Why wouldn't Obi-Wan? Why wouldn't anyone else? And then they're like, well, because
it was only in the super special Sith temple. Gosh,
I wouldn't be surprised. This is what I mean. It's so predictable at this point in terms of the bad writing. It'd be like, well, in that moment, Qui-Gon felt such an emotional sort of experience, and he's a very wise, very trained Force Ghost. Only he is capable of doing something like that. Like, okay, all right, yeah, fine. Qui-Gon Palpatine Force Ghost fight. Yeah, let's do it.
have we ever even met?
Wait, aren't you the senator guy? And he's like, yeah, haven't you been? I'm Palpatine. Like, what? Come on, you've watched this. you've been watching the whole films, haven't you?
You're crazy.
Oh, I'm just a humble Naboo senator.
This serves as a metaphor for the whole show, really, which has felt caught between telling an Obi-Wan story and one about the Inquisition. Both have been done to decent effect.
What have we learned about the Inquisition? The Sith
That they're
Inquisition.
goofy and they're shit.
Goofy.
I know less about them now than I did.
Possibly.
You know less about them now.
No, I honestly did. Like, I'm dead serious about that. I feel like I understood what the Inquisitors were supposed to be after watching Rebels and playing Jedi Fallen Order, which are the two properties. But I mean, they kind of contradict a lot of that stuff because they, at least in Jedi Fallen Order, they were saying that the Inquisitors were supposed to be younglings who were basically indoctrinated in like torture machines, essentially, to basically be tortured into becoming the Inquisitors. And here, it's like the younglings are there at the beginning, so I was like, oh, okay, so these are probably the Inquisitors from the show. And then clearly they forgot about that by the time they're showing the flashback to Reva getting stabbed because she didn't turn into an Inquisitor that day. I don't know. I guess I don't get it anymore, is what I'm saying. I can't explain it because I don't know.
Again, to the director, writer team, you should be like, wait, how is she an Inquisitor? She got stabbed by a lightsaber. And they just look at you confused, like, why would that kill someone? Like,
well, it's like, okay, then Vader must have taken her and made her an Inquisitor. It's like, then why did she say she played dead?
Yeah, I have no idea
what. They're just planning to take you anyways.
I've talked about this so many times because I'm trying to picture it. She crawls out of the body pile. She sneaks, quote unquote, away. I don't know. Does she need to sneak away? I don't know. And then she turns up to like Vader's office, bleeding to death. Like, hey, I want to be an Inquisitor now. And then he's just like, okay. I don't know. How does it work? What happened?
Yeah, like how did that actually happen? It's kind of important.
Was it that her rage as a child kept her alive and that impressed the Sith to the point where they're like, you should work for us. It's not like you'll harbor complete resentment towards us. And then they have a little talk outside of where she is, outside of her earshot, and they're like, you know, She does hate us, and she will try and kill us one day, but maybe we can use her rage to find Obi-Wan. Because she doesn't like him either.
I guess you don't
What
need
the
to
fuck?
work out the story if you have a theme. Revenge is a good reason to stay alive, or whatever the hell it
Yeah,
was that the Inquisitor said. That's the
sounds
theme.
utterly
So three
bizarre.
characters in the show do it, and it's fine.
It's so
That's
hard to
making me sad.
understand what the hell they were going for. Some people say like this is obviously a movie script that's been stretched out, and I'm just like, I don't know what this was. It was crazy.
The key
you
to
can't-
survival is being angry, Leia.
Not sad.
Not sad, because
That
you'll fucking
kills you.
die from that. I don't.
Help
Not
but one-
that no one you know would have died from sadness, of course. but seriously, be angry.
Mm-hmm.
wonder if there are two great individual series
Oh,
tussling.
music is back.
No.
Yes.
Did
Oh, I
you-
love. That's my favorite
Do you hear
character.
that? The way that kicks in, it's like, wait, what?
effect. But you can't help
Good,
but
I've been
wonder
so
if there are
bored.
two great individual series
Yeah,
tussling
there's that
within
pause in the
Obi-Wan
music.
Kenobi.
Like
Yeah,
it's supposed to be this epic, like, oh, the music is just starting, but in a video, that just means it just suddenly happens because someone's talking over it and it doesn't work. It doesn't translate to a visual that it might be, paired with. It's
Mhm.
just, oh, this is epic music. Fuck it, just put it in the back and slide that bar down so it's only like 20% volume or whatever, or 50% or something like that. Does it have
Have
to
been
match?
meshed
No, fuck it.
together to create one often unfocused one. Although not seamlessly woven throughout this episode, it does very little to take away from an otherwise thrilling spectacle. Plus,
Stop talking.
Hey, you can't deny that it is a spectacle, Rags. It's just not the kind that he's saying it is.
It is a spectacle, that is true.
We were all gawking at this thing in utter shock.
Guac.
Yeah.
Guac.
Shocking and guacking. Shocking and guacking.
Guacamole.
It's kind of unreal how, like, him returning in full makeup is not something that it really gets talked about, the Emperor, because it's just like, there's so much other shit to talk about.
Somehow, Palpatine returned.
this fucking show.
Did
Hey,
that
Vader,
speak?
I love what you've done with the place.
I still stand
I
by how
like
funny
that.
it is. The Vader's like, we will find him. And then Vader's like, dude, you okay? Like,
I love
You're
the,
right, buddy.
the black floor and the black chair and the black ceiling and the black walls.
all the red
and-
highlights really bring
I
the
like-
room together.
Yes, I like the black armchair there and the table, which is
I
black.
could introduce you to the guy who did my room.
if you want.
If you remember.
Yes.
If you want, just float the idea, just in
Lovely,
case you
it's
think
excellent.
Because when the Emperor visits him,
Redecorating.
here, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna get a drink. And he opens his black fridge. There's like loads of black bottles and a black cup. And he's like,
Why are you so insistent
know,
on living in the shadow?
the color wheel is filled with many wonderful shades.
some
My
consider-
apprentice, just out of
Some
curiosity,
consider-
are those
I don't-
windows open? Is there glass there? Is
Or
that
are they
just,
just
open?
painted black?
Is this a balcony that you're sitting on because it's not enclosed?
I need to go to the toilet. It's not just black, is it? In a black room, like, please, do I need a
Like,
torch?
Like even I wear all black.
This black room.
The exaggerated swagger of this black room. You know what this room of yours needs? A good coating of CGI.
Because he was calling him to ask if they're still watching, whatever TV show tonight, and then Vader was just like, "Fucking Obi-Wan, dude." And he keeps randomly bringing it up when the Emperor's going over more random topics, and he's like, "This is
I hate
clearly
him.
on your mind.
Constantly
Like,
embarrasses me.
I get that you're frustrated about this. Would you like to talk about it? Like, what is it that really
Talk about
bothers
it.
you?"
I can introduce you to my therapist. He's really thoughtful and considerate. You
There's
should
like,
give it a
no.
He
try.
helped me through a lot. I lost a lot of good people over
I
there.
lost.
Actually,
what?
no, I hate everyone.
Darth Plagueis, that really weighed on me a bit.
Darth Maul, I'm okay
Sometimes
with.
I regret that. He was kind of a cool
Maybe
dude.
I could have been nice to him while he was still alive. Of course, I was still going to kill him, but
Perhaps I treated him
could've done-
unfairly.
Perhaps I treated him too harsh.
You don't know what you've got till it's gone, Vader. Remember that. He just gives some good life advice.
Just random
on his
like
little
live advice
calls.
quotes. I do like as
I
well.
just now envision the sitcom. It's just Darth Vader and the Emperor.
He's like, "Are you upset that you lost your little fight?" And he's like, "I didn't lose. He ran off. So really, I think I won." You know,
it's okay.
When we were training, we just decided who won, and this time I decided I won.
Like I saw.
By the way, you know that
thing
he told you about wanting to win too much? That's a lie, by the way.
It's bullshit.
I wanted to win a lot, and I did. Just so we're clear.
It's a really good motivator. And you know what? He dies later, so like...
I've seen it in the Force.
It's been foretold.
He gives enough pep talks to Vader. He comes back into the room, and there's just a live, laugh, love.
Yeah,
thing on the wall.
It would have been way better if he had turned up as soon as he lost the fight and just pats him on the back like, "Aw, we'll get him next time."
Like slash, stab, burn, or something like that. But it's in the cursive.
This is what I now want to see the show where it's the daily lives of the Emperor and Darth Vader.
Just calls him, "So how you doing?"
Emp and Darth.
And the Emperor wants him to buy a chair that can roll out into like a bed so that he can stay over sometimes. But he buys it and it's just like white, and Vader's like, "Really?"
Yeah. Well, really not my style, man. Whatever, it's a bed.
We put a black blanket over it. And he's like, "No."
No.
What is it with you in black?
Like when all of these very bright colored, shelves, and he just keeps walking towards the one like dark one in the whole store. Like, I thought we talked about this. I thought we were gonna add some color into that room beyond just black and red.
They go to couples therapy, and they think it's a brand new therapist to try it out, and the person's like, "So the color black," and Vader's like, "You told him, really?" He's like, I think it's important that we talk about it.
You said you wouldn't tell him. I know, I said that, but I did.
Lied. I'm a Sith.
I lied.
We lied.
It's true. I'm a Sith. What do you fucking expect?
Hope he gets over
I'm
it.
just saying, I would rather watch this a lot more than the show that we got.
Way funnier, and you could probably keep it way more in character.
We could get some real insight into, these characters.
What a shame.
We finally got a strong burst of the Imperial theme, and a repeat of that strong burst
of
the
Imperial
They played the
theme.
music. They played the
music. I heard the noise, and I clapped. I clapped when I heard it.
I heard jangle, and I was very happy. 10 out of 10.
Finally.
Jingle,
What I was saying, this is the kind of person that they jangle the keys for, and it works.
It definitely works, yeah.
Totally, yeah. I mean, it gets him a fucking 9 out of 10, as we saw in that little table.
One line we've been waiting for.
Hello there.
Oh my god. The one line we've been waiting for.
Remember we were memeing that so hard when it was about to happen? We're like, shit.
Yep.
We can meme too, kids. I feel like I can't ever say hello there again.
I mean, it's like the fastest way to kill memes is when they're self-aware, and it's always so great.
I'm the Juggernaut bitch in X3.
Isn't it meme already like old shit anyways?
That one's funny.
Juggernaut bitch. Oh god, what a great movie.
Don't you know who I am?
Obi-Wan Kenobi elegantly ties a bow on the stories it began, while enhancing the ones that are yet to come.
No,
A truly enthralling...
stop!
You're ruining it.
Ruins so much.
You're peeing all over it.
Yeah.
Chuck up
ones that are yet to come. A truly enthralling showdown between Vader and Kenobi we all hoped it would be, topping not only every fight from the series, but maybe in all of Star Wars.
Topping every fight from the series.
Wait,
the
series being this show? Yeah, okay.
Then he says in all of Star Wars, though. So
oh god, he does? Let's roll him back. Yeah. Holy shit. I'm not ready.
Vader and Kenobi is what we all hoped it would be, topping not only every fight from the series, but maybe in all of Star Wars.
Oh,
yeah, there it is.
Throw that little maybe in there in case people flame you too hard on the internet.
Yeah,
like I said,
maybe he's non-committal, isn't it? It's like I didn't say it was.
I know some days I think it's this one's.
I need Yoda's commentary on Obi-Wan doing this to just be like, what? How did? Really? And then Obi-Wan's like, well, hey man, if there is no try, right? I nailed it.
Hey, fucking dumbass you are.
he's just like, I know there's. I say that there's no real limits, but I mean there are. Like,
Very stupid.
I can't just grab a planet, Obi-Wan. So I'm just saying, this is all right.
Incredibly
In its final
you are.
episode, Obi-Wan Kenobi delivers on everything we hoped the show would be.
No, not we.
You sad that this is what you want. It's
That's a you
sad
thing,
that this
buddy.
is what you want.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's made it clear that like what he was looking for was the Imperial March to happen, for him to say hello there at some point, for him to do his stance, his cool lightsaber moves, for him to use the Force at some point. And then he said that they apparently enhanced all the relationships from the OT, which is just like, ugh.
Man,
You hurt me. Why must you wound my
Leia
soul?
now. I didn't hate Leia before this show.
An exciting new
Someone just said, what's Yoda's reaction going to be when he finds out Obi-Wan could have killed Vader for the second time and failed again? It's like, oh, dude, he's telling the story. He's like, oh, it was so amazing, exciting, and I fucking thrashed him. But then I had this moment where I was like, oh no, is Anakin still in there? And Yoda's like put his head on his hands, like listening to the story really intently. He's like, what happened? He's like, yeah, you know, he said like, no, I killed Anakin. It's like, oh my god, what'd you do then? He's like, well, you know, I said goodbye, Vader.
And walked off.
Or Darth, rather.
Darth.
And then he's
Is this
Okay,
where you stabbed him? Or cut off his head? Or
like,
you know, the reason
drop
I
a rock
didn't
on
kill
him?
the Emperor is because like I got flung like all the way to the ground. You know, like you were there the first time. You were right there. You had his lightsaber too.
It would be so absurd to Yoda that he'd be like, you left? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, you sure you didn't just lose and run away? He's like, no, I left him. And he's like,
I don't believe you. I do not.
He's like, you would have killed him, so why are you lying to me? And he's like, no, I didn't want to. He's like, what do you mean you didn't want to? Like, what does that even, what? Fucking Obi-Wan.
I want him
A
to
pussy you are.
Pussy.
chapter of Star Wars that doesn't betray what came before or after it.
Oh, man,
I
that does.
mean,
Stop.
the generous of you. I'm surprised you didn't just have a huge praise section for this moment. And what do you even say? Qui-Gon Jinn. He's a character from the prequels. He was the master for Obi-Wan. He turns up and he says, let's go.
Let's go.
When Obi-Wan should be saying, dude, you could have just left well enough alone and let him do a stupid fucking pod race, but no. And look
No.
what happened. Train the
Oh,
boy.
man.
Train the boy.
You're doing funnies, but like imagine that's a second act low point in the
I'm
show
making
with
joke
Qui-Gon
because
being
that's
in the
what they
whole
should
thing.
talk about.
That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
yeah.
Like, imagine
It's
at
your
first
fault.
Qui-Gon's trying to pull him out of his like crazy depression-y stuff, but then Obi-Wan just starts to think about it more and more, and he's just like, why did you pick this kid?
I
Did,
told
like-
you not to. I told you the boy is too old. I even said it like I do.
And he could be like so fucking angry with him that it like he starts to fade out because it's just like that, you know, the part of the connection is like
He
an
disappears
equilibrium.
into the bush. Like
not
Homer
even not like
Simpson.
I mean like legitimately it could create drama that if you're angry and unfocused you can't commune with Force ghosts as easily or something like that. Because fuck me, it's just not fair. It's not fair. You have him turn up and just say hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why'd you
And
do
then
this to me?
Hello, let's go.
Only breathing new life into the stories and characters we've come to love.
Does it though?
I mean, he's
Wow.
he summed up why it was successful. It's characters you've come to love that have nothing to do with Disney.
I said 8.
Well,
Man.
I think the average was something like 8.5, so the cast got it pretty much.
God.
Amazing.
Nice.
And this, by the way, explains the title of this stream. He said it's
Amazing.
amazing.
There you go.
Oh, there.
For more
what's
Obi-Wan
that?
Kenobi, check out our review of Episode 5
No,
or
I'm
the
good,
latest
mate.
edition. Delve deeper into the show.
Delve deeper.
wouldn't
We go a
know
little
what
further
fucking-
sometimes. You're like, oh. See, this is what they talk about when they say your review is longer than the thing, therefore invalid. These are the valid reviews.
Yes, 6 minutes. You say nothing. You've come away having learned nothing at all. Great.
You wish you could know what they mean by several statements, but you never do.
Don't get to know.
I get those comments every once in a while on my videos where it's like, why couldn't you have just said you thought it was bad? With the fucking hours and hours.
I guess people just aren't interested in like the discussion. I guess I just don't care.
They just want to clap at the visuals, and that's that.
No, I mean, I guess they don't care about the conversation about why people like stuff because they probably do like storytelling. It's just you're not interested in talking about it, which is odd.
Yeah.
They have some version of storytelling in their heads that's just bizarre and weird.
Well, no, what I mean is that their passion for like having these discussions doesn't really exist. They just like the notion of having a conversation with more detail than I liked it or I didn't like it is odd to some people. I don't get it.
This image. My friend's dead. Guess I'm gonna go. Look at him. He ain't Anakin. Kill him, damn it. Just gonna re-speech his sounds while he's like.
Yeah. Good meme.
Good meme.
So true.
At the end of the thing with Reva too, she's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do now, and then Obi-Wan's like, you're free now. We both are, and that made me laugh out loud because I'm like, how are you free?
You gotta stay on Tatooine,
more
buddy.
Jedi.
You're still living in a cave waiting for.
I
Luke
swear to
grow
God,
up
if you
to-
leave this planet again, we will hurt you. You gotta stay here. Meanwhile,
This is
Reva,
your
yeah,
home now.
I mean, everyone's made jokes about it. Reva will turn up again. She'll be back.
Oh yeah,
Who knows
absolutely.
what fucking series she'll be in, if not her own.
I'll probably have her travel forward in time and team up with Ahsoka and the Mandalorian to have an Avengers movie against Thrawn or some shit.
She'll probably travel forward in time.
No,
That's
I'm actually not kidding. It's probably
Yeah.
gonna happen.
That's probably
Well, yeah,
you're
'cause-
probably right.
Yeah, Ahsoka is only alive because they introduced time travel at the end of Rebels. So it's like it is gonna happen.
okay.
Like
See, this is why I think Rebels is not defended anywhere near as much as the Clone Wars series. There's stuff
Thrawn
like that. in
and
it.
Thrawn, who's the like the main villain in what were the best Star Wars books, like the Timothy Zahn trilogy from like the early '90s. He's on Rebels as well, and him and Ezra, who's like the main Jedi guy, travel like through some wormhole or some shit. And I'm going to assume it's to the era where Mando and Boba Fett and all those shows are
Oh,
taking place.
God.
So they can have a big crossover event.
What if I told you I don't want?
I would agree with you.
What if I
Crisis
told
on
you try
Infinite.
imagining that it is what you want?
And maybe you'll like it. That's a good
maybe
idea.
you will like it.
All right.
Crisis on
Yeah.
Infinite Star Warses.
Now, there's a bit of a dilemma in that somehow a 6-minute video took us to 2.5 hours.
Well, that never
yeah.
happened before.
Well,
Which-
a lot of it, like an hour or so of that was us fucking around. To be fair,
No, it wasn't. We did an IGN reviewing of their own review scores, which helped us understand what they meant by amazing. What
that
were,
was
their,
research.
what were their games for amazing again? It was,
Uh,
Resident Evil
Office
2,
was fun.
Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Batman Arkham Knight. Those are on point with Kenobi, apparently.
Man.
Also, Forza Horizon 4. Any Forza fans in chat who are upset to know that it's
Is it
Kenobi
is
level?
it Forza or Forza?
It's Forza, I think, isn't it?
Forza.
Forza.
As far
I
as I
think
know,
it's
it's
Forza.
Forza, yeah.
You pronounce it like
I've
there's
only
a T
heard
in
it
it.
Forza
It's the
I
Italian
am
word for strength.
because pizza has 2 Z's and Forza has 1 Z, right?
Pizza.
Did you
Well,
need?
sure, but I guess I'm just trying to pronounce it like so. Apparently, it is Forza. That's how it's
Forza.
pronounced.
Forza.
Yeah.
Hey, the Forza
Yeah.
Horizon.
I mean, I
Forza
think it's perfectly
Horizon.
reasonable for someone to say Forza, but then be like, wait, Forza? What?
Forza.
Those goofy
always-
languages.
It almost sounds
The-
like cunt in German.
I thought Forza Horizon 2 was cool.
Yeah, I like the Horizon games. They're fun.
Horizon.
really fun.
Horizon.
I remember I said I was gonna
Horizon. That's good.
3 is set in Australia. I'm like, yeah, I'll play that one, and then I just never did. like,
Wow.
I don't know. And
3
then I think
has a really cool Hot Wheels DLC.
and 4 was set in the Britannia, and then I think
Ooh.
5 was in Mexico. They have a lot of fun settings for the. It's kind of crazy how like Forza they've made so many Forza like. Didn't Gran Turismo 7 like came out like 10 years after 6, right? And people aren't happy with it, are they?
Yeah, the microtransaction situation is not good.
Seems like Forza at this point is kind of taken over in terms of being like more reliably out and enjoyable. No,
Well,
then
I
again,
think we'll probably We'll probably see this year because the new Motorsport's coming out, and that more directly competes with Gran Turismo. Whereas Horizon's more like Need for Speed. It's like casual racer.
Makes sense.
I remember.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. That's all good.
So the dilemma is more so that this was never going to be able to be a long EFAP episode because of I got loads of things coming up, as well as I need all the time I can get to finish Kenobi Mini 6, as well as I think it's fair to say Fringy too. So what I think the obviously plan A was going to be that as long as we finished in time we could do another video. What I'm suggesting now is that we probably should go to Super Chats now so we can get them done.
Yeah.
Just tie it up sort of thing. It's still going to take us like 2 hours at least, so we'll be around. Don't worry about it, chat. Don't go nuts on me. But I'm assuming you guys are going to want to see that many tomorrow rather than extending it past then, because this has been. Go ahead.
I was just because people are saying short man bad. It's like the trade-off is ideally you get your EFAP mini sooner,
which will be 2 hours, I think.
Right.
So
it'll be long. Yeah, there's a lot.
You've been eating good lately, EFAP chat. You've had a whole bonus set of good old minis to tide you over, but we're still gonna be here, and we're still gonna. What we're gonna do is see what you've been saying about Ken Booby and other assorted things. Though I will say, because it's like a nice little sort of break between sections. If anybody here, I mainly am directing this at CJ, Mark, and Metal. If you'd like to exit, listen, I'm giving you the option. You should be happy. I'm not even giving it to Fringy and Rags. I'm saying no to them. They're not allowed. They literally have chains. Can you believe it?
I believe it.
Uncomfy.
Chains and a leash.
I don't have chains. I don't have chains. That jingle, jingle, jingle.
I don't mind hanging out.
I want
sorry,
more,
go
and I
ahead,
know
CJ.
I shouldn't.
No, you first. You first.
I was gonna say I don't mind hanging out.
No, Mark,
but
you go ahead. You go first. You go ahead.
Okay, I will, Rags. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. I just need to feed my dogs because I'm a dog lover. And, I
that's
like
good.
all dogs of all types, even Shiba Inus. They're really cool.
It's weird how you're really singling them out. That's like saying I love people of all colors. I mean, especially the black ones. They're especially them. I love them too. Yeah, in addition to all the others. Yeah.
I guess I might step in that too, talking about X-Ray Girl at some point. Be like, yeah, I'm not racist at all, guys. I'm married to an Asian woman. It's
that's what they all say.
Yeah.
What about you, CJ?
I think I'm going to use the opportunity to take off because I do have a lot of work I have to do tonight to try and get this video out.
Well, yeah,
at
it sounds
some point
exciting. The
next week.
grand return of
Yes.
reviews.
Yep, I've been working towards this for the past month and a half, and just kind of I want to get it done. And so the more I do tonight, the less I have to do later on.
You gonna do any coverage for Kenobi?
Oh, fuck that! No, I'm so apathetic about so many pop culture things that get released because they're all so it's not even they're not even entertainingly bad. They're just kind of meh.
I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you on that element, but I understand. So don't.
Fair
worry,
enough. Yeah.
Some of this stuff has been pretty funny, like the trench coat part. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that was hilarious.
Beautiful.
Yeah. But the problem is, you're sitting through 6 hours of meh for about 5 minutes of cringe.
Real good cringe.
So for me,
though.
it's not.
Have you seen our watches of these?
I haven't been watching
it is a
them,
ride the whole way through.
We do be doing a lot of laughing.
You said doobie doo.
I did indeed. But yeah, it's it's.
We used to put that on Mountain Dew bottles. Doobie doobie doo, but with DEW.
Do the do, yeah.
I can't think of Mountain Dew without thinking about movie bobs like Mountain Dew marinated chicken.
I always think of
cuisine.
Homer with the crab juice.
I need Gordon Ramsay's review of that. I need it. Can you just make a face? He wouldn't even say anything.
This would have been better if it's fucking raw. You donkey.
Does he have a cameo? Because if he has a cameo page, you could just pay him to watch it.
I imagine his cameo page would be incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
It's
He is one of the
crowdsourced
highest
for the movie.
paid.
But worth it though. And
on
with
it.
Cameo, can you ask them to just give their genuine thoughts on a thing?
No idea.
Or do they have to just read a script, and then it depends if they approve? Because that would be interesting as fuck to get his opinion on, like, you know, Mountain Dew marinated chicken. See what he says.
I guess it's not the purpose behind it, but I suppose you're not risking anything because they could just be like, yeah, no, and then just refund you. So, I don't know, might be worth a shot. All I'm saying.
I was gonna say I'm not exactly looking to repeat a goodbye, but that is the nature of your fun times with us today. So I guess I'll say it again. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We've had lots of fun. Star Wars is in a great position, and I look forward to whatever it is you're cooking up.
What would a Star Wars episode be without your, friendly neighborhood Ryan Johnson impersonator?
Yeah, and he'll be back
All
one
right.
day to do that trilogy. You just wait.
All right, thanks for having me on again. Take care, lads. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Dude.
Bye-bye. See ya. Ciao.
X-Ray Girl and I actually just recently caught up on Better Call Saul, and I rewatched Breaking Bad to, like, I guess to kind of catch myself up on that, so I got all the references. And the episodes of that Ryan Johnson directed are really, really good. It's just like, man, like, it's really just the material that the person's given and the, like, structure that they're around, because it's like
Just
the
don't
guy's
give him
not
the script.
bad. It's
every
the
time.
problem was saying to this guy, anything goes, do whatever you want, write this script.
Just needs
Nothing's
somebody
off
to
the table.
filter him, because there may be ideas he has in relation to the script that are good, but he needs to know when they shit on something, so he doesn't remember or doesn't know. You gotta be like, no, Ryan, not that one. He's like, no. Fine, I guess. But yeah, Mel, are you gonna stay?
Of course. Sorry.
Alright, I'll feed the puppies, but I'll be back if that's cool.
Very well. Alrighty.
Alright. You guys.
Let us begin.
All right.
This one says, I grieve in stero. The stero sounds strange. That sound familiar to
I
anybody
grieve
here?
in stereo. The
Nope.
stereo sounds strange.
Chat, is there some meme we're unaware of here? What does this mean?
I grieve in stereo. The stereo sounds strange. No, I got nothing.
I have no clue.
People saying stereo, but it's spelled stereo twice, so I doubt it's a mistake. It could be.
Yeah.
Maybe if they thought that's how stereo, I don't know.
Oh, I've seen Little Dark Age be said more than once. I don't know what
Yeah,
that
just
is.
Googled it. That seems to be, well, I think that's a song, but that's a grief in stereo again, and not stereo, so I don't know.
Well, alright. Fair enough. Oh, hi, Mark. Damn, he's not here, but he will be, once again. Say hello. Oh, the guy who said it said, I'm autistic, I spelled it wrong. It's all good, don't worry about it. Hey, Fringy, are your fingers webbed, or are you just happy to see me?
My aren't webbed, or I guess. Oh, right, because we talked about how the actual. Oh, sorry, yeah, because the webbing in our fingers is apparently from our frog ancestors.
Okay.
Did you know? You know how
More confused now.
you know how, like, in your hand there's kind of like the connecting part between your fingers, like when you open up the palm of your hand and you got
Yeah.
like the little webbing there. Not
Yeah,
like the web.
I'm more talking about the frog part.
Your ancestors were frogs.
Okay.
You know, you go back far enough.
No, I don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be
one-
confused, Ringy.
One of your great to the power of like a million grandparent frog.
Were they actually like frog in terms of how they were classified?
Amphibian.
You sure we didn't
amphibian.
share a common ancestor? We actually came from them?
I'm pretty sure amphibians were the first land animals, so I think all land animals come from amphibians.
I'm pretty sure life crashed on Earth from a comet.
It's true, Fringy.
I think it was deer and giraffe that came out of the comet, and then everything came.
Frog comet.
How do you know?
Frog-yor, if you will.
Raise the
Science-
comet.
Hold on. What was the first land animal? What was that? Because I remember I looked it up for a gag that
It's probably, I think it was giraffes.
I don't think you're correct about that.
No? That would have been my first guess.
Mammoths. They came from the swamps or whatever, right?
swamp mammoths.
Yeah, swamp mammoth. Sorry, I didn't mean to say.
They used to be like
mammoth.
big greenish
Mm-hmm.
amphibian-like proto mammoths. Then they just got woollier and they kept going north.
And then the
north.
giraffes came from the swamp mammoths, I think.
I think so. Yeah, they got thinner and decided they wanted to get those trees up there, so they got long necks and changed colors and got some hoof action going on.
Super interesting. It's all
It really is.
Another
Evolutionary
2 hour
biology is
derails
fascinating.
everything with his autism episode. You better believe we're derailing this. So I want to figure out what the first land animal was. Guinness World Record says that it was some type of millipede, but that's not what I remember. I remember it was like a fish frog thing that had little fin arms that helped it get onto land occasionally and then go back in. But what was it called? I had like a really and I'm also seeing it's this guy here. He's like kind of like a crocodile fish thing.
Is that what land animal means? Like first animal that can get onto land, or does it mean animal that is strictly living on land?
Well, I think the problem is that it gets blurry because a lot of the first land animals would have spent a hell of a lot of time in water. Because that was the nature of it. They'd come onto land for a little bit and then go into the water, and then over the course of like millions of years, it was arthropods first, crabs. Okay.
Arthropods.
I'm just trying. Let me see.
Arthropods would be like a furry thing. That's a fun noise.
Well, so I'm jumping the gun because someone said our ancestors were amphibious, but they weren't amphibians like modern amphibians. Yeah, I figured. I guess when I say that they're a frog, they're not like exactly the same as a frog right now, but that they're a frog-like, you know? Damn, I'm just not finding what it was. In any case, I remember reading that on Wikipedia once about the web things.
Clearly lied to. Good old
I don't know if I was lied to. I think because I remember I read that hiccups or something was some sort of the reason why a lot of animals still have hiccups is it was some inherited trait from the way that earlier animals breathe would breathe. It was just something that got left over.
Very well.
It's like I don't know if that's true or not. But it sounds interesting.
I'm just sad it's not actual frogs now.
Kenobi is terrible, but why is TFM, being I assume the fandom menace, not you guys, so bad at criticizing it? Nerdrotic's complaints on Twitter are horrid. Well, to be fair, I've been on a couple of streams with him about this. He's lined up with a lot of the things that we've been saying as well about the inconsistencies and stuff. I'm not sure which of the things he said on Twitter. I try to avoid Twitter, especially lately. You know, it's not a fun place. Never was, never will be. But yeah, I've even seen some of his videos. He's been tearing it to shreds in all the consistent arguments I've been seeing, which is neat. Thank you for watching these shows so we don't have to.
You bet.
No problem. You want to say something there, Frankie?
Yeah, because someone said Fringy's bad at biology. I didn't study it at school. I did physics, and I remember nothing about it. I was bad at chemistry, though.
Bad at biology. Oh yeah? Well, I didn't even study it.
Yeah, exactly. I can't be bad at it. I didn't even learn anything about it.
If someone said I was bad at biology, I'd be like, yeah. I would never.
If they said you're bad at biology, I'm like, what do you mean? I'm bad
what does
at
it mean
biology.
To be bad at biology? Because I am biological and I exist.
Because for decades I've been going along just fine and things are looking pretty good. So I think I'm pretty good at biology.
Do you just routinely like collapse to the ground because your body just stops working?
I wish my body was better at biology.
Should I save my Stranger Things Season 4 Super Chats for the Stranger Things EFAP, or can I ask them now?
Yes.
So first of all, yeah, to be fair, there's people here who are going to want to see it, but I don't know if there's going to be an EFAP for it, because like, I'd be on board with that. Fringy might be when he sees more of it. Metal and Rags, for example, I have no idea if
I
they
know
would find that
nothing
tempting.
about Stranger Things.
I have never seen an
I just
episode
never
in
seen
my
an
life.
episode.
That's to be discussed as a potential, but to be honest with you,
Okay.
the Moon Knight fans are gonna get real upset.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about
I
Stranger
feel really
Things.
awful.
Sorry, Moon Knight fans.
There are subreddit
There's so much
posts.
to talk about Moon Knight.
I know
yeah,
there are
like,
subreddit
it's-
posts about how I was like, why do they do it? There's this is like the same people every once in a while who are like, man, I was really looking forward to them talking about that. And it's just like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It just we just don't care anymore.
This is it. Oh, that window. It's pretty much closed because now I would need to possibly watch it 2 more times to get everything I need to really do a proper
do you
breakdown.
Really want to do that?
Well, first of all, I don't know if I have the time to do it. Secondly, if I like, do I really have the passion to do that? It's a tough one. And then thirdly, it's like, you guys should probably watch it again at that point because it's been so long, right? Like the references might be a lot thinner, and I don't know if I want to make you guys do that as opposed to, watching. I would rather make you guys watch Stranger Things season 4 and talk about it. That would be more entertaining, I think.
I mean, I'd rather watch Stranger Things season 4 best I've seen so far. So
it's like, it's unfortunate, but this sort of thing happens. There's a lot of things that we were going to cover at some point, but they never did because that's just the nature of being human,
when you
Take your word
do
for
the
it.
art on the same layer as the sketch.
Ripperoo.
Don't worry, continue.
Hi, Rags.
Hello.
And weird sentence structure. And I got my J plushie on Thursday, and everybody at work thinks he's adorable. I also have my J plushie.
What?
With my
Mine is
one.
still on the way. Where is it?
Well, it gives it an order of like morally superior people, I think. So you'll get yours.
God damn it!
At some
I'm getting
point.
mine like 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Track
Finally,
your
I made a
order.
live EFAP. Love all your content and hard work, guys. Random question. Do any of you play TTRPGs? My friends and I have made one called Plains of Oridon. Oridon? Long live the long man, Hi Rags, and Kick J.
Hello. I'm not currently in any games, but I enjoy playing them when I get the chance.
TTRPGs, what does that stand for?
Tabletop role-playing games.
No, I
like
don't
D&D,
really play any.
Pathfinder, Starfinder, Call of Cthulhu.
Been a long time since I've played one.
I played 2 back in the day that didn't get a great impression from, but they were fun. They just didn't go well. And end. I don't think I've ever played one to completion, and it's never been my fault. I have been a good player, okay? Don't believe the propaganda from the newspapers. But yeah, they seem fun. As for the nice things you said about our work, though, that's kind of you.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Yeah.
Darkside users literally being too angry to die is a potentially cool idea that immediately gets ruined by taking it too far with Darth Maul. I agree. Seems to me that the death George Lucas gave him was pretty permanent.
You would think that being bisected and falling into a bottomless pit would seal the deal, but well, I guess not.
Not quite. But yeah, no, I think I even said, like, I think it has potential as an idea, but not when it goes that far. ATM machine, SVD Dragonov, FPS per second. Do people really say that? When I first heard that, here I lolled out loud, shake my head.
Well.
Some people.
Said what? Sorry.
Basically, when they say an abbreviation, but they end it with the word from the, yeah.
People do SVD Dragonov a lot, yeah.
ATM machine has come up a couple times, I've heard.
ATM machine, yeah, that happens a lot. The ATM
FPS
machine.
per second, I don't hear very often, but I can believe it.
I've never heard FPS per second.
Well,
I don't think I've heard that once.
DC
Maybe, but
Comics.
DC Comics.
Detective Comics.
DC Comics seems like one of the most common ones that are almost just accepted.
Well, now it's just DC. Nobody calls it. They wisened up since some decided to change their name.
Hot take: Kenobi is in fact not amazing. Whoa.
Whoa. Get out of here.
What's like it's like the Los Angeles Angels. The Angels.
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah, that took me a while.
I thought you were talking about Kenobi. That's why I was like, what?
Yeah.
Kenobi loves Los Angeles Angel.
Rags, Mauler, how you dealt in the past with coworkers making fun of you? I'm introvert guy who likes to be alone most of the time. I noticed that caused my coworkers to dislike me.
Dislike you?
I've never. How do I? First off, what do you mean? Hey, Rags, how do you deal with your coworkers disliking you? Thanks, mate. But no, I actually I got along with pretty much everyone always. I never really made any enemies or had people who just didn't like being around me or didn't like my face or anything like that.
I've sort of it before. I liked my coworkers. It was my manager. There was 4 managers. One of them was fucking Satan, and I hated him. But the one worker, and I talked about this before, that I didn't like, but still got along with just fine, was one that like had just been hired, and he refused to do anything other than by the book. Every single thing he was told to do, and if ever he saw another worker not doing things by the book, he would like threaten to report them. I remember him being one of the most frustrating pieces of shit that I've ever worked with.
That's fun.
But it's the kind of thing where he would do it, and you'd be like, yeah, no problem. I'll definitely do that from now on. Thank you so much. And he'd be like, yeah, okay, good. You know, like he wouldn't even pick up that you're incredibly frustrated. But yeah, how to deal with coworkers that are making fun of you. I don't really think I've been in that situation enough to give proper advice, but, you know, try and... You don't want to show them that it's really getting to you. That'll probably be step one.
Yeah, don't do that. That's no good. Don't do that. Also, it depends on what they're making fun of you for is probably going to be a big part of it. Because if they're making fun of you for something that's pointless or is actually a good thing that you have and they're making fun of it, then you should ignore it. It's almost like its own vindication. Because you could be made of things. Maybe you have some sort of personality flaw or there's something wrong with you that they are making fun of that you should work to change. But they could also be making fun of you for something that shouldn't be made fun of and might actually be a good quality you possess. In which case, I'd say, don't do anything. Fuck them. Not everyone is compatible with everybody else. And if they don't get that, then I don't know what to say.
And yeah, I don't, you know, if they don't like you partially because you're introverted, it's like, oh, that's not very nice. You should be able to respect the fact that you're just not as talkative as others or whatever, but yeah, it's just kind of hard to say to give you advice, and hopefully it's not too much of a problem for you. Whatever happened to the pizza man, Cynic Snacks? He hasn't uploaded in a while. I haven't spoken to him recently. I hope he's alright, obviously. Could be that he's found other interests to pursue. But I really don't know. Do you not know? Hope he's alright. Oh my god.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Someone had said hi, Mark. Make sure.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Please go to X Clips YouTube channel and just read some of the video titles. That plus some of the comments is just beyond depressing.
X Clips.
Spelled ECKS. I think that's Eckhart's Ladder, right?
Oh yeah, he's a super Star Wars consumer simp.
Holy
yeah.
fuck, the first one. This scene proves Revenge of the Sith's genius. Alright. This is why Obi-Wan finally gave up on Anakin. Kenobi just fixed my biggest problem. We've never seen Kenobi this powerful. We really need to talk about this. I can't believe how dumb this was. Maybe it's talking about the trench coat thing there. I don't know. Well, that's great. I hope he's enjoying Kenobi.
He was the one who did the Naboo starfighter as the perfect ship for Mando.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's not a bright lad.
It really wasn't, but that's
Total
okay.
Total Star Wars simping.
Who would win in the 20-kilometer emu race, Rags or Fringy?
Probably
Rags.
Emu race.
I'm confused.
What is that? What part does that mean?
Does that mean that both of you ride an emu, or
riding on an emu, or training an emu, or running along the running of the emus? It's one of Australia's greatest festivals.
Rags would have the edge if he was riding because he's a little doggo, so he wouldn't weigh as much. Like Doctor. So, but then again, emus are quite strong. So,
very Australian.
If perhaps you could concoct some kind of potion to make your emu supercharged. Maybe that'll be
we get the juiced up. I don't know if that's in the
Vincella.
spirit of
Yeah, I don't think so.
juice up your emu before the race. Right before the race starts, you just got this potion bottle and you're making it chug this.
It like
It's,
grows to the Godzilla size with these bulky muscles, and Rag's like, "This seems unfair." And you're like, "No, it's the same."
Nope, there's a rule that says you can't turn your emu into a
The first
gigantic
rule of emu
Godzilla
racing is
monster.
that there are no rules. Only
Oh.
Ain't no
emus.
rule that says a dog can't play basketball.
True. What if the stormtrooper on top of the gate didn't shoot and instead begged Kenobi to release the innocent hostage because he cared about Frack? Oh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
That would be interesting, yeah.
Kobe. I was sorry, I was thinking about basketball. Kenobi realizes that he's like kind of turning into an evil asshole.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, what have I become?
But imagine that he does that. The stormtrooper legit goes, "No, please, stop! I'll put
Please,
down
he
the
didn't
gun,
do
please.
anything.
Please
Do
leave
what you
him
want to
alone."
us, but let him go. And it's just confusing because you're so pure-hearted and
Well, the audience would be fucking like, "Wait, what's happening?" And then Kenobi just shoots
yeah,
the
that's
stormtrooper,
right.
and we're like, "Oh, okay."
Oh no.
that was weird. And then they carry on
and
as if
then
nothing
he-
happened. That was kind
What
of
was the
weird.
guy's name again? Frack, was
Frack,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, he's like, no, why? He had a family.
One of them even
Well,
said
like-
like, "Hey, Frack."
Yeah, but he shoots
did.
the stormtrooper, then he kicks the back of the leg of Freck to get him on his knees, and then just executes him in front of Leia. And he's like, he was loyal to the Empire.
Takes out a
Let's go.
knife and just slits his throat or something like
Oh
that.
no.
Well, I mean, like, if we were operating in a world where Obi-Wan pretending that he doesn't know Leia or have any connection to her was an important bit of intelligence to keep from the Empire, that might have been what he'd have to do.
We did talk about how it would have been. I think there was just like errant idea for a story where Obi-Wan could make a friend that's a mercenary of some kind and help him with the local war of Tatooine and stuff. But then at the end of the story, have to kill him because he finds out he's a Jedi. That would be a really powerful payoff. But no, we did whatever the hell that was.
Yeah.
There are rumors that 343 is thinking of adding microtransactions to the
Yeah.
MCC. I guess Infinite
Oh,
failed
yeah.
so hard they need to screw up other games to make up.
That's
Man,
the
imagine.
only thing. That's all you can read into it, isn't it? Like, man, that was a mistake, wasn't it?
I
The
was
MCC,
really
yeah.
liking Halo Infinite at first, too.
Everybody was liking
yeah.
it at first.
It's the
Yeah,
TFA
all
of
of
games.
A little bit, yeah. Everybody came away with a much better impression of that game at first, but then just after time, it's like, damn, this is efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
it kind of ties back to what we were talking about with the IGN reviews. It's sort of almost futile to do a day one review of a multiplayer game because
Yeah,
you're
it
not
is.
going to know what the community is like, what the meta is like, how the balance is changing. Like,
Exactly. That doesn't materialize until the game is out for a while.
Sorry, Halo fans.
Yeah.
Sorry about that TV show that came out too.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, don't remind me.
I avoided that like the plague.
I
And you-
think
One
there
ep-
was a roadmap
Yeah.
for Halo Infinite that was like we're getting campaign DLC in like 2024
Yeah,
and Forge
yeah.
mode, which looks admittedly really, really good. Isn't going to be out until like 2023 or something.
That doesn't surprise me.
By the time all the pieces of that game are out, we'd be like, "When's the new Halo game?"
Yeah,
Like,
well,
that's
I mean,
it. it's all out.
It's pretty funny how both Halo Infinite and Battlefield 2042 leaned hardcore into being live service games, and they're both in a state of like, totally fucked.
Yeah.
Hello, long man.
What happened?
Oh, we
I was
we
just
done
saying
it.
what happened. Nah, that's it.
So finally saw Bly Manor, and wow, I see why you all love it so much, and found Midnight Mass as a bit of a disappointment. So Kenobi is over, and I hated it. Well, that lines up with us on pretty much all of that, yeah.
Yep.
the first 5 episodes of Midnight Mass are so close to perfect though that
Oh, bangers,
it's kind of it's
Pop
hard
off.
to call
Really
it a
good.
bad show because it's like, well, the first 5 episodes are like the best TV you'll ever see. 6 episodes okay, and the second episode sucks. Like, and kind of ruins what came before it, sadly.
It didn't waver at all for my fascination with Mike Flanagan's work. I'll be like, give me more. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
How's
it's,
the
I think he has a new one coming out.
again.
Yeah, I think October he's got a new one coming out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
House of
Fall of the
Usher.
House of Usher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward
there's
to it.
also Midnight something else. I remember someone talking about how there's a show about. I think he may be producing. I'm not sure. I have to look into it. But yeah, excited for more of his work. And Kenobi is indeed over. And how fucking quick was that? It was like 3 weeks, maybe 4. I can't remember now. What is the timeline for Kenobi?
It was I think it was 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Like,
Yeah, there's
yeah,
2
1,
episodes
2,
the
3,
first
4,
week.
5. So 5, yeah. So that's I guess 5 weeks and episodes came out, but like 4 weeks, I guess, if you like in the interim, like in the meantime.
Yeah, because 3 episodes came out in 5 days. Really strange
Oh
delivery.
yeah, because it released on Friday and then it was Wednesday. Yeah,
I don't know why they did
odd.
it. You know, it
No idea.
gives your show more ability to stay relevant and give more life to everything. I think, did we speculate like they wanted to release it so that Vader was at least teased by the time with the first content?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of money making.
Mm-hmm. If Vader's plan was to have Reva get him Kenobi, wouldn't his whole plan have failed if she hadn't planned for Kenobi to escape with the tracker instead of just capturing him? It doesn't. None of it makes any sense. It's all really weird.
You're not gonna get the defense from us.
Dude, her betraying him loses him Kenobi on the second time around, too. He would have had Kenobi had she actually been evil instead of... If he had replaced her with stupid Hat Man, they might have gotten Kenobi.
Also, considering how it ended, how is Kenobi's plan not, hey, Reva, you're staying with me on Tatooine, I'm going to train you, and together, when he's ready, we're going to train Luke together. Like, if you want to play it, Reva's good now.
Near him.
He's letting her make her own decisions, Mark.
Well, then, I mean, you got to think like you're fighting a war, though. And you...
No. You can do whatever she wants. Nothing to answer for.
She, in the eyes of a lot of Star Wars fans, I bet she's definitely redeemed fully, thoroughly.
And see, this is the problem with them deciding that most of the Jedi apparently survived Order 66, because there's apparently a ton of... There's enough that they need a whole underground railroad.
Dude, they're just gonna keep inventing loads more that survived, that's all. There'll be a whole other tier of, like, Jedi temple underneath the ground that was filled with Jedi that all escaped.
Eventually, they accidentally invent so many survivor Jedi that it is a number that's greater than the amount of Jedi that were around in the first place.
The only ones who died are the ones who got death scenes in Revenge of the Sith.
And even then, with Disney...
Even then.
It's true.
Also, imagine the Empire propaganda that comes from a surveillance video from the Post showing a Jedi taking an innocent person hostage. And they should have... Well, the droid would have been destroyed before he did it, but if there's a camera in that area, it would be great for creating... And that would be another interesting story to be able to tell. To show how they spin stuff like that.
Well, you'll have Freck will be like, he took me hostage and he killed all the
everybody,
men,
yeah.
and it was like, wow, what a dick.
And Frag would just be like, everything they said is true.
True,
Jedi are
the Emperor was
horrifying.
right. They're awful, horrible people, and he kidnapped the daughter of that senator. Like, geez, when will the
You're like,
madness
well,
end?
what did you do to him, Frag? And he's like, I gave him a ride.
Yeah, I didn't recognize him. He's just people posing on the side of the road. No one would say anything bad about that. I'm just such a nice guy and all. Then he went berserk, taking advantage of our kindness.
Oh, Duma Media said EFAP 6 out of 10 too long. Racism.
No.
Wow.
Don't be so mean to long folk. They
Hey, Doomer.
have trouble. I don't know if he's still here. That was a while ago. But... hello, EFAP. I am about to start coding my own game, but I'm having a hard time picking a setting. Was wondering if you could help me pick. Options will be in the next super chat.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
medieval fantasy, because I feel Bethesda needs to be smacked off their pedestal. Cyberpunk, simply because Cyberpunk 2077 pissed me off. Spacefaring, because Mass Effect 3 was a letdown. A Manhunt-style game, simply because Rockstar is a bunch of cowards that won't make one. And lastly, a vigilante game. There are plenty of superhero games, but none non-powered hero games. And then there's another question, but we'll start there. So, you asking our preference on those, I guess?
Maybe asking as an indie game developer, what's the best one to take on, or what's needed the most, or is it a hypothetical?
I think, I guess it's an interesting question because you figure that, it sounds like you would want to do all of those. The fact that you've listed them, like that any one of those would be interesting to you.
Well,
Maybe-
what kind of game were you trying to make?
You
Because
said an
if
RPG, right?
an RPG, if you want to make an RPG, I mean, I suppose an RPG detective story, is that what detective was that one of the options?
Well, one of them was fantasy, right? So just pretty high standard medieval high fantasy. That was one of them.
I don't think he specified
Uh,
RPG anyway.
Oh, didn't he? Okay, I must.
Because
Well,
you
I
can
think-
have
Sorry, go ahead, Rex.
depending on what kind of setting you're in, yeah, it would be really good if we knew what kind of a game you wanted to make, whether it was a platformer, side scroller, whether it was
Shooter.
RPG, a turn-based, huh?
Said shooter. It's like a Call of
Oh,
Duty.
a shooter.
Oh, a shooter. Okay. Yeah, I
A
totally.
shooter like
didn't
Call
hear
of
that one
Duty,
around
then
you could do whatever you wanted, really.
Oh yeah.
I think fantasy might be difficult to make a shooter in.
Yeah, that'd be harder, especially. Did you just say you started coding? Like you've just started?
So we said, well, I'm about to start coding the game. I don't know if he started.
Oh,
just
okay,
yeah.
right. So yeah, I figured you'd have. Yeah.
I was kind of thinking though, from a complexity standpoint, the cyberpunk and the manhunt one, or I guess the vigilante game would be the most complicated visually to actually like model and design and have performing well, because you're gonna have to make cities essentially with people, assumedly.
Well,
or
I assume
cars.
he's not making some big AAA thing, that he's a small developer.
Yeah,
maybe a
I
single
guess if it's
guy,
like a
'cause
CRPG, then it doesn't really
I'm
matter what
thinking
the setting is.
I think a shooter is almost like a side scroller, like a Metal Slug kind of Contra thing.
Mhm.
Because you have something that's actually able to be sort of done by what I assume to be a small studio, either one person or just a few. In which case, I mean, science fiction, the sci-fi
Yeah.
and that gives you a lot, is the cyberpunk that gives you a lot of options. You can have your own aesthetic style to things. You don't have to go fancy. It could be like a 16-bit sort of style game where you go for it like a platformer where you shoot guns and maybe upgrade your gun, and it would give you an excuse to have some powers that you might be able to use to just give some variety. Because if it's a shooter that you're looking for, yeah, I just don't really see how I prefer fantasy's my preference generally, but I don't know how you'd really make a shooter out of that.
Well, that's
Well,
kind
and
of.
Vermintide is kind of a fantasy first-person shooter in a way. I mean, there's a lot of
I was
I was
melee
actually
in
going to
it,
say
but
that you may not be limited by tech if you don't adhere to reality. Think of Van Helsing's awesome gun, right?
Yeah, you can have it when your crossbows.
or like
The
League of
most
Legends
expensive gun in
does
history.
League of Legends has that kind of like we could pretty much throw any character into this and
Yeah,
we'll
you
make
could
it
use
make
magic.
sense because
You could be throwing fireballs, and if
Yeah.
you want to do that sort of thing, I guess you
So this is
do
the
have
thing.
a lot of options.
I feel
Fireballs
like all of
and
these can
lightning.
work.
Yeah.
And so then it's just like, if you're asking just what I would prefer, it's just like, I kind of like the idea of a vigilante game, as in you have to deal with the law and what your personal brand of ethics are when solving crime.
That could be cool. Yeah.
And because he described it as there are plenty of superhero games, but no non-powered hero games. It's like, oh, so you'd probably be dealing with tech then, I assume. Yeah, I'd be interested in that one. If I was presented all of these and I knew nothing else about any of them, I'd probably give that one a shot first. It's kind of arbitrary, because any of them could be the good ones and the bad ones, but just that alone makes me be like, If someone said Batman, it's like, I assume it's not going to quite, because Batman often gets considered to be a superhero with how amazing his tech is. I assume he's going for a more, even lower down than like a guy. I'm just picturing for some reason like a noir level thing where it's the guy, maybe with a gun. Don't know.
Yeah,
But,
like a
yeah.
Death Wish the game, but like you actually have some choices to how lethal you can get, and that actually changes your outcome and how society views you and stuff. Yeah, there's some potential there for sure.
Oh yeah, Rorschach would be kind of what I'm thinking of rather than Batman. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love a raw shag.
No.
Yeah, hopefully that's helpful, because the second then question was, last thing I'd like to ask is, do you have any tips for writing a non-time sensitive story? Like a lot of games, mainly open world, tend to do this. Thank you all for
Oh,
the
like
great
you
content.
don't have a main. Yeah.
Also,
Well,
hi, Marc.
because
Finish the super chat. Sorry.
Thank you all for the great content. Also, hi, Marc.
Oh, hi.
you're welcome.
Scope limiting would be the thing that I would say. It's just try not to have the threat be world ending, because those tend to be time sensitive. Whereas if it's just this person needs your hero needs to take out the villain, like track him down and kill him eventually, and that's the goal. It's not like kill him before the villain does a thing.
There's plenty of video games that have goals that don't have anything to do with a story, if they even have a story, really. Everything from Heroes of Hammerwatch to RimWorld to whatever it is. These are games where you try to make your character stronger, unlock new abilities, manage events as they pop up. A lot of Civ builders and city builders are like this. Colony management sims.
well,
There's
sure, but
not
like
like
he
a
wants to make a
story.
video game with characters, though, by the sounds of it. So
Well,
I guess he's trying to figure out what kind of plot would he need to write so that you don't have the kind of ludo narrative. Like, apparently, this is really important that I do this, but like, I want to go to.
Maybe the angle is to almost make it serialized, sort of, where you
I
don't
would
have
say, I was thinking
you
that.
don't have an overarching kind of story. Like there's no looming threat in the distance. There's no big goal that the player is working towards. Maybe it's a lot of this will help. Maybe this will help you actually make it, but a lot of smaller things that pop up. Like this little event happens. How do your characters deal with it? All right, that's done. Awesome. Now this little thing has happened. How do you deal with it? Okay, awesome. And maybe there'll be
Yeah.
some ramifications of those things, and that could be sort of your progression, is your collective list of accomplishments for these events. But maybe that's the way to go.
I think it would be the more that you can break up each section into its own isolated story beats. Maybe like that you have chapters that are dedicated to, I guess, solving specific mysteries in a very free form way. That way, you can always have everything that the character is doing in like this setting be somewhat related to that core mission without having to worry about a big overarching plot. But that's just a thought. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Jay Longbone just made me aware of this. I don't know if she was listening to the EFAP and that's why she's aware of why this is relevant. But I believe we talked about this. Rags, would you like to read this?
Oh boy, I'd love to. All right. When Vader essentially he says, "I am not your failure, Obi-Wan." The light on his face is blue. It's like Anakin is accepting Obi-Wan's apology and telling him that it's not his fault. And then it becomes red again when Vader returns. Brilliant creative choice there.
So
Jesus
easy.
fucking Christ. It is so easy.
So
You can just
fucking
make
easy.
shit up.
This is the media analysis equivalent of "that girl smiled at me, she's my girlfriend now."
Yep. When we all saw it, because I don't even think we commented on it at the middies, we all knew. Like, that's just gonna be what people say, because that's just, it's super intelligent. This super creative. Good job. It's like, oh, it's really obvious, but okay, fine. Fine. Hopefully it distracted from the writing, I guess.
It did.
Why do Star Wars fans hate everything? Maybe if they didn't try so hard to get me invested and then stop pissing on everything I enjoyed, I wouldn't have to hate it. But hey, I ain't no scholar. Meh. Yeah, that was the other video we were gonna cover, but we may cover in future. Who knows? Yeah, it is kind of amusing because I still try to get super, I don't know, meta-pilled on this to be like, is it just whatever is currently releasing people will say are the worst fans?
Probably.
Like my Marvel fans, they're just because like the meme with Star Wars is like this, nobody hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans, which I always found funny because it's like that makes the most sense. I don't know why that's a shock to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're the ones who care about Star Wars. So when you're making it shitty, they're the ones who get pissed off about that. The people who don't care about Star Wars don't care.
Exactly. It's like, oh man, I was really expecting fucking like that group of people who knit regularly to hate Star Wars the most, but there we are. It's the people who watch Star Wars that did. Don't get it. You know what they say? Can't spell ignorance without IGN.
Yeah, that's the quote.
Yep. Been hearing a lot about Roe v. Wade on Twitter. Don't know who this Roe fellow is, but I'm glad people are showing our boy Wade the love and attention he deserves. Hashtag Wade Brigade. Also, hi Rags.
Yeah, it'll be the showdown of the
Wade be
century.
great.
Pay-per-view fight, Roe v. Wade. The rematch. Oh,
Of the
I
century.
can't wait to see how it turns out. Yeah.
Yeah, because I haven't looked into any of it, of course, but I was very happy as well, because Wade is one of the best characters I think Disney have come up with.
It really is. When Reva killed Wade, I was
What a tragedy,
it was
too,
really-
because she's kind of like Anakin, and Anakin
No.
accidentally killed a bunch of people. That is insane. It's so creative. You know there was a red light near her when she did the evil thing, too? It was a
No.
lightsaber, so...
That's how
pretty-
you know it's evil.
I would call that really good art. That's just really good art. That's what that is.
Genius.
I mean, the good news is the actor of the Wade series, or sorry, the actor who played Wade. is
The
signed
Wade
on for
series.
this.
Make it
My
happen.
joke.
Make it happen. Do it.
You already know
but-
more than we did, and that's great. That's great that he's
I was gonna say he's coming back on the Reva series, and he's gonna be a Force ghost.
You'll inspire
Talking about his
her. You'll be
motivation.
like, he'll forgive her for her actions. He'll be like, you did what you did in favor of an honorable goal that was to get revenge on people who did you wrong. Woohoo! Been a while since I've been able to catch the greatest massive of all time live again. Oh, and hi Rags.
Hello.
Your advice about first date at the zoo is the greatest success in history. Oh.
Well, it is good advice, but I don't know about that much. But yeah, take that bitch to the zoo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is a good call.
I just love zoos.
Hey guys, I know you're pretty upset about Wade, but he just slapped the fuck out of Roe. Time to celebrate? Lol. Now on to the Wings quote of the day. I'm just glad people are appreciating Wade. That's all. That's all I have to
I'd
say
say
about that.
the more Wade love, the better, as far as I'm
Mhm.
concerned.
Big fan of Wade.
Mo Wade, mo better.
So this... Okay, I got confused. I didn't know if it was about Star Wars or about Wings of Redemption because of the quote. Because it said George, but I think it's about Wings of Redemption. So you got... Sigh. George, you got a fucking anime pic as your profile. I don't give a fuck about what you got to say. That motherfucker can go back to his blockchain or whatever the fuck. He's probably got a fedora on being like, while you were partying, I was studying the blade. Wait, Wings
I
said
love
all
that
that? That
meme.
sounds great.
Oh, it's a good quote. I like it.
I have more letters. Hi, Rags.
Hello. More letters.
Watching Bly right now. I really like it, but I think Hill House has better written characters IMO. Can't wait to see how it wraps up, though. So,
Tough.
I think there would be a conversation to be had if not for how they handle the mum.
Yeah.
I think that really brings down Hill House. And I think that they were trapped toward the end because they changed a bit and they didn't manage to find a way to make it quite as much sensical as possible. If you want to know what I mean by that, there is a whole breakdown of us going through the entire show
Oh my
and
God,
talking about it. Remember that? Remember that thing that happened? That video took fucking ages to make, but I'm very happy with it. And we are like the meanest on the internet when it comes to the finale for Hill House, even though we celebrate Hill House as being fantastic.
Yep. Great show. That finale, though. Oof.
Yep. Hill House is extremely good. Definitely worth a watch. Absolutely. Finale's pretty rough, though.
Did you guys ever see Flanagan's Ouija prequel?
What
ET
prequel, sorry?
prequel?
The Ouija, like Ouija boards.
Oh.
So there was like
wait, stop. Spirit board.
Yeah, the Spirit board, but the movie that they made was called Ouija. It was like a Platinum Dunes, like Michael Bay's horror movie, and
okay.
it was the original one's really shitty. But Michael Flanagan did a prequel to it that's actually amazing. And I was
I
like,
could imagine that. Yeah,
okay.
how did you?
I'd be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I probably will. There's a couple of films from him I still haven't checked out. I've seen Hush. I wasn't too impressed with that, but that's okay.
The mirror from Oculus appears somewhere in every one of his things too.
Neat.
We saw the movie he did about the bed lady. What's that called?
Gerald's Game.
And the mirror was the bed frame in Gerald's Game.
Lots to like in Gerald's Game, lots to dislike too.
Some gnarly stuff in there as well.
But yeah, I mean it's really cool. I didn't think he would be the one to handle it, but adapting Luigi into a film, sure. Like a
Luigi.
I'd like to see his Waluigi movie. That'd be
yeah, do it. Chris Pratt as voice.
The cinematic universe.
There's
Super
only
Mario
one
cinematic
Waluigi.
universe.
The Pratt verse.
The Pratt verse. As a lifelong Kingdom Hearts fan playing since 2003, Kingdom Hearts 3 is a 3 to 4 out of 10. Oof.
Oh, I think that's probably like contentious, isn't it?
Well, we'll see. Chat, how do you feel about that? Is that person totally fucking wrong? Is that a bad take, or is that based? Let's find out.
Is that based or bad? That could be our new mini series, based or bad.
Based or bad?
You go with based or bait, because as Jay put out a tweet about it not too long ago, it's whenever someone has a bad take these days, people are just like, that's bait, instead of just their bad opinion. Gotta say, guys, I got my Jay plush, and that little rhino is like real cute. Oh, and Jay is pretty neat too, also, I guess. Perfectly kickable. Hi, Rex.
Hello.
I miss Jay's plush. I have most of the other plushes, though Makeshift kind of screwed me on my regs. I ordered 2 regs and 2 maulers for X-Ray Girl and I, and only 1 reg showed up. I emailed them, and they're like, yeah, we're not making them anymore, but here's your money back. I'm like, oh.
Well, hopefully there's a second round someday.
Yeah. I think X-Ray Girl's getting
maybe even
hers
soon it would be out. Who knows when it'll happen?
Who knows?
Yeah, FNT's doing theirs soon, so there will be a plush of my wife out there for everybody if you're in the market for one.
Also, I saw more based than cringe, so
Okay.
there you go.
I hear Kingdom Hearts has like a cool combat system.
I think
it's the
Final
story
Fantasy 15 I heard was kind of a riff on what they were doing in Kingdom Hearts, but I've never played the Kingdom Hearts game, so I can't speak too specifically.
I only ever hear bad things about Final Fantasy 15.
15's a bit of a weird one. The combat in it's pretty good. It's got a weird structure, and the story just sprints to the finish line and kind of doesn't make sense towards the end. But there's some things to like about it. Like I think it's worth playing for the most part.
If
you hate Final Fantasy games,
13 years though, wasn't it? That game was in development from like 2006.
I think it's probably like a Cyberpunk situation though, where it's like, yeah, they were kicking around the idea for like 7 years, but they were probably only actually developing it for like, I'm guessing the PS3, 4 generation. Because yeah, it was originally a PS3 game called Final Fantasy 13 Versus, and then they moved it to PS4 and it was out in 2016. So 3 years, I guess.
The fans' hate for Star Wars is really born out of our love. We love it, but simply hate what it's become. A cold robot monster, not unlike Vader. Yeah, but they would rather just say, you do it for the clicks. Even the people who like don't even have channels. It's like, you do it for the clicks. You don't even know what art is. Do you even know what blue and red mean as colors? I don't think so.
You idiot.
Devil's Third is a Wii U game. Never heard of it. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Everyone remembers that. An all-timer.
Except for Mason, he can't remember. Well, no, he remembers the numbers. He can't remember where the station is, I suppose. I like Black Ops. This is a cool game.
Did not like Black Ops 3.
I loved it. I loved that and World at War. They're my best memories for COD.
You don't like Black Ops?
I don't like Black Ops 3 and 4.
Oh, I don't like 3 or 4 either. I like 1 and 2.
One I think is good, is great. 2, I think the campaign of that one is kind of cool, but it's also like batshit insane. And Cold War is actually all right. Like Raven's the one who made that. They're the guys who made like Quake 4 and Singularity. It's like 4 hours long because it's a Call of Duty campaign, but it's all right.
Mm-hmm. No, I like Black Ops 2. That might be like one of my more controversial. I like that game a lot. It legitimately had more endings than Mass Effect 3 in terms of like branching decisions.
Yeah, Black Ops 2, yeah, it did have a lot going on. The my Call of Duty hot takes definitely that I like the campaign for Infinite Warfare because that's the one that everyone seems to hate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a
I hear good things about Infinite Warfare's campaign.
See, here's the thing: it's not a good military shooter at all because it's not a military shooter. It's a Battlestar Galactica game. Like
I have consistently heard good things about Call of Duty Infinite's campaign.
Infinite Warfare's campaign.
I mean,
Infinite Warfare.
Infinite Warfare, if you can get it on like a humble bundle or something for cheap, I'd recommend playing through the campaign. Or like, I mean, it's Call of Duty. You could probably get through half of it and then still return it on Steam.
Wow.
Right.
Hot take: World at War is the best COD of all time.
That's not a hot take
Yeah.
at this stage. I think
take.
that's a.
I mean, there's probably a little bit of spice in there. It's not like super hot, but
it's
you
not.
know.
It's not. Well, yeah, because when we talk about the most cold take, it's Call of Duty 4.
Yeah.
But I would say that when we talk about, especially nowadays, I think World at War's reputation is pretty glowing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, because it's got a lot of scenarios that are unique to that game because they haven't really
Yeah.
done Pacific Front and any of the others. The only thing I didn't like about World of War is I found that it was a lot of monster closet encounters where it was less about actually defeating the enemy and more about progressing far enough that they stop spawning infinitely. And
It's like all Call of Duties.
they're
That's-
not all like that, but World of War is the one where I found it very noticeable. I was
Absolutely,
like,
it's the most egregious
like
on that.
the trenches that you have to go through with the guys
Oh,
have
and
the
of course, the
flamethrowers and
grenade
stuff.
spam. Grenade
yeah.
spam as
There
well.
is
on,
there is no
Veteran.
card that compares to the grenade spam of World at War. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it was incredibly. That was the challenge. I think I've talked about this before, but me and my friends would like compete to see who can get the most grenade tags on screen at once in the campaign. I think I had 8. I can't remember what the highest I ever got was, but it was fucking insane. I wouldn't mind doing that again as a challenging stream thing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
As long as everyone's willing to watch me die like 1,000 times. Because the way it would often work in COD is like, you can't just win out by hiding forever until like all of your AI allies beat the rest. You need to progress so it changes the enemy spawns, right?
Yeah.
And so because they'll keep respawning until you pass a threshold, and it's like you have to. It's like a puzzle game. You have to find where the way that you can move forward is without dying with the limited health you have.
Basically, you're just trying to give yourself suppressing fire by killing people.
Yeah, it's like when if you kill enough of them within 10 seconds, then you have about a 10-second grace period before they respawn. You gotta run. It's really like adrenaline rush sort of gameplay, but most of the time you're just gonna be fucking angry.
Yep.
Yeah, going slowly and methodically taking out enemies and stuff. Just you
There's
can't
that
do it
checkpoint
fast
was an hour
enough, so.
back, and you're like, no.
I remember trying to play it on Veteran after I got on a kick of going through the Halo games on Legendary, and those it's not an equivalent experience. Like Halo's encounters are very limited, and you can strategize, and you can see your progress as the enemies die. Whereas in Veteran World at War, good luck.
Modern Warfare 3 was hilariously broken, but it's still my favorite COD memory. Oh, favorite COD memory because I exploited the crap out of it. Specialist package was broken to hell and back.
Specialist package was absolutely broken.
What was that?
Specialist was so there was 3. There was the standard kill streaks. I think it was assault, support, and specialist. Assault was the regular kill streaks, AC-130, stuff like that. Support was easier to obtain, but they were support like UAV and stuff. Specialist was that you could basically get perks that would give you would unlock perks as kill streaks to stack on top of your
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Am I mixing them up? I'm pretty sure that's what Specialist was. Yeah, Specialist was like you could get perks that you would stack on top of your on top of what you already have. So like it just makes it you're giving yourself permanent buffs. It's
Wait, they don't reset when you die. It's for the whole game, the whole round.
Well, permanent in terms of like it's ongoing, right? Your kill streak will end. Like if you use a UAV, it ends. If you use a attack chopper, it ends. But like this just lasts until you die and respawn. So it just makes you better. Like it makes you harder to kill. And that makes
what you're describing is almost a trade-off, though, right? Because like the AC-130 will last longer if you die straight away, but the perks would only last as long as you live.
That's true, but it would be that because the perks keep stacking, you can reach a point where you become insanely powerful to where it's very hard for people to kill you, and it just means you can keep going and going.
Well, fair enough. Kingdom Hearts 3 was so bad that there are multiple several long-hour videos going into full detail on how bad it is, the longest being over 6 hours.
God damn.
Wow. Yeah, I think I've seen one of them before, but I know nothing about Kingdom Hearts, so I've never retained information about it.
I think I've played 1 and 2, but I remember nothing about them. It's been so long.
From what I gathered, Tetsuya Nomura basically couldn't decide if he wanted to put his OCs into Final Fantasy or Disney, so he did both.
You could just lie for 4.5 minutes and no one would even know. Cough, donkey, cough. Ooh.
Ayo.
Ooh.
Well, at
To be
least
fair,
it
I
wouldn't
only
be
know
funny.
that's true about. Is it Octopath Traveler was the one that he did that on, that controversy kind of, but he got away with it mostly because he's funny. Funny.
Right, sure.
You'll be fine if you're funny.
Very funny. Hilarious.
Peter Parker, Oh, and they got a little smirk face.
Rude.
Uncle Ben had his chance. Zack Snyder's Spider-Man. You know he'd do it. You know. Lord
You take a shit all
Longbottom
over Uncle Ben.
of Mublington Abbey. Is there any good chance for a Kong fap of Peter
Ooh.
Jackson's Long Kong? When there's less going
Mm.
on, there'd be a movie fap for the ages. Yes.
Mm.
Hello, Wagsies. Scritches for the good boy.
Ah, hello.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's going to be time in the future in which we will watch a Kong of Long, I imagine.
When there's less going on, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, probably when there's less going on, I'd imagine. But yeah, at some point. Sounds exciting. We'll get right on it at some point. Disney will make S-tier content for the next decade, but you'll have to run like Lego Jar Jar for a year. Do you do it? Yeah, fine. Whatever.
Yeah, sure. You know what? I'll bite that bullet for a year.
I'll let everyone
I mean,
know
how
that
often
was
do
the
I
deal.
run anyway, right? I don't.
Yeah, I'm not
run
running that
often
often these days. Yeah.
It's
And you
like
know what?
jumping. When's the last time you jumped? It's probably been months since you've like actually jumped.
Well,
It's
If
probably been
you-
fucking months since you've jumped.
I just like the
It probably
idea.
has been,
Rags
yeah.
goes to
For
the
Mark, it's
gym.
probably been longer.
after,
I
like-
was gonna say, for me, it's legit been 5 years. Like I don't have a lot of vertical takeoff on my prosthetic legs, so.
Oh,
But then again,
I was saying it because you're white.
Oh no, okay. I thought it was
Damn.
because I was a cripple, but
Oh no.
Damn. Don't be so
It's okay.
racist.
I mean, I'm Italian. I'm off-white, if anything.
Oh yeah, you're Schrodinger's white person, the Italian.
Yeah.
It would be funny though if you agreed to all this, but you kind of forget it, and then you go to the gym one day and you start running, and then you just do the fucking thing. You're like, oh shit, I forgot.
You have that 4 seconds of you starting, and then you stop, and you look around, everyone's looking at you weird, and so you just continue walking instead.
I'm just trying to, like, what would the scenario be where you have to run? Like, you need to deliver something or catch someone, you're like, I gotta do it. I just gotta. Here I go.
But if you deliver something, you're gonna have to carry it while doing that run. So,
Well, let's say it's information. You just need to say something to somebody. You gotta get to them first. It's a really
Rags and his
crowded
hatred
area.
of jumping. I don't hate jumping. I'm just saying that you never do it, but it's in every video game. That's all I'm saying.
Nothings, but you never jump. It's
never
funny.
jump.
Health bars are in a lot of video games, and we don't really have them.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Of course, you have. Yeah, you got health bars.
No, you don't.
They're just much harder to interpret
Unless
in
you're talking
real
about
life.
blood bar or something, that might be
Blood
similar.
bar. That sounds like a place that vampires go after work.
Hell yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
blood
dude, it would be
bar.
fun to come up with all the different cocktail names for that.
Did you ever see Daybreakers?
I did, yeah.
I wouldn't mind rewatching that sometime.
All I've retained from that film is, I don't know if it's a twist or not. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but just the
Is that the
mechanics.
vampire movie with Ethan Hawke?
It is, and Sam Neill.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I
Sam
have
Neill,
seen it.
yeah.
Long time ago though. I don't remember anything about it either.
I remember liking it.
I can't remember how I felt about it. I think it was pretty neutral. I was like, all right, that was a movie.
That's the world where the vampires have taken over and there's like farm produced blood stuff, or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's a shortage of
Okay.
human blood in the vampire society.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
also Blade Trinity though. That happens in. I don't know if you.
Ooh, we gotta see the Blade movies. I've never seen them actually.
Oh, dude, we'll happily
I-
do that, especially if they're releasing
I
a Blade.
love the first two
Those are
Blade movies.
hilarious.
They're-
Everyone likes the
great.
first two. Nobody likes the third one.
Eh. I think X-Ray Girl does, but she likes Ryan
It's-
Reynolds. So that's
It's gonna be better than whatever Disney end up putting out.
What?
yes,
That's
that is
impossible.
probably true because at least it's rated R. I think 3 is rated R,
I
wasn't
think
it?
so, yeah. I think so. Hey Daddy Morley, since you only watch good movies if certain people recommend it, ask those people to watch Pig so that they'll tell you how good it is. I've seen a couple recommendations for Pig.
Nicolas
People say-
Cage.
I'm definitely gonna do a Metal's Fortune pick at some point. That movie sounds hilarious.
Yeah, there you go. And if I don't think that's not what I've heard. I don't think I've heard it's hilarious.
Yeah, Yeah, I thought
I
it's a
said it
drama.
sounds hilarious. I have no idea what actually happens.
It's a bit of a serious film, but I mean, well, either way, let me know, and we'll have a look. See, Thanks for pointing it out
No.
now. I can't stand anything that sounds like Re-Speecher. I know, right? Vader's voice didn't annoy me at all in episode 3, and then 4, he's not in 4 very much. But it was 5 that I started to notice and hear it, and then made the points, and then by the time he hit 6, I was actually getting really tired of listening to him. Like, I don't like this. Fake Vader. This is... It's Microsoft Vader.
Microsoft Vader. Nice.
Oh, and there's a cute little emoji of a Shiba Inu
Flight Simulator.
with a heart. Which would be
cute.
Which would be easier, convincing Brown Table and High Top that Spider can be Spider-Man without tragedy, or getting a straight answer out of Twin Perfect about his opinion on anything?
Getting a straight answer out of Twin Perfect.
I think we'd get the straight answer to Twin Perfect first, yeah.
I think you could eventually retch it out of him because he would have nowhere else to hide.
Yeah, he would eventually give an answer that he might not even agree with himself, just so that he can stop the embarrassment and the shame of not answering a question, because he can only take it so far before a human is like, I have to leave because I can't handle this anymore. So yeah, he would eventually say something really stupid probably, while I don't know you'd ever convince Brown Table and High Top you can do Spider-Man without tragedy.
It's too important to their identities, I think.
Yeah, they would say, like, that's not Spider-Man, that's some other creature.
Yeah, whereas Twin Perfect, he doesn't consider not answering questions a part of his identity. It just sort of happens to be that way.
Just sort of happens when you put two things he said together that contradict. That's
Well,
all.
I guess it would just be that I don't know how attached he really is to, like, defending
anything.
Any particular... Well, because the impression you got from that discussion is that he's not that... I guess, like, just not as interested in, like, the discussions about...
He's not interrogated himself very much. He's just...
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff.
And so in that sense, I don't think he cares as much about, like, what position he'll defend or anything like that. Whereas, yeah, in the case of these guys with Spider-Man, it's so important to their identities.
And you know what? He will give an answer, and you just put Smug Ross on the end, and you'll feel he's covered. Like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Smug Ross.
That is true.
You guys watching The Boys?
No.
Oh.
I forgot that's even running. I just saw a
I
random
actually-
tweet about it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's happening.
I think it was
And then I
Open
moved on.
Bar's chat. I asked for everyone's reviews of it so far, and it was like the most mixed thing I've ever seen. There was great and terrible everywhere, so I have no idea what we're dealing with.
Terrible series.
I did see... You guys don't care about spoilers for The Boys, right?
No, I
I've
don't
seen the
care.
first 3 episodes, but honestly, if it gets spoiled, I don't really care.
I could not. I don't think I could care less.
Well, so I won't tell you the result of it then, but quote-unquote spoiler, I just saw someone posting it, and everyone's really excited that Homelander has a boss fight with Soldier Boy, Butcher, and Huey all at once.
Okay.
Huey.
Yeah, they all have superpowers now.
Excited.
I thought the whole point. Yeah, it's
Shut up, Rat.
The Boys taking Compound B though, that was in the books. I was actually kind of surprised when the first season started that they weren't doing that. I was like, oh, they're like fighting them without powers. This is
Well, and I'm
kinda
sure
neat.
that the season is going to address the obvious thought of, like, isn't that the whole point, is we don't want to be like them? And I'm sure they'll have something for it, but it really does immediately come across as very unintuitive. It's like, wait, but I thought... So, you know, there's a way to execute that. I don't know how good season 3 is, but I've heard lots of different things about it. We may check it out at some point in the distant future if it gets loads of recommendations or if it's considered horrifically bad, but I really don't have the time. I wanted to, kind of, but I just don't have the time. Sorry.
I mean, especially like hanging out with things like the Geeks and Gamers people and stuff. I'm sort of the least sensitive to things being woke. Like, it's sort of something that doesn't bother me as long as the story's good. Like, I think I would cite Everything, Everywhere, Everything All at Once and Arcane as examples of things that people could say, oh yeah, there's aspects of that I won't watch because it's woke. I'm like, you're missing good stuff. But The Boys season 3, episode 3 was the most heavy-handed, like, over-the-top messaging stuff, a written episode of a show that I was actually, like, blown away by it. To the point that I'm not sure if they're trolling or actually serious about any of it. It's, I don't know, it's weird. And the first 2 episodes were okay. Like, they weren't horrible, but I wouldn't say they were great either. But the third one, I was like, ooh, it was a different writer on this one for sure.
I'm already spotting some serious cringe if the people in chat to be believed about the events of this season. So that's, that's all fine. Though I will say, is it worse than episode 7 of season 2 in terms of the blunt?
Yes, yeah, yes. It was. I think it's more heavy-handed than any episode of any show I've ever seen. Like, I was sort of shocked. And it actually kind of opens with I think a 4-minute long sort of ode to cuties, where Starlight's like a 10-year-old girl dancing hypersexual to a Britney Spears song, and they're really milking it too. I'm like, guys, okay, come on, yeah, we get it. Her mom's horrible, but I don't know, they leaned into it pretty hard. So,
well,
it's awesome.
Any expectations for the RE4 remake? Also, hi Rax.
I hope it's good.
I don't have any expectations. I hope it's good, but I have no clue what they're actually going to do with it.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it enough to have anything. I don't think it's going to be good or bad or anything. I'll be like, I'll play it.
I think
I'm
it's going to be similar to the RE2 remake.
Yeah,
it's
the RE2 team.
Style. Okay, yeah, I liked RE2 remake.
The RE2 team is making 4, and the guys who made the 3 remake made 8, like Village.
Oh, okay. And people didn't
Village
like
was shit.
Yeah, and 3 wasn't that good either.
I hear that people didn't like the remake.
I just hope they remember what made Resident Evil 4 kind of what it was, which is that it was hyper gameplay focused.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like, if it was coincidentally atmospheric and stuff like that, that was cool and neat, but it was so focused on actually playing the game, and it was very mechanics heavy that that's what it really needs to be. If you're going to remake that game, then you need to have a game that's all about kicking and aiming, actually taking advantage of body part shots and shooting things out of the air, taking advantage of iframes, just doing all this really cool stuff that Resident Evil 4 had. It makes it so fun and replayable and keeps it an awesome classic to this day that's aged so well.
Yeah.
I wish they'd stop using lightsabers as lighting. I think that'd be fine if it wasn't every fight. Because it's getting a bit it almost seems like it's a thing they're relying on to be, interesting as a fight instead of anything else. Because I don't mind the idea, it's going to be execution again.
As always.
This is Dragon Ball Evolution bad fighting to me. I've not seen it, I just know it's terrible reputation. This show isn't canon to me. Not a surprise. I hate that Obi-Wan lit his lightsaber first. Jedi should always light theirs last when they have no choice but to fight.
I agree that he did that in Revenge of the
Also,
Sith too.
Here's the thing, he was there to kill him, but then he wasn't, so...
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
When he realized that he truly couldn't be saved and that Anakin was gone, he decided not to
spare him.
Yes.
Totally.
He was like, well, my beef was with Anakin. If this is Darth Vader now, we have no problem.
Yeah, we're all chill. You go ahead. I hated the... Oh, wait. This fight reminds me of the lightsaber fights I had as a kid. I think we probably did a better job, though. Yeah. I trust that.
Better special effects, too.
Mm-hmm. Rag saying episode 4 is the best duel. Laugh my ass off, clunky as fuck. Ooh.
Rag said episode 4 is best duel.
I think...
Well, in reference to Vader and Anakin? I don't know if you said that or not. I can't remember.
I can't remember if he was. I said the most impressive fight is the Mustafar one. The most but it's just two different animals entirely. Them meeting on the Death Star is almost not even a fight.
Well, it's about which one's doing more for character versus which one's doing more for, I guess, action. Because my favorite is Vader and Luke on the Death Star. That's my favorite, not because of the core. I mean, I think the core.
That's my favorite payoff in it, but my favorite fight is probably the Bespin one.
Bespin's really great. That's probably like
it's because they go to a lot of locations and they keep this the atmosphere is so strong in there.
That's true. I think it's just that when I think of like probably my favorite moment in Star Wars, it is like the ending of the fight.
Yeah.
Like in Return of the Jedi, when the music kicks in and like it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
The music's perfect because it just captures the it's like epic but also tragic sort of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you have
It
to
was like
split
the
it all
video
up,
we
right?
covered today. It was epic and tragic.
Yeah.
Of all the Obi-Wan Vader fights, of which there are now 4,
Many.
I guess.
Yeah.
So you'd rank them in what does it mean for everything that's happening between them in this fight, and then also, I guess, choreography. And then you can go further than that, but if we stuck with those 2, choreography, like, the one in the quarry was absolute garbage. The one
Oh yeah.
The one in the finale was like, I'd just say bad without further inspection.
Yeah, it's better than the quarry, I think.
I'm happy to agree that the A New Hope one is clunky. It's awkward. We all know why, but like at the same time, I don't know that it like is overtly terrible as a result of that choreography wise. And then the best, like easily the best, is obviously the Mustafar choreography beats out the other 3. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that.
Absolutely.
But then, which one is like meaningful in terms of who these 2 people are? The quarry one fails again, like completely. Embarrassment. The finale is like weird. There's loads of weird choices that get made, and then things that don't quite make sense in terms of power levels.
Yeah, Obi-Wan at the end. It's at least it's very easy that we all agree. Obviously, the 2 Kenobi fights are just the worst of the 2, easily.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Or
trying
the
to get
4,
to,
sorry.
basically, is like Mustafa's meaning. There's a lot in that. It can be excessive, but there's a lot in there. And then, of course, A New Hope's is very straightforward in terms of understanding the mechanics of that, too. And so, going through all of that, of course, Rags would rank the A New Hope fight above the 2 fights in the Kenobi show. I assume we all do. The question is just, like, how do you rank them against each other when it's the Mustafar one versus the A New Hope one? And I think fans will fight over that for a while. That's fine.
I don't even have a strong take.
I mean, I enjoy talking about it. I just know that the Kenobi ones were fucking awful.
They were the big poo, yes.
I meant between the 2 good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
they're just so different. It depends on what you're looking for, I
do
suppose,
really
and what you're
like-
actually rating.
I do really like the fight because I will support Rags here a bit. I do like the fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader on the Death Star. It's a good sequence. Not necessarily.
It's
And the
got that
choreography isn't like awful. I think that's
No,
something that a lot of people say it's really bad, but it's not.
It's
okay.
one of the fights that looks the most like an actual sword fight. Like you do spend most of your time in a sword fight guarding and waiting for the other person to strike so that you can counter. So I mean, I wouldn't even say it's bad choreography. It's just more about the scene than the fight.
Can't speak much to that.
I can't
I
speak
just
to
think that
choreography much. I just think it's okay. And then when you think about what's like, it's not unpleasant to watch. And so when you have the character stuff, supporting it.
when you consider there's damn near how many years between 77 and 2022? Almost.
Well, exactly.
Oh,
You have access to a lot more tools than they had when they were making that.
Yeah, that was so
and
focused
who were
on
more in their prime as well. Like yeah, it's you had no excuse. You had every reason to be able to succeed.
all the technology, a huge budget, a massive corporation behind you, legions of fans that you have to please. And when A New Hope, that was 1977. You only had so much to work with. I hear a lot of parts of making that movie was a just absolute disaster mess, and you were doing something that was unbeknownst to you going to revolutionize science fiction forever.
Yeah.
That
Well, yeah,
movie
you
was
had
just
no
a kind
idea.
of a
Whereas
pioneer
in
project.
this case, like, goddamn, there's no excuse.
There is no excuse. There is no excuse.
There is no payoff to compare in the Kenobi show compared to like even Obi-Wan looking at Luke and then smiling at Vader. Like that shit. Oh, it's great in terms of telling you what he's up to.
Inject so much. I know it's been talked about to death, but like the look, how did my father die, and the look that he gives, and just how well that now fits in terms of everything that's been added. So great.
How did he die? Well, I didn't kill him.
It wasn't me.
Wasn't me. I would never do that. I'd never
You told me
kill an
Vader
evil-
killed him. The meme of like, that's what he said. That's literally what he said to me.
Sort
Not
of
my
the product
fault.
of his own actions, I suppose. Like he led himself down a path in which he led himself to be killing himself. It's really metaphorical, Luke. You see.
You're being a bitch, Luke.
All I really did was cut off 3 of his limbs and left him to burn alive. I didn't kill him. Gosh.
You're so mean.
Thought he died
Over-exaggerating.
painfully and slowly, but I was.
How many dark
I thought about
scenes-
stabbing him through the chest, but we all know that doesn't work.
No, it's practically giving them life by doing that. How many dark scenes were there in the show? A lot, yeah. I guess.
A couple of them, yeah.
There's a few. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Oh, Obi-Wan's Schwartz was much bigger than Vader's in the end there, okay.
Vader got his Schwartz burned off on Mustafar, and he's still kind of upset about that. You could in Star Wars, you could probably get like super bionic cocks.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, Luke can feel his hand at the end of Empire. They poke him, little pin.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah,
feels
it could
comes
be
through.
like it could look perfect and be just the right size, and you could get like extra little stuff inside of you, so you could just like fucking come like a racehorse. And
So anyway,
you know it's in that universe. It exists.
got
Next super
the-
chat. What's
No, I was
yeah,
actually looking to make a point, which was that
Okay.
you got to wonder about Vader, being that the first fight he properly has with Obi-Wan, he gets minced. Second fight, he's dominating, but for some reason has like war flashbacks and
Yeah.
just doesn't do anything. Third fight, he gets minced again, and the 2 fights he lost, they were like full-on actual fights. While the weird one in the quarry, I don't even know what Vader thinks about that. Fight number 4, he wins, but he didn't. Like, I wonder if he now thinks thanks to the show, he's just like, was that really a win? He kind of just gave up.
yeah, exactly. Well, now he's the master. See, he's been training. It's like you ran off this time. It's for real.
Well, just episode 2 of that fucking Emperor shit where he's like, I got him, I killed him. And the Emperor's like, oh yeah, I saw it. He kind of just stopped fighting you, didn't he? He's like, no, I won the fight.
Yeah, destroyed him.
He's like,
Easy.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Showed him.
You got him, didn't you?
That Vader mask is looking pretty new. You get yourself a new
Yeah,
one.
a new one after I destroyed your other one.
Just
Clown
celebrate.
boy.
He's like,
obviously.
he was like, no, I got it polished.
Does he have
that's all.
spares? Do you think he has spares?
Probably.
Of course he has spares.
I mean,
Oh wait, maybe he doesn't, because it probably doesn't get destroyed that much. Well, I guess
yeah,
he
think
must have a
like-
backup suit
he
just
must
in
have
case.
It's
spares.
very important
yeah,
for him
'cause,
to have it, but is it like a super
Obama
special
only
suit?
wore? Well, it's just Obama only wore 2 colored suits, but like he would have
Suits
had
of
multiple.
color. Calm down.
Like he only ever wore, I think it was blue and black suits, but like he would have a lot of different suits, you know. So it's probably the same for
Just
Darth Vader.
picturing Obama in his wardrobe with his Vader suit in there, and he's like, like a backup one just in case.
I guess Cheney runs this
Use
line.
that one for the drone strikes. He puts that on before he orders it.
Ray
Mr.
was
Bobby, you don't have to
always
put that on.
Ray was always the chosen one. I'm assuming we're saying this in a very joking way, because fuck off. Wasn't Starkiller the chosen one in the Force Unleashed lore? Or at least he was.
What does it even mean anymore? The chosen one always screws everything up.
The chosen one is whoever the writers want to fluff up.
'Cause I
Whoever the
remember,
writers have chosen.
When Yoda says no, there is another, I think the Force Unleashed tried to argue that he was possibly talking about
Nah, come on.
Starkiller as well. And it was just like,
Starkiller's dead before Yoda says that, though. Or
Yeah.
like, I mean,
Well-
assuming that clone Starkiller isn't. I don't know.
I was about to say, have you played Force
Force
Unleashed 2? Because he ain't dead.
I reviewed them both, but I mean, he is. It's a clone, so or I mean,
Hey,
possibly. I guess
you
we
No,
saying
say
it's
clones
probably-
aren't people?
It's probably only a matter.
Wow.
You
That's
bring it
fucked
up. It's probably only a matter of time until they do a Starkiller thing. Which
Well,
means
I-
Sam
I-
Witwer was
I think
still
they would've
involved in Star
already.
Wars, so
Well,
I think it wouldn't rule it out, is what I'd say.
I could see them
They just now made a Kenobi
pilfering
show.
the ideas. I don't think they would do
Yes.
it directly.
Oh no! They can't do it directly with the timeline they want to do. Well, then again, who gives a shit, right? But like, yeah, I think they'll take the character and give him like his own show.
Dude, so-
If
those
which
are
you probably will.
Starkiller is like the Shadow the Hedgehog of Luke Skywalker. It's funny.
It's Unleashed.
Hey.
I played that. What platform? Because I played it on Wii. I played it on Nintendo Wii.
Oh,
I
different
played
game,
the
then.
first Force Unleashed on Wii as well.
I can't remember. I know I played it on this at one point, but I can't remember if it was my first one. But I played it on PSP, and it was actually quite good.
Oh boy.
The PSP one is good. Yeah, the PSP and Wii version and PS2 is the same
different
game. Though
game,
obviously
yeah.
the Wii controls are obviously unique to the Wii.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
the Xbox 360 and PS3 and later ported to PC version is the one where you have you can free aim your force throws when you pick up objects. And yeah, I reviewed it on PC. In fact, I think Muller commenting on that is the first time you and I ever interacted.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, it was. Well, I really liked Force Unleashed when I played it. I'm sure I'd like it if I played it now.
It was a fun game.
Yeah.
I remember at the time I thought the graphics were like insane.
If you mod it to 4K 60, it looks crazy even now. Like old school LucasArts games, they generally were pretty high standard.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Star Wars 1313 looked really cool. Thanks,
it looks better than most of the games we're seeing trailers for today.
Guys. Yeah. We got to no, admittedly, apparently it was George Lucas's idea to change that into a game about Boba Fett, which I think is unnecessary. I'm happy to just follow.
Oh man.
I never want to see someone I recognize ever again.
What a way to sum up everything Disney has done to Star Wars. Unnecessary.
Which is that's
just the mood I'm in. I never want to see anything I recognize ever again in my life.
Right, bye Rex.
Bye. I go find some strangers for a day.
So was that Mauler's accent is weird. Where's he from? I assume he's American, but I can't place it.
Yeah, he lives down the street from me.
I don't know why the base assumption would be American, but all right.
That is an odd base assumption.
Everyone here is a different country.
I sort of get it.
I don't.
What?
I don't get it. Nah, I don't.
The only way I would get it with Frigg is if you've never heard Australian people talk before. I'd just be like, oh, you just don't know about it. But even then,
I just think Fringy has sort of a distinct sort of way of speaking.
It's definitely not the standard common accent here, but like it's not American.
Let's make it move on.
At all.
Moments like this, I just stare at
Where's
my
Metal
other monitor.
from?
Germany, I think. Yeah.
We don't know that for sure. I'm not sure
I don't
it's
know.
Earth.
I mean, where's he from? I don't know.
Muller is as Welsh as Jimmy Carr is Irish. I mean, I'm pretty Welsh. I just don't. The accent isn't as obvious.
Jimmy Carr.
apparently.
Oh, Jimmy.
Luke is not Luke Skywalker. Well, like I think it has become official. We'll just call him Skinwalker Luke from now on, which is different from Jake Skywalker.
Luke
I don't know why,
Skinwalker.
but I imagine the you know, like in the Rick and Morty decoys episode with the one who's harvesting skin. That's what I think of whenever you say Skinwalker. You know, sometimes they're, you know, further along down the line there be monsters with Skinwalker Luke.
Yeah,
I
he'll be
gotta say
back
it.
too. They will milk the fuck out of
It's nice and
Skinwalker Luke.
dystopian, isn't it?
Yep.
It's so dystopian.
Batwoman theme is more appropriate for this show.
Dun, 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 dun. I like the theme that got composed for the main theme.
Yeah,
I like
the
that.
remix. The remix was kind of. It was like the
Oh,
a
I
good
think you're
version of
misunderstanding.
that.
I like
Oh?
the theme that they made for Obi-Wan that John Williams made. Like his theme that he's got.
It didn't do much for me. I thought it was fine.
I like. Well, I don't think it's like incredible, but I like it.
I'd have
and
to
I
hear
like
it again.
I like the remix. Not the remixes, but like the ways that it was occasionally incorporated into the score.
Rearrangements.
Yeah.
But
Like
I think it reminds me a lot of the Spider-Man, Insomniac Spider-Man score. Like the
it
theme
does.
from
Yeah,
those games.
yeah, it does. Actually, now that you say it, it's like that's it. I can't remember which part made me think that was the case, but it does sound a bit
kinda-
like that.
Sort of the main theme.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Fringy sounds like a posh English guy that spent 20 years in deep rural Scotland and now his accent is mixed. Oh, and
That's how you get
I don't know what to
Australian.
say. I hear all the Australianisms from him, so I don't even come close to associating it. But
I've definitely got the Australianisms in there for sure. They're
Trisms.
yeah. I could definitely go more I'm actually forgetting the word. I guess loose for sure. But I want to be a little bit more precise with my words. Not go crazy.
oh yes, giving Bly a 7, same rating as Halo and Boba Fett. That's the biggest of all crimes. It's horrifying. Yeah.
It's insane, isn't it?
It's less the 7 than the ones that also got a 7.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
what is the most
multi-tiered in terms
outrageous
of how
thing there?
how the fuck did they get 7?
Like, Halo getting a 7 or Boba Fett getting a 7? What's more outrageous?
I think Halo upsets me a bit.
I think. Oh, which one upsets me more? I think Halo upsets me more, but I can believe that it got a higher score more because I think it's
I was gonna
trying
say,
to do something.
It also gets the benefit of being an adaptation where Boba Fett is not.
Yeah, that's my thing. I think I would probably be more bothered by what is done in Halo, but because them saying, "Hey, this is its own timeline, it's not canon," is enough for me to be like, okay, well, at least I can not
The
not
fucking
care about
nonsense
it.
timeline, yeah.
I don't have to worry that every other Halo game is gonna have to factor in your fucking show with the blonde chick that's the Covenant spy that bangs Master Chief, and then he dies and Cortana possesses his body. Like what? What is any
Seriously,
of that?
if you had
that I
told
just
us
said? Like,
a year ago, if you told us that was a summary of the show, you'd just be like, you can't be serious, please.
My favorite part,
You're
though,
lying to
about
me.
because they have the symbolism of like, see his helmet cracked, he's not a human anymore. It's like, yes, this non-human saved all the lives of all these people here and stopped the Covenant from finding Halo. It's like, it's kind of, your symbolism's pretty stupid when the point that you're making that humanity's got something that's intrinsically really cool is like defeated by an artificial intelligence construct saving the day.
Remember they made that weird clone person and killed them to make Cortana,
Yes.
and then they just never talked about that ever again?
well, the Flash clones were in Halo lore.
In
Like that's what
Halo,
they they basically they would abduct children and replace them with a Flash clone that would usually die like a few weeks or a few months later of some illnesses. And
And
that's how they
was some special person they like started to
the nature of,
characterize and everything.
Yeah,
the
they
nature of
did it
Cortana
weird.
is that what makes her quite special is that she was like the first AI to be basically molded from like a cloned like brain, like a human brain proper.
But like a scan, not the brain itself. She's not like Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell, where it's like a physical brain in there.
No, of course not.
And I will say, as much as it isn't really brought up again, it's banked upon mechanically being
It is.
the reveal.
It doesn't work though. I'm pretty sure.
I'm just saying they thought it did.
They thought it did, but they think a lot of things work in that show that don't work.
Can't wait for the Star Wars multiverse when the Annie from the universe where Qui-Gon trained him has to fight a Padme that has the Force and fell to the dark side when her Annie died.
You know what? I will say, as the show was going on, and the couple of times they referenced Padme, I was sitting there like, I wonder if they got Natalie Portman, because like she's doing IP stuff now with like Thor. Maybe they got her.
Also,
I was wondering.
You know, if they did like, a what if Star Wars event where Padme became a Jedi, it's just like, I don't know. Fuck it. It's probably gonna be better than the Kenobi show. If it were well written.
I think we said it literally at the same time. Just fuck it. Why not? Just do whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. Fuck it.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, again, if they do have that crossover thing that uses the world between worlds time travel shit, then a multiverse was probably not too far behind.
IGN said Bly isn't scary. That's what everyone says.
Does it have to be scary?
It is scary.
No, of course it doesn't.
By any normal definition, it's totally scary.
Yeah. Existential dread.
If you want to appeal to like, but I wasn't scared, it's like, that's totally fine.
Well, I think that you're right, Fringy. The existential dread thing. I don't know that I found that scary. I did find it very interesting, though.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Like I mean, so I think I can appreciate if someone's like, yeah, I was not scared by Bly Manor, because that's sort of like the do you find it funny or find it entertaining thing. Like what scares you, it could be a little subjective.
But
for
the sake of Fringy being here, I won't explain it for Soma, but the Soma has the exact same thing. The scariest thing to me, possibly in Bly Manor, is the fate of I forget what's Fiola's sister's name. I used to know it. It's been a while since I've seen Bly now. The sister she strangled.
I forget. Yeah, I forget her name.
It's
call her Andrew.
Regardless, she's one of the earliest ghosts that's lost all Perdita. That's it. She's lost all reference to like what she was entirely, barring of course Viola just being the main one. And she's just this faceless moaning creature in the attic that has nothing to exist for. It doesn't know what's happening with anything. Like I don't know. There's something impossibly terrifying about being trapped in such a way that you're just tormented without even knowing why. Nor
yeah,
can you
and
understand
to
the
the point
nature
that
of
you
all of it.
lose your identity, your own memories and identity of yourself. It's like it just withers away.
Yeah, and that's the fate of all ghosts. And oh man, I think that crystallizes when the other characters start to understand that's their fate.
Yeah.
There's lots to dig out of Bly that is terrifying in terms of, because the Hill House ghosts, this isn't me. This is the show. They argue at the end. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. That's the show's perspective, not ours.
It's like, all right. Man, yeah, because I was thinking about how, you can argue that for how the dad does the thing. And I was like, well, no, it's the fucking stupid groundskeeper family. They're like, we need to die in the house, we live forever, or whatever. It's like, oh, God. Feel like we're tangling our point here. Bly, though, that was very straightforward. Almost beautifully done. Actually, I'd just say it is.
Watch them both again.
Clearly
Although,
the
I
best...
guess to tie the two of them together, I hear the rumor to play Ezra, like the adult version of him, is Rahul Cooley, who was sheriff in Midnight Mass and the cook.
I love his acting.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Gets me every time with his performances. I wanted a much better fate for him as a sheriff, but I didn't get it.
Yeah.
That would have been nice.
Hey,
it would have been
why are
nice
you
if there was
why are you
something
pouring that
satisfying about
gasoline over there?
anything.
Oh, hey, hi, vampires.
Oh, fuck, I hate it. I hate it so
Didn't see-
much. It hurts. Such a stupid ending. Today's animal of the day is the arowana.
What could you just call me?
I think
called
it's
you an
still
arowana.
illegal in my state.
Wow.
Illegal? To hunt them, or?
No, because it sounds like marijuana.
Legal in my whole country now.
They look pretty unique.
Arowana.
Although we can't buy
Arowana.
handguns anymore, so no.
Oh,
Straight off.
Is a fish boy.
Arowana.
I like
They
kale.
are expensive.
Look at that little fishy.
The dragonfish.
Neat.
Dragon
Top of it.
dish.
Top of it is shockingly level.
Yeah.
Straight line.
It is.
Clearly the best way to enjoy a fight is not to be able to see it at all. Thanks, Game of Thrones, for setting that precedent. Yay. Fucking season 8. Please read the Pokedex entries for Drampa.
Oh, hang on. Rampa? D-R-A-M-P-A?
There's the wound.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what it does to children in the woods or something.
Yeah. Let's see. Pokemon DB. I guess that should do the trick. Pokedex entries. Okay. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. It looks kind of friendly.
Doesn't look so bad.
Looks kind of friendly. Like a little dragon thing, I guess.
Yeah.
And what does it do?
All right, see. Pokedex entries. A specific one or just in general?
The
They
worst
didn't
ones,
specify.
probably.
Kind of looks like Falcor.
Okay.
Look at that fella.
It has a compassionate personality. Oh, that's good. But if it's enraged, I don't know where this is going. It completely destroys its surroundings with its intense breath. Oh.
Ew.
I thought it was going to start off with, it has a great personality that it uses to lure orphans and children into the wood at night and then steals their souls.
Let's see. If a child it has made friends with is bullied, Drumba will find the bully's house and burn it to the ground.
Oh my god! Jeez, it's always about children.
They always overreact, these Pokemon.
Like the other one is much more nicer. It's like it appears in towns and plays with the children. Drumpa will protect kids when they're in danger, so their moms don't have to worry. See, that sounds way
It'll
friendlier.
be like it will protect children at any
cost.
Oh.
I want to see the Pokemon adaptation where it's like humanity dealing with all of these creatures that just exist in their world, trying to keep some semblance of a civilization cobbled together.
Dude, it's like some of the Avengers where it's like they have the power to destroy the world, but they choose to be happy, fluffy, and wobbly wibbling around. And you're like, okay, I hope they stay
that's
that way.
good. Anything we can do for you?
It's a
sir?
friendly Pokemon up until it's angered. When that happens, it stirs up a gale and flattens everything around.
Damn.
Shit's dangerous, yo.
I think the writer said just play with the idea of killing Luke, George's character. I mean, they certainly tried to bait that it would happen, which is just, as we've said, is a bit weird, but, you know. Even Vader didn't know Luke was his son. Palpatine told him in episode 5, so how did Reva know something Vader didn't? She didn't know. I don't think she knew. I don't know what the fuck her motivation was, but I don't think it was that. A lot of people think it is, but that's not what the show says. I don't think. Obi-Wan Better Call Saul prequel, where each season shows old Ben for a small bit, and then most of the show is Clone Wars.
Black and white is old Ben.
I mean, I think they're saying that as a serious recommendation, and to be honest with you, sure, do it.
Yeah. Would be better.
Yeah. IMO, I think the biggest flop Disney did with Star Wars was Finn. Could have had an interesting plot where a stormtrooper defected, possibly had a possible Force connection, but no wave.
I think a lot of people agree at this point. Oh, sorry.
No, I don't know
the
what.
The term biggest for that, though.
So it says, but no wave him being nothing more than a pointless rebel.
I mean, I think a lot of people agree at this point that like one of the most wasted opportunities was Finn. What a waste of a great premise for a character.
I will say he's been outclassed now, because back then it was new characters. Now we've been wasting all of these classic characters.
Well, yeah, Boba Fett was a total waste.
Obi-Wan is probably Obi-Wan might be the biggest waste so far.
Well,
I'm not sure.
And like I said, they're even doing things like making me really dislike Leia when they didn't have to. And I think their intention was to make everyone love her more. It's like, oh man, look at how brilliant she was from young age, except for when she jumps off a friggin' building for no reason. But like, they don't think about that part. That was just her being a kid. But look at how she thinks her way around her cousins. Why do they know she's adopted? How about that?
Sorry I'm a bit late with this, but the Fireflies in Arcane being called Firelights is stupid. It is. I don't care how many different names we have for them. Those names are always made up of the attribute part and creature part. Firefly, Firebug, Glow, Fly, Lightning Bug, etc. These make sense, but Firelight doesn't. That's like calling a ladybug a lady woman or a dragonfly a dragon wyvern. It's stupid and confusing. Hi, Rag.
Hi.
I'm not sure that's a format for naming everything. There's got to be examples where Firelights would be similar to how something's named conventionally for us. But even if it wasn't, that wouldn't mean a fictional universe can't do it that way.
Also, a firelight is the light of a fire, not necessarily just combining fire and light. Like I guess it implies to. I always assumed that was one treated as a thing. It's the light of a fire.
It's like I think this is worse, right? You know, like they had the red light for go and the green light for stop in Doctor Strange's world. It's like, what are you saying? That's impossible? It's like, no, it's possible. I just don't see at all how that could have happened. Meanwhile, with Firelight, it's like, yeah, I can see how that could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We call ourselves the Firelights, where we light fires.
Well, sorry, wait. He's talking about the bugs.
Oh, the Fireflies?
So, I don't know if you remember, but there is a team of people called the Firelights, but I'm assuming they took their name from the creatures that are called Firelights in Arcane, that are those little flying... Because those things are actual creatures, but then there's also mechanical ones that Jinx has.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying, why would these creatures be called Firelights? They should, when that's not how naming conventions work in our world.
Oh, it's not our world.
I mean, that's as far as I feel like I have to go with that. It's just like, yeah, they just used a different convention to name them.
I think if you have a firefly-like creature, that people would reasonably call it a firelight, because they kind of glow like a flame and produce a little light. It's not at all a stretch to me at all. It seems totally normal and reasonable.
Seems
especially because they're not nuisances the way flies are. So maybe they also have flies in Arcane. A fly would be ascribed to something more annoying than the firelights. They all seem pretty happy when they're around.
Hello from all of New Zealand. Did you know we have the longest named town in the world? I dare you to try and say it. You'll need Google and YouTube won't let me post it. Really? I thought the Wales had the longest one.
I'll be right back. Uno momento.
See if I can consult some of my Canadian First Nations friends, see if they got anything in the tank for us.
Apparently, it is the North Island of New Zealand has the place named. Okay. Tomato Wakatangi Hangakawit. I'm not.
I'm not.
Sounds like you're trying to sing a corn song.
Yeah, it's a long name. Good stuff. You could call that me trying. In some cultures. Mola took that one personally. Yeah, we've been dethroned. I didn't know this was a thing.
That's bullshit.
Wales still has the best flag.
Get ragged.
Not only is it absurd that Obi-Wan didn't know Anakin was still alive, but what's worse is that Reva tells him this as if she somehow knew he didn't know, when really she'd have no reason to assume he wasn't already aware.
That's actually a good point. I didn't think of that.
Oh, I hate to do this, but I'm actually going to defend the show. I'm so sorry ahead of time, everybody.
Oh no.
She says that she says like that he wants you or whatever, and then Obi-Wan reacts, and then she says you didn't know. Like she feels him in the Force not knowing, so she thought he did know. Don't worry, it's still shit.
It's still all awful.
Wow. Mauler is a Disnoid.
I'm sorry.
Me.
Best redemption: Kenobi, Star Wars Battlefront 2, or Star Wars Fallen Order, and why? I'm not familiar with any of the ones other than Kenobi, and it was terrible. It's not even a redemption, so...
Fallen Order is the only one of those I enjoyed.
Well...
I don't think it's an amazing game, but I thought it was okay.
There's your answer, everyone. Cool, I don't even know
I really didn't like... Battlefront 2 has some of the worst shooting mechanics I've ever played in any FPS in my whole life.
What about the story?
Yeah, it's even worse. The story is actually worse than any aspect of the gameplay.
What about, but isn't it exciting that EA or DICE have said that they don't have time for anything else like Mirror's Edge. They're full-time on Battlefield.
Oh, okay.
By the way,
fine, they can't stop. No one wants to play it anymore.
Someone just mentioned in chat, wait, why didn't she feel him on the desert planet when she was like right around the corner? Shut up. Just shut up, okay? You're ruining it. You're making this show look bad.
That's not how the Force works.
That's a good point. Stop that.
Stop with those good points.
Evil. Does the Empire not do physicals when you start working for them? Wouldn't they see Reva's lightsaber wound and go, are you a young... There's no way this works. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's so fucked.
They know who she is, and she knows they know who she is, and then that creates a problem for how she becomes an Inquisitor. There's ways around it, but apparently she thought they didn't know, which is insane.
I don't know. Maybe she has a Fennec iron stomach.
Even then, though, they'd be like, "Oh, that's an iron stomach. Did you get stabbed in the chest with a lightsaber or something?"
You can make up any story at that point.
Why would I need? Wait, why would I need to get like bionic replacements if I got stabbed with a lightsaber? That's nothing. I just walk around. I'll be fine. Why'd I waste all that money?
Like, she'd be like, "Yeah, I would have died if it were a lightsaber. It was clearly a blaster." And they're like, "Okay, I have to check that out with our records."
Remember when Rogue One brought up the idea that lightsaber technology was behind the Death Star weapon?
It puts a hole straight through Alderaan, but it's just fine. It's just a big canyon in the middle. But the planet carries on being okay. And eventually it just gets better.
That's it, like they're retconning their own shit constantly.
They don't care.
Get how
they don't give a fuck. Because each one of these writers doesn't talk to the other writers, and they say terrible.
Well, this is the first one of the Disney Plus TV shows, even the Marvel ones, where I'm almost convinced that there was at least one writer on staff who was intentionally coming up with bad ideas, pitching them, seeing if they would do it, and then turning to his buddy and be like, "You fucking believe it? They put the trench coat thing in the show, dude."
Yo, you owe me
high five. Yeah. They're just like, "Whoa, no, the fun part's not even started yet. Let's go to Twitter and see the people defending it."
Yeah.
How long until we can start calling them wrongers?
You know what, Rax? You go right ahead.
You go
already.
Season 2 pitch. Reva kills Obi-Wan, then Weekend at Bernie's his corpse the rest of the show, setting her up as the master puppeteer in A New Hope. Yeah, why not?
That's gonna be my answer to all these. Fuck it, why not?
It can't get worse, right? It can only be just as bad.
It's actually if they make it as silly as possible, people will stop taking it seriously, which makes all the and then they'll be like, "Oh wait, we got to draw the line somewhere." And maybe they revert back to just more people headcanoning only certain parts of it, which might be the best you could do at this point. Is just trying to convince people slowly that so much of the series just didn't actually happen. It was just a crazy fever dream that you need to forget.
The Lady Reaver mutilated. Wait, what? The Lady Reaver mutilated was pointing out an inconsistency. The Empire doesn't have jurisdiction here because the Hutts control the Outer Rim. Quickly, cut off your hand before the audience thinks about it.
I'm sure that won't cause any problems for the Inquisitors just maiming innocent
I'm pretty sure
people.
Pretty sure I brought that up in the first one. I said that
I think you did.
I almost said it as like it'll be interesting to address it because I like that idea. I like the idea that there's space that's more so controlled by different factions and the Empire have to respect that. But we don't get that at all. And then we even have a character outwardly suggesting that that's the case, and she just gets attacked. It's like, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Whatever. Remember when they baited us in Boba Fett that the Hutts would be involved, and it was literally just to delay the timeline? That was it. And give him a fucking rancor.
It really was just one big delay because they needed to fill time, and it still wasn't enough. They had to poach Mando episodes. What happened? What happened? Jeez.
Yeah, Robert Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Tackling Boba Fett.
And I remember everyone saying, "Oh, it's gonna be great. They're gonna give him full control." And it's like,
Please don't.
He's so talented.
Recently found Saltier Than Crate on Reddit, a subreddit dedicated to hating people who criticize Star Wars. Go on there and look up EFAP for a laugh. To be fair, they're devoted to hating people who who criticize the sequel trilogy. They're created as a parody site for not the reverse, but Saltier Than Crate, spelled with a C for crate, is what a bunch of people created in response to The Last Jedi, and it's basically a subreddit to basically be like...
Saltier with a crate spelt with a C as opposed to the other kind of crate spelt with a C.
Yeah, I'm curious. Are you referring to the...
You mean spelt with an E?
Are you guys okay? Do you want me to let me finish before you assume nonsense?
Yeah, no. Okay, yeah.
I'm literally reading the words. I can help you. Just give me a sec. So, Saltier Than Crate, spelt with a C, is the subreddit that was created for people who hated The Last Jedi, and they talked all about it.
Okay.
Obviously, the meme being Crate's the salt planet. But it evolved into a subreddit that mainly covers memes about the sequel trilogy and then Disney Star Wars. A lot of Disney Star Wars fans didn't like that subreddit. In fact, they hated it. And so they created Saltier Than Crate with crate spelt with a K. And then that became a parody almost of like, look how stupid the people who hate the sequels are. And they would collect images and videos and titles. And now you've got those two subreddits to choose from. If you hate or love the sequel trilogy, have fun. We end up on Saltier Than Crate spelt with a K a lot because we don't like Star Wars from Disney a lot of the time, as you may have noticed.
So the way to remember it is like K for Kathleen, Kathleen Kennedy.
Is there
K.
is that not like really ironic though that you would have like presumably the idea would be the people who are featured are Saltier Than Crate, but it's like it's a Reddit dedicated to shitting on
not
people.
us though.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's even the moderators on the Mauler subreddit have gotten to the point now where they're just like, don't just be like, look at this subreddit, I hate them. Like, just try and just post away about, you know, content and stuff. Just because that's what they're.
Well, that is definitely like a weird sort of internet subculture thing, isn't it? That it's a subreddit that's about shitting on another subreddit that's about a specific subset of Star Wars films.
It's kind of like, for lack of a better term, it's kind of culture war stuff. You need to be seen as though there's a pushback. That alone is important.
Right.
It needs to be known that there are sequel fans out there saying that the people who are just being loud are wrong and that most people love the Disney Star Wars, that sort of stuff. And the funny thing is, I'd be like, yeah, you're right, most people do love it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Depressing, isn't it?
But like, that doesn't change that it's really poorly written. Yeah. Where we're at.
But the OT was poorly written too, Mueller.
Ah, yeah. Bonk
That's
goes the Stormtrooper.
At that point again, what exactly is it that you guys like about Star Wars?
You do end up wondering. You do end up wondering.
Everyone keeps telling me everything you
Everybody
like is
keeps telling me it
shit.
sucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
The dark side is the color wheel, is a path to many decorations some might consider unnatural. I think I get the joke. Unfortunately, there was a couple of spelling errors in there, and that's okay. Also, hi,
No.
Ryan.
Please review your super chats before hitting enter for spelling and grammatical mistakes. They might obfuscate the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah, I can try and correct them in real time, but when I saw night, I was like, oh wait, maybe that's part of the joke, and I was like, no, it's not. I was like, rip. But yeah, it's good stuff.
Gambled on that one wrong.
Billiam has done a 4-hour breakdown of Lost. I really enjoyed it. Have any of you guys seen it? Have any thoughts? I'd love to see him on one day. So, I've seen all of Lost. What about the rest of you?
I haven't
I've
seen
seen it all.
anything.
I've seen none.
None. Yeah.
My review has always been, and which is a hot take even for people who hate Lost, season 1 and 2 are the only good ones. Then it goes to shit. And I used to think it was season 1, 2, like 3, 4. But I rewatched it a couple of years ago, and when I got to season 3 with a friend, we noticed a sharp decline in execution for characters, and we got so annoyed we left. But back in the day, I was super into like seasons 4 up to 4. But I remember when it gets to like the last few seasons, it gets fucking insane. And I've told you guys before, say it again, they introduced time travel. And,
Nice.
Yeah, not the greatest choice. Lots of other stuff too.
But for in-game.
It would be
And they
something.
introduced a different type of time travel that's not really time travel at all in the last season, and you're like, what?
gets a little weird. Though, covering the first 2 seasons, I'd be interested in doing on EFAP maybe someday. Maybe EFAP TV, that could be an idea, because it is really good stuff. At least I remember.
TV, that'd be nice. We'd have to get like our own little like a color palette for it to sort of differentiate it from the other ones, though. Make it look really nice.
Showed it, remember?
I know. I was like referring to
know.
that thing as I was. Yeah.
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 Sidious giving Vader life advice. Would you call that a Sith com? Oh, nice. Springy's getting coffee. He would have loved that. Now, Vader, you should make sure to save 10% salary. Is that part of the Sith con? Be a fun episode where they're deciding how much they're going to pay stormtroopers.
Sheev Palpeterson.
You guys going to cover The Boys season 3? No idea. Right now.
No, probably not. I just have zero interest in it.
It doesn't look like it's likely, considering we haven't checked out any of it. And the fact that I had absolutely zero intention of covering anything to do with Stranger Things, and I'm at the point where I'm like, we might be covering that, because I'm enjoying it too much.
I really liked Stranger Things season 4.
I'm seeing a lot of people are really liking it, even people who haven't seen any Stranger Things before, which is one of the most fascinating fucking elements of it, honestly.
That's interesting.
And they added a good villain, and that does a lot. Because I mean, even from the Stranger Things season 1, the villain was just kind of like an anonymous monster thing, and then they did that 2 seasons in a row. Or, I mean, I guess the second one was like that was a bunch of small ones, and third one is like now it's a huge big one.
I think
where here they're like now we actually have a villain who has a personality.
The thing is, there are plenty of like what I would call issues with the writing in the series, but they're getting, I can't believe I'm saying this, they're getting overshadowed by a motivated, powerful villain that has understandable mechanics. You have a new character, brand new to the show, that bounces off everybody in really different ways. The current characters, some of them that nobody gives a fuck about at all, and the other 3 seasons have been given so much new material that's really strong. Dialogue is much better than it has been in the lesser seasons, I'll put it that way. And they've been making use of music. They've always made use of music, but I feel like it's been stronger this season than has been before. And they give a lot of time to a lot of things to build it up, so I would go as far as, oh yeah, don't worry, people in chat, I'm already seeing examples. There are some characters that have suffered this season for other ones to rise up. You know, it happens. But it just seems like the hype, I hope they end it well, because they can really make Stranger Things a bigger cultural impact again if they can end this one strong and get a good season 5. Because Stranger Things kind of disappeared a little bit. But yes, maybe we'll talk about it. Who knows? What are your favorite football teams?
Oh,
No.
I don't really follow. I don't know the Kansas City Chiefs because my parents really like them. and when they win, my parents get a tiny little. They like it, so that's good enough for me. Anyone but the Patriots.
Never seen a football game in my life.
My favorite's the Patriots.
Oh,
You just said that because
I knew
Rex said
something was
that.
up about you.
Oh gosh.
For me, growing up, it was the Green Bay Packers, but I'm not really a huge sports guy, so I
Green
don't know.
Bay
They might
Packers.
they might
And
suck now, but
you can pack these nuts.
yeah, honestly, they were just the ones I used in NFL Blitz. So when they were in the Super Bowl, I'd
Cheeseheads.
always be like, "Yeah, my team."
I just think of the Mitchell and Webb sketch with David Mitchell just saying, "Next time on the football will be like attacked by the New York City State Giants and the mountains of Ipswich." It's just like a bunch of nonsense words, but he says it really aggressively, and it's just really fun. Who will win the football?
You get to take it home at the end if you win. Yeah.
Kenobi is as powerful as Rey confirmed. I don't even know what to think about that fucking scene.
I don't know if he could accidentally do Force lightning.
Probably.
That is pretty insane, though. We bring it up a lot as the example, but Yoda, Jedi Master Yoda, one of the strongest in the Force, really was having a hard time stopping some rocks from falling on top of him and moving them to the side. And now it's just like we're pulling ships down from takeoff and ripping apart hulls. We're lifting half a mountain and throwing it at people effortlessly. I'm like, guys, calm the fuck down. You used to be able to throw a box at people.
Yeah.
Waiting for the day where
fucked.
Jedi fucking grabs a planet and throws it at somebody. It's gonna happen.
It's only a matter of time until the real super chosen one uses the Force to, pull a moon onto a planet. Yeah, you're
Kill
right.
Chewie.
It's only a matter of time.
I saw a lot of people who were defending the Vader pulling the ship that's thrusting off back to the ground, saying like, "Oh yeah, well Starkiller did that in Force Unleashed." And the thing they don't remember is that that's a ship that's crashing, and he just kind of makes it crash more slowly and moves it away from them. He doesn't stop
Which is
the
still,
thrusters.
which is better, but still insane.
I was gonna say that's better,
it is
but he
still
does
insane, but
turn
slowing
it like almost
Yeah,
one-to-one
well,
with his
that's
hands, which is just like that's pretty fucking
Yeah,
impressive.
you're right. It does get a little slow.
And Starkiller is powered up as hell. Like he is
He's definitely overpowered, especially for where he'd fit in the timeline, but I can wrap my head around he's slowing a falling object much more than like this is a spaceship taking off that you're canceling out the entire
think-
power of its engines.
we don't even need all I'd say is just like Vader can't do that because he'd have to have done it in several instances where he had the chance to and didn't in the OT. I'm sorry, it's locked off. You're not allowed. Put it down. You should have thrown the boulder from Shrek's swamp. That would have instantly won the battle.
That is a nice boulder.
Yeah.
That is a real nice boulder.
Also, I watched Shrek the other day. Pretty sure Donkey took out more knights than Shrek in the Duloc arena fight. High rags. Yeah,
Maybe, but I don't know if maybe he was set up for success by Shrek, you know?
Yeah. But they make a great team. You know. Opinions on The Boys Season 3 and recent episode. We have not watched it.
Haven't seen it.
I was watching the last scene and thought, well, Fringy's wrong again. Then it happened. I laughed so hard. Can't wait to see you Dumbos' reactions. They're on the way. I think you guys will like the mini. It's getting cooked.
I'm excited to see it.
Also, play DDLC 2. And hi, CJ, glad you're back. You would appreciate that. Thank you. Digimon of the day is Leomon. Alright.
It actually sounds like a familiar one. I think.
He's like a...
Leomon.
You got a good picture.
Yeah, I remember that feller from back as a little child boy.
Dude, if this guy could like
Boy
just
child.
straight up talk to you, you would start to be like, "Oh, are you happy being my like controlled pet like creature?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure."
Like, are you really in control with that guy? Like,
I don't remember the rules for Digimon. Are they like? Are they the same as Pokemon, or is it different? Like in terms of
They're different.
are they creatures that are like alive, or are they just sort of?
I thought they're digital creatures, like they don't exist in the real world, right? You have to go into like a computer, the digi world.
Yeah, they have like their own
meet 'em,
universe
right?
things going on and stuff.
Does that make
I'd
sense? A little
honestly-
bit more ethical.
Shit's crazy.
I would be concerned about leaving that thing at home alone with my wife.
Oh no!
Why you think it's gonna fuck your wife?
I don't know. I don't know that
It's
she'd be
that
able to
fucking
stop it
handsome.
if it wanted to.
Look at it's shirtless. It's got all those fucking muscles on it. Oh, I don't want that. Leaving that alone around my wife. Oh boy.
Do your objective standards only apply to Western storytelling, or would you say that they can apply universally to every movie ever made? Also, hi Rags.
Hi.
Find me a story that doesn't adhere to the realities of cause and effect. I don't know that there's one that does.
I don't think any culture is separate from those. It seems pretty basal to the nature of the universe.
Yep, and it's kind of cool actually, because like some of the stuff you see from like foreign countries in terms of, well, it's like Train to Busan. What I have to love and appreciate about that is how much loads of it follows cause and effect, and it's just like satisfying, I guess, in some ways, that some of the high scoring things from completely different cultures end up being for the same reason that I think the strongest stories are the strongest stories.
Yeah.
Hi Rags and friends.
Hi.
Hello.
What is your favorite story in a video game? For me, it is either Red Dead Redemption 2 or Final Fantasy 14. Great, I've got a stock answer
There's
prepared.
plenty I like, but yeah, we like ourselves some Soma. We really do.
The
There's
more I
some-
dug into that game's story for the videos, the more I was like, this is so fucking cool. And it's got huge potential for like a TV show. The rise and fall sort of thing, without saying any more. It's kind of Bioshocky in that way, which is another one of my favorite sort of game stories, if I was to say
Also
it.
on
And
my list, yeah.
not necessarily because I think it's the best written one ever, but I fucking love it. It appeals to me very much.
Executed
So.
really well, yeah. Get a good sense of progression as things ramp up. There's a lot of good stuff in the Mass Effect series, and there's some good stuff in
Is
The
the
Witcher.
question best video game narratives or favorite?
Your favorite story in a video
Favorites,
game?
yeah.
No, you go for it because I'm thinking.
Well, I think me and Rags are done now. Sort of.
I've been trying to narrow mine down since I heard the question, but I don't know. I'd probably go with like Metal Gear Solid 3 if I had to pick one, but that might be because I like it for the same reason I like a lot of movies. Like it's just a very exciting, kind of interesting story with characters that are interesting with some cool twists, but there's definitely stories that are executed better. So I don't know. Like Soma, I think actually would be a pretty good answer, though. I don't know that I would have picked it had you guys not brought it up.
It kind of slips under the radar for a lot of people. More people need to have played it. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's almost great.
I think because if you explain what Soma is to them and you just say, it's a game where you're kind of at the deep seas. I meant that I wasn't going to explain the plot. I was going to say that you're walking around like a research base under the ocean, and some shit's chasing you, and
You've already
you have
said
to
too
discover
much.
the mystery. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought,
we should have been more subtle with our noises, Mahler.
Yep.
Well, I wasn't gonna.
I don't know what you thought
do
we
any
meant.
I wasn't gonna talk about the reveals. Like
That is literally a reveal.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Shut up!
I'm trying to think of what it says on the Steam page.
Just
Stop
say
saying words.
Just say you
Okay.
think it's neat. There you go.
It's neat. It's a neat game. You should play Soma.
After I play it, you'll be able to speak freely.
You're currently chained up in the world of spoilers.
Oh man, it's actually tough because as I sit here, it's like, what's my favorite? Favorite is that's a tough one. I'm just trying to pull up all like my Steam games, but in order. But then it's just gonna be me scrolling through Steam before I just like, oh yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, I like that one.
I'm not gonna read it, but I think the Steam summary spoils more.
Wow, I'll make sure not to read the Steam summary in that case.
I was gonna say I don't know when the last time I read a Steam summary of a game's narrative was.
Well, no, like the blurb on the Steam page.
Oh, don't put it on a barbecue.
The problem is I could just pick a list of games that have really cool stories that I like, but I don't know what I would pick as my favorite. And the discussion would also be as well a matter of something that I think is fun to think about is how video games, the different methods that they can use to convey their stories. They can do the conventional cutscenes and stuff like that. But then there's also environmental storytelling in like stealth games or in Metroid Prime. Branching paths, like kind of what they tried to do with Mass Effect to some extent.
Or
A
Black
lot of
Ops
the cool
2.
stuff in indie games. Well, I mean that did do it, but I don't know how. Katana Zero was cool in terms because I see it here on my list. That had a cool story and it was presented in a way that was really interesting. I mean, I like the narrative in a lot of Grand Theft Auto games, but I think a lot of that is much more so that I enjoy the dialogue a lot in those games, more so than the plot itself. The plot's pretty straightforward a lot of the time. I like story in Deus Ex. I like I mean, look, I like the story in The Last of Us. I think it's good. That's one that I came to appreciate more after 2 came out. It's like, you know what? 1's actually got some pretty cool stuff. Funny that this follows when a few hours earlier it's like that game is so overrated, but you know what? It has a pretty neat story.
Things can be good and overrated.
Mechanically
Yes, they
overrated.
can.
The story is
Mechanically,
probably
it's overrated.
but not too hard.
Not significantly so. I don't know why I'm struggling so much because there's like a whole bunch. It's just that I can't pick one really. I like the story in Infamous. Mentioned that before.
Right, what's
we
your
need to
snap
replay,
decision if
actually.
someone put a gun to your head and the time was going from 5 to 0 and you have to say 1?
My favorite video game narrative.
It doesn't have to be true, but what would you say?
It should be true if you can do that.
Well, what I will say is that no video game has
Hands up.
Yeah, you've run out of time. Too bad.
It's hilarious if we give him that
reason why is
ultimatum.
because
that was the point of it. The guy holding the fucking gun.
I know it's the point, but the caveat would be because I
That you
frankly,
die if you don't decide. Yeah.
I couldn't tell you a whole lot about the narrative itself, but Ori and the Will of the Wisps gets me at a certain point every time. There's this one part that gets me every single time. And Ori and the Blind Forest, there's one part that gets me every single time, like without fail.
I know both of the parts you're referring to in those games.
Exactly. I figure you do. And it's because I couldn't tell you a whole lot about the narrative of those games really in full. I like them, but I guess the fact that they managed to get that response out of me says a lot about what they're achieving, more so through
basically
visual storytelling.
no dialogue to in a side scroller. Like they do a really good job of just visually portraying their story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's one of those fun things. What can you achieve with no dialogue or minimal dialogue?
Or minimal dialogue, yeah.
Yeah. Portal 2's got some great writing as well. All right, there's a whole bunch of answers.
Oh, Metal is lost, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, for me, it's God of War 2018. I love that story. Especially, I said it multiple times because it works if you haven't played the other God of Wars, but it does so much more if you play them and you're like aware of the whole story of Kratos. And then when a certain thing happens, when you need to get something, and then I'm just being vague, so for some people who haven't played it, just hits all the good fan service feels, but it's also very important to the overall story as well.
That game
And
did
just
the
all the
thing-
dialogue in that game is fucking amazing. Like it's really good dialogue.
It's on Steam now too. Really good port.
It is. I haven't even bought it on Steam yet because I just recently replayed it on stream. And there's like, oh, by the way, it's come out on Steam now. It's like, oh, okay.
I'm looking forward to streaming
played
that
it-
again.
Yeah, me
I
too.
played it on the Give Me the God of War difficulty, and it was unbelievably difficult. But because it's a Sony game, you don't get a specific achievement for playing it on the highest difficulty because they want the people.
Really?
Well, most of Sony games, I think, since about 2017, maybe 2016, they started just totally eliminating difficulty trophies to the first-party games.
That's
So
interesting.
I was
like,
gonna
you
say,
can
there
get
were
the
definitely ones for like Uncharted 2 because I remember playing that on crushing difficulty. All of the Uncharted games, I think. Yeah.
yeah. There
I mean,
is
those
one
were
for
like
God
the
of War.
standard achievements
Not-
anyways for most parts. Like, oh, I can get achievements for just playing all the difficulties or
Easy,
playing the
normal,
hardest one
hard,
immediately
yeah.
or whatever.
But there's a big kind of subculture around collecting platinum trophies, so I think they wanted
yeah.
to make it so that people could play on easy mode and still get a platinum trophy, which I think kind of defeats the purpose of
I was
assigning
about
a
to
trophy
say exactly
for an
that, yeah.
accomplishment. It's like, but I don't know. These people tend to use that trophy as more of a statement of their fandom than a show of an accomplishment.
I see.
I got the platinum. I like it that much. It's like, oh. Or did you did you find the challenges engaging?
To piggyback on what Matt was saying a little bit as well, is that was a game that story like had me convinced that it did so well on its own that I was like, you know what, I don't even need your references to the other 3 games. I'll take your tiny little indications that maybe you know, like that actually happened. I didn't even know. But then when you get to like the 3rd act, it totally makes it overt that yes, we are a sequel to those games, and it's done so fucking well. Meanwhile, like, it's a friend of mine and did compare, and they were like, to the Obi-Wan show, they were like, isn't it interesting how like him activating that lightsaber should probably be treated with a pretty significant moment, and it's just not at all. It's like the show didn't even know that it matters.
Blink and you'd miss it.
He does it, then he runs away. It's like, oh, cool.
Yay.
Epic.
What up, my N-words? Horizon Zero Dawn is coming to PC. Wait, what's going on? Mola? What year is it? Help me. I have a family. Mola, please. Hope you're okay. But yeah, a lot of thorny games.
PlayStation games.
PC.
Yeah. Man, there's probably a lot of salty console boys out
Yes,
there.
there are.
Yeah, the Sony Tonys are there. The Sony, though, they are not happy.
The era is over. Sony has now recognized what Microsoft actually aptly recognized some years ago, which is that there's
even
a
if
lot
it was
of money
too
to be
late.
made. Well,
It took them
because
too long, but even they eventually were like, "Oh yeah, we like money, don't we?"
Yeah.
For Tonga and Oh No, It's Alex are like paying off their mortgages right now because of the PlayStation fanboys.
I'm sure Fratanga's getting a lot of good memes out of all this. Yeah.
The first land animal was the frongoloid.
You know what? I don't know if you're correct about that.
That'd be amazing if it was.
Jeez, you're old.
Yeah.
What,
That would be an
400
addition to the
million
lore.
years old?
God damn.
Yeah.
Neat.
What, that I'm an eldritch god?
Yeah.
At the beginning of life. Well, not the beginning of life on Earth, but not even the beginning of complex life on Earth, but close to it.
Our
Frankie
ancestors...
doesn't consider himself the beginning of complex life. You heard it here.
That must be scary for that little critter going on land. It's like, what is this?
What
Air?
the fuck?
No, there's nothing here, dude. The knowledge that if you go on land, there's like nothing there. There's no other living beings here.
It's like, what do I do now? It's like, I don't...
Our ancestors were amphibious, but they weren't amphibians like modern amphibians. Those are amphibians.
I think I read that one before. I figured that would be the case, that like a lot of the animal I get what are they called, the like canine one, like something like that. Let me look it up. Amphibian, whatever that. Yeah, I would imagine that they weren't exactly the same. Class, that's the one I was thinking. Yeah, class. Yeah, I figured that's the case. This is the order, by the way, for anybody curious. Life, domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species.
That was one off.
I remember
The
that from school.
hierarchy, a biological classification, 8 major taxonomic ranks. Because like genus is so like canid is genus, right? Or no, wait.
Hell
or
yeah, it's the
canid
best
is,
one.
Canid is family, right? And then canine is hold on. I must know.
Canada.
Did you know that the name for dingo is Canis dingo? That's their official name.
Canis dingo?
Yes.
I like
Wait, so is dingo a Latin word?
I don't know if it's a Latin word, but that's what they're called.
Huh.
As opposed to Canis lupus, the good old grey wolf.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I learned that proper from Fantastic Mr. Fox when he's like Canis lupus, vulpus vulpus. That's a good movie.
I like that
It's
movie.
Wes Anderson, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that-
Nice symmetrical shots.
You hold the frame?
You can hold the frame.
He does hold the frame. He very much holds the frame.
Nice. I'm convinced.
Very few directors even are aware of.
He can get away with holding it longer than most.
Mm-hmm.
So, imagine you have a child. Child says, Daddy,
No.
I love TFA, or TLJ, or OS, or Mando, or Boba, or Kenobi. Can we watch it pretty, please? What do? Pick an age and pick an answer.
What do I do
I
if
don't
they
know.
ask specifically to watch The Last Jedi?
If they're my kid, I'm fine with it. It's fine.
Yeah, let them
Yeah.
watch it.
I'll watch whatever they want because, you know, whatever makes them
Just,
happy. I'll just be
just,
like, I hope they're aware I hate it and that we can make memes out of it.
and when they're 30, make fun of them for when they were a stupid little kid who liked bad things.
Yeah, you like Star Wars too.
When you say 30, I'd do it that moment. I'd start establishing a pattern of, reward and punishment. The punishment being humiliation at the hands of your parents.
Fingold, since it sounds like we played basically the same games growing up, what are your favorite pieces of music from the original Ratchet and Clank trilogy? So many certified bangers to pick from.
That's a good question. The Velden track in Ratchet and Clank 1 is pretty cool. It's like a cool way to start. I guess when you think about the bangingest bangers though, the one on Auxin was. Oh wait, no, am I mixing them up? No, it's Auxin, right? That's the planet where No, sorry, I'm mixing them up in my head now. I remember that I really like Novalis. That one was really cool. I like the Iridia track as well. That one's pretty cool. The main one. No, not Auxin. It was Quartu. Quartu had a really cool track. And then I guess that's enough from one. Like Ratchet and Clank 2, the weapons manufacturing place where you could go on the tours where like the robot was taking the robots on the tours. That one had a really cool track. Silver City, that's a very easy one to pick. Silver City has really cool music. Ratchet and Clank 3 has a lot more orchestral ones, but I really like a lot of the stuff in Ratchet and Clank 3. Zelda and Starport's a really cool one. That one's super interesting because it's got a very unconventional time signature. It's like 11-8 for a good portion of it, and then it goes to 4-4, then it jumps back to 11-8. There's a lot of unconventional time signatures in Ratchet and Clank music. A lot of 5-4. I guess 3-4 is not super unconventional, but like there's 3-4. It's and if we're gonna extend past it, Deadlocked has an awesome soundtrack. The Marauder tournament, super cool. The music when you fight Vox, the final battle music is really cool. And I think it's the Ghost Station one. That one's super fun as well. And I liked the Tower of Power. I think it was like the Avenger tournament. Climbing the Tower of Power is really cool. There's a lot of great tracks in the PlayStation ones. It definitely feels like with those games, you can see a sort of change in them. Like Ratchet and Clank 1 is very much... Ratchet and Clank 1, I think you'd describe it as banger, and 2 and 3 are definitely going for an epic tone, which I like as well. And then Deadlocked is edge. Just concentrated edge. So yeah, hopefully
Banger,
that's
epic, then edge.
Yep.
Deadlock's the one that's like an arena shooter, right?
Yeah, Deadlocked is essentially Ratchet and Clank get abducted and forced into a gladiator competition called Dread Zone. So it's like super combat focused compared to the other games, which were much more definitely like Ratchet and Clank 1 is probably as closest to pure platformer as the series got. 2 and 3 are more of like hybrid. And then Deadlocked was like just action oriented.
Yeah, I haven't played too much of the series, but I've enjoyed them. I always found the writing was pretty funny for the most part.
Yeah, it's got cool satire, lots of funny lines and jokes, and a lot of things that they managed to sneak past the censors that were really funny as well. Like some pretty edgy jokes.
Your kid might not get this, but you will type jokes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of. But even a bit edgier than like anything that Pixar would try to get in.
Well, is it the third game is called Up Your Arsenal?
Yeah, oh well, yeah, exactly. Like it's very cheeky.
Have you lads watched Michael?
Up Your Arsenal is cheeky.
That was unintentional.
But
anyway, continue.
Have you lads watched Michael Clayton starring George Clooney? It's Tony Gilroy's writing and directing debut, and it's one of his best underrated films. One of the best underrated films. I have not.
Neither have I.
No, I have not seen it.
Yay.
Justice Dankula, best Twitter meme. Pretty
I've
funny.
seen some of the stuff he's put out. It's funny.
Rather amusing. If anyone's seen it, thoughts on the TV show Psych. I enjoy the hell out of it, but need to ignore the insane luck. I can appreciate it for the comedy. I don't even know if I've heard of it.
Really, you
Not seen it.
haven't?
Psych, the TV show? No.
I've not seen it. No.
I hear a lot of good things about it, but
Is
I
it
have
new?
not seen it. No, it's not.
Well, alrighty. My family's starting to realize that the characters in these shows are trash. Unfortunately, they still think the fights are great. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
fine.
I mean,
Well, a friend of mine was.
don't despair.
sorry,
You
go-
might be adopted.
A friend of mine was trying to make the case to me the other day. It's like, yeah, well, I kind of like these shows the way I like Transformers movies and stuff. Like, I don't care about the characters or the story or anything. I just like seeing big robots fight. And I'm like, but was that always what you thought of Star Wars?
Do you
Also,
even
there's
get
not
that?
much of
Is
that.
it,
Really?
Is it not?
Is that what you
'Cause the
get from these
action is
shows?
shit.
Yeah, like I don't think so.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even have tackled that point if I wasn't just like, but it doesn't, is it not sad to you that now you're putting Star Wars in the same camp as like Michael Bay Transformers movie? That they're equivalent to you, and that's fine. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I'm
Well, 'cause
I'm bothered by
look,
that.
I would also say to the guy like who likes the Transformers Michael Bay ones, wouldn't it be cooler if like they had cool stories?
Yeah.
Though, and
Yeah, that'd
we
be
were going
nice.
on-
So what if we stripped out all of Sam Witwicky's parents? Just like cut their scenes out
with
entirely.
humans and just have it all be an animated film on Cybertron. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
In California, bees are now classified as fish, also high rags.
I guess.
I'm pretty
Really.
sure that's the case because it expanded rights that needed to go to bees that they couldn't find any other way of doing it.
That's
Something to do with
Yeah, apparently California bees can legally be fish and have the same protections a court has ruled
yeah.
under
why don't they
specific
just,
circumstances.
why don't they just make
Why don't just
specific
give the
rules
fish
for
those
bees?
rights? Yeah, like sorry, not fish.
I
bees,
guarantee
yeah.
you, it's because of the way law works. That's probably the fastest and most efficient way to get them the
Oh.
rights.
So there's a California Endangered in Species Act, and the ruling found that they could be considered fish under that. So this is what apparently this was it. The issue presented here is whether the bumblebee, a terrestrial invertebrate, falls within the definition of fish, as that term is used in the definitions of endangered species in section 2062, threatened species in section 2067, and candidate species. Species being considered for listing as endangered or threatened species in section 2068 of the Act. Okay, so it seems like just technicalities and stuff.
Well, yeah, and if it's done in order to benefit an endangered species, then yeah, I'm all for it.
That's fine with me, yeah. If we get to protect the bumblebee. I'm pretty sure I just watched a Kurzgesagt video recently about how bumblebee populations are declining in North America and Europe.
Yeah, I think there was a Black Mirror episode where they were trying to replace the bumblebees with like little robot bees, and then that
Oh, boy.
obviously creates an apocalypse. Because why wouldn't
Because
it?
the robot bee queen figured out, like, what if I leverage my power and numbers to take over the world? It's like Bee Movie, but with robots. We should watch Bee Movie for EFAP movies.
Mola, what's the song you used in your Game of Thrones video? You know, the one, there comes a time in all forms of media consumption where you're so utterly bewildered. Thinking of using it for my own video? Also high rags.
Hello.
Here's the problem. I do not remember at all what I would have used, and I assumed I would have...
I think I remember. I think you told me about it. Was it Westworld?
No.
Oh,
That is in my TFA video.
Oh, sorry, mixed wires.
Game of Thrones one is a while ago now, and I know what part they're talking about, because there comes a time in all forms of media, that line's not in my TFA ones. It's in my
I
Game
heard
of Thrones one.
Westworld season 4 is coming out. I was like, I didn't even know they made a season 3 of Westworld.
It is coming out, yeah.
Hey, maybe it'll be like
Ye-
Stranger Things and be good. Who knows? But
Yeah.
yeah, I'd have to go and check, and even then I'm not going to be able to tell you the name of the song. I remember looking for like a piano, the copyright-free piano that captured the tone I was going for. That's kind of what I went with. So I'm afraid I won't be able to direct you to it. There should be some way for you to be able to find out if you take the snippet and then put it into some like website. It might be able to tell you. I don't know. So to clarify, no Stranger Things questions? No. But yeah, sorry if we didn't make that clear. The idea will be save it for at least until the season finishes anyway, but it may be spoilery because, well, Fringy's going through it, and who else? Some people here might end up going through it. It's unclear as of now. So just give it time, but then go right ahead.
Quite amusing that I haven't seen seasons 2 and 3, and apparently it doesn't matter. So
some people will tell you it does. I'm telling you it doesn't. You'll be fine. Scotus, if you strike me down, I shall become even more mostly peaceful than you could possibly imagine. Roe v. Wade Kenobi. Okay.
Roe v. Wade Kenobi.
Roe v. Wade Kenobi.
Need to rant. Not only did Vader leave Reva alive like an idiot, but they left her with her lightsaber and no guards. Empire tracks lightsaber parts. Dude, it's so fucking dumb that we didn't even talk about the fact that they just, like, that lightsaber is worth a shit ton of money and valuable resource. It's an Inquisitor item. Why the fuck are you leaving her with it? What's wrong with you? But whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Hey, look,
Find out that it was...
It's funny to think that rage is a powerful motivator, so powerful it kept me alive. All right, you with a similar wound, we shall leave you after betraying you. I'm sure nothing bad will come of this.
They literally established that she's vengeful against them specifically before they even did this to her.
Yeah, and gave her the exact same wound that he survived. I still can't believe that, like, she got stabbed in the gut twice and lived. Qui-Gon got stabbed once and died. Like,
I'm serious, man. Like, if we were making the story together, we would flag up times where it's like, well, no, she's gonna have to die in this scene, and then you'd be like, yeah, but we want to have that payoff later. It's like, all right, so we have to figure this out. While they would be like, wouldn't they kill her in this scene? It's like, yeah, but we need her later, so they don't.
So they don't, yeah.
Simple as that.
It's like, you understand that my raising the question means that I probably need a better answer than that.
They're probably just gonna, on the Reva show, just have it be like, oh, it was Darth Vader's plan all along was to leave her alive so that she could lead them to blank.
Yep.
Throw anything in blank, it doesn't matter.
Kenobi, don't be embarrassed. It's only nature taking its course. You have no choices to make. Reva, nothing to answer for. You can die with a clear conscience. I'm sure, like, I don't know what she's going to be up to, but it wouldn't surprise me if they make her do some incredibly important and good things in the Star Wars, like, universe. You know what?
I wouldn't be surprised if the show happens.
She was the one that destroyed the Death Star in Return of the Jedi, actually.
As it turns out, she went out there, flew out there with her force powers and cut the hole in the Death Star that they needed to blow it up.
Like when Vader throws the Emperor down the hole before he explodes, she has a boss fight with him and kills him. And then we're like, yeah, but he comes back anyway. And then they're like, yeah, but she was the one that killed him. So.
Fighting the Balrog as well as they're descending a crazy mid-air duel.
I can't wait for when we're along far enough in this stupid timeline where they just start retconning their own characters' achievements with their new characters. Like, you know, it wasn't Rey that defeated Palpatine; it was actually Reva. Like, they.
I mean, it's because it all needs fuel. They're running out of the old fuel, and the only thing they have left now is what they've created.
And
it's like a snake eating itself.
But here's the thing: I think you give it time, some people will come around and be like, you know what? Those sequels were actually pretty innovative and bold. I think you'll find not as many people as I think have come around on the prequels, but I think they'll be there. Because what all they have left to cannibalize? They're going to eventually expend everything.
That's kind of a new feature. I think that's the first time anyone's ever done it. But someone gifted 10 memberships.
Oh wow!
Which is a whole bunch of people can use those Chungus emotes.
Gifted 10 Mauler members. So how to gifted 10 Mauler? So what does that mean?
You kind of like gifting subs.
Oh, so 10 people got member.
$5.
Wow, ripping off Twitch again.
That
is the stuff they said. But remember, YouTube have correctly ripped off Twitch. Twitch failed to rip off YouTube. Like, they're supposed to rip off what YouTube does better, but they haven't yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Where are we?
What a Chad.
Hey guys, I'm relatively new to the channel, but I've been really enjoying the content. EFAP is the only podcast I like, and that's definitely because of you all. You guys are seriously great to listen to. Aww.
Ah, thanks.
That's good.
That's
I
real
like
nice.
that when I like your podcast, and it's definitely because of you guys. It's like, oh, good, good. It's
Well,
good.
Rags, we've been made aware that there are plenty of shows online that just play other people's content. So,
Oh,
I
see,
really
that's
love
our
your
problem.
show.
We could have just done that. That would have been so much easier.
Would have been way easier, but yeah, we
We
fucked
just
up.
stolen other people's shit. We're moving to Twitch. Regardless of what Mahler just said about Twitch and YouTube, we're going to Twitch and we're just gonna steal other people's shit. No,
Steal
we
my
will
content.
say whoa every once in a while, or wow.
Yeah, and I'll eat food off camera.
I'll eat
Wow.
food, yeah.
You'll
That's
hear
what
some
I do
Wash
with
my
noises
Twitch
hair?
here and
every
No,
day.
definitely
That's
not.
how I do it.
The crazy thing is, like, they would probably, if they didn't get enough pushback, be like, alright, 101, starting up as a React YouTuber, go Google Hell's Kitchen, find a way to stream it. You're like, wait, what? What's happening?
And make sure to have some food to make it even harder to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also have tits.
And the second anyone complains, say, what do you want me to do? Die?
Die.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? Die?
Weird
I
art.
don't know.
Rags,
Wow.
are you aware of the drama with Hassan and XQC?
No. So XQC is that other loser streamer, right?
So he's
He steals the most with the least amount of give a shit out of everybody.
Okay, that's what I know him
But
from. Yeah, yeah. He
nevertheless,
was in that
he's-
Dark Viper video.
He's popular on the platform, and he decided to do a tier listing of other Twitch streamers. He put Hassan in B tier.
B tier?
No, he's put him in C tier, didn't he?
Oh
he put him in
no,
B tier.
C tier.
All right, well, so the important part is whatever tier he was put in, Destiny got put in A tier.
Oh
above him.
no!
That really upset him a lot. So much so that he was talking about how, like, I can't remember exactly the things he said, but he was so mad.
You went a
Like,
bit scorched
Did he
earth
call
with
him
it.
like? Because I would imagine when Hassan gets in that mood, he like starts like bringing out nationalities and ethnic groups and stuff. Because he's got some opinions
No,
on
Hassan
that. He
is
doesn't like those
morally superior
Hungarians.
to all of us. So.
Yeah, I believe Destiny is definitely up there. He is a high tier streamer.
Well, it really upset Hassan, and yeah, he said some stuff. But he
He did.
Hassan
he
is
then
like
went on
an
to say like, I don't
F-
care,
tier.
I don't care, I don't care,
Well,
and everyone's like,
it's you know what? When you say it for the 50th time, I'll be convinced.
It's something I notice a lot. People who don't care say that they don't. People who do care say they don't care a lot.
You know what?
It just so
I think
happens.
I like the example. I don't care about lacrosse. Even though I just mentioned
that's
it
the
right now.
Canadian national
if you
sport.
keep using that example, we'll start to wonder.
Do you really not care? What's another obscure sport? Equestrian?
Water polo.
Yeah, I
Underwater
don't care about
basketball.
water polo.
Lacrosse is legit pretty big in Canada, to be fair.
Well, that's I'm indifferent to it, I guess.
It's probably like the
I'm
way
indifferent.
cricket is in the UK and Australia, I guess. Like,
Well,
it's
in
one of those
Australia,
things
they
that's
call it cricket.
Oh, really?
Cricket.
That's that's not
Racism.
true, Rag. That's not true.
That's no.
It's a door right there.
It's a no for me.
Some people, a lot of people are bringing up curling, and that was going to be my second one to bring up. Is that it's obscure, but it's not like you tell people it's the one where they scrub in front of the big stone, thingies.
Oh yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
oh yeah, that one. Like everyone knows of it, but they don't.
When you
it's
first
not-
ever
it's
see it, it
never in
looks
the
funny.
forefront of your mind. Yeah. Yeah, but then you kind of like watch it and you
You
see that they're trying to
understand, yeah.
aim it and trying to knock the other people's.
I'm sure that's an incredibly
stones.
difficult sport to play.
Mhm.
Oh,
I have no
absolutely.
doubt.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for curlers. Is it curlers? I suppose.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I-
don't know.
One of the
One who
things
curls?
I remember when I briefed there was a Winter Olympics earlier this year, right?
And
I
the
think
China,
so.
right?
And I think I caught them doing is bobsledding, I think, or are there different variations of bobsledding depending on how many people are in the or toboggan? I think.
2-man, 4-man, and the single person is luge.
Okay, luge, that was it. I was watching it, and I think as I was watching it, I was wondering, like, what does it mean to be good at this? Not as like an insult, like genuinely, I didn't quite. It wasn't
be the
immediately
fastest,
obvious
what do you
to
mean?
me. Well, I guess what I mean is how does one achieve speed by like what are
How
the
does one
techniques?
achieve speed?
It's the cornering.
It's-
You're leaving your weight around the turns,
I
and
thought
the
so. Yeah.
person
Yeah,
has little
so
cables they
it's
pull
a
on the.
you've got you got everyone pushing at the beginning, and then there's the person steering, and they want it's an aspect of everyone needs to shift their weight on the turns, and the driver has to avoid hitting the edges, which will slow you down.
Okay, I just found it interesting because with a lot of sports, it's a lot more it's a lot more apparent, like the nature of the skill that's at play, like it's more visible.
Mhm.
You know, like the guy who runs fastest, the fastest runner, or the guy who lands like the most shots in a particular sport. Whereas with that one, I found it interesting because it's not as clear just by
I thought it was always
watching.
clear
Like,
whoever does it fastest.
well, sure, they're the best, but I guess what I mean is the method by which they achieve that isn't as clear as you see with other sports. Just interesting as all.
Like, and I guess they probably arrange themselves by weight. Like, you want to have the heaviest people in front, I imagine.
I watched Cool Runnings. I just don't remember enough about the specifics of the bobsledding stuff.
I just kind of wonder if you want to have the heaviest people in front or have more of an even weight to keep it like all the blades on the ice at the same time.
I would assume that wouldn't be much of a problem in terms of weight differential, but I think steering wise, wouldn't it be easier to steer if most of your weight was in the front where you actually have the steering blades?
Yeah.
I assume, I'm not sure, I might have it backwards, but I would
Uh.
imagine that's how that would make it easier. Let me
I'm
check
sorry.
Bob.
I kind of want to look up the
weight.
physics of bobsledding.
I know. I want to read about it now. Like if there's a book that's about bobsleds.
So the heavier the bobsled, the faster it will ultimately go. However, you ideally want the actual bobsled itself to be lighter because that makes it easier to push.
Are you near a bottle or a cup?
Oh, when I turned my head there, it might have just been hitting the rim of this mug just the right way because I was turning towards my other monitor while I was reading that.
Mm.
Interesting. Interesting. Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
spooky.
Oh.
I fell
Anyway,
down a
pressing on.
well.
Frage an Medal Commander EFAP Drachenlord Irags.
Hello.
Metal, your
I mean,
your people have spoken. I don't know.
Heil.
I'm back.
Or however they say. That's how you say hello in German, right? Heil.
Drachenlord
No,
is
shut up.
Dragonlord, right?
I go away for 2 seconds. What is happening?
Nothing.
Liar.
Frage an Medal Commander EFAP Drachenlord.
Ew, no.
Oh, alright.
That's like an infamous figure and an internet figure and
I know Dragonlord is.
Dreamland.
I don't know if that sentence
okay.
means something.
Oh, it's just Frage is question. So question at metal. So it's probably DDL. I think I saw that earlier.
Yeah.
I think it's just like he always said like metal or something. I don't know.
Metal's got that BGC.
I don't actually know what's going on with him now. I don't know if he actually had to go to prison or something. Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know.
Why would he go to prison? What did he do?
I think it's just
Did he
shit
fire a warning
escalating
shot?
because he did dox himself at some point, so people kept coming to his house or something. So I don't know if he just moved finally. I just know the the community of the city he lived in. They threw money together and bought that house and flattened it to earth because people were
Jeez, he was that infamous. The town banded together like
Something
to buy the
I know
property.
about that story was that there was some
Freddy
sort of like
Krueger?
local German sort of it was some kind of event, and for the event it was
Oktoberfest.
organized. No, it was something else, but like it was some event that a lot of
It's the
people
only one.
attend, and the plan was to have it in front of his house, and the police
Oh,
basically
no.
the police locked down the town so that nobody could get in to prevent that
Right,
from
right,
happening.
yeah.
So like I'm pretty sure that it's just like his whole story has just caused a lot of problems for the German government of just like having to deal with
This
all of
man
the,
is a
the
threat
stuff
to the
that
German
happened.
Yeah, I don't know if
That-
I think he just had to move out at some point because he couldn't afford it anymore or something. And the town was
Well,
like,
Count
okay,
Dankula is,
people People need to stop coming to this place, so they just flattened the whole damn thing, apparently.
That's like Count Dankula made a couple of videos on Dragon
Yeah, I
Lord
think
that are
2.
like
Did he make
the
1 or
summary.
2?
Yeah, I think he's made 2 because there was new developments even after his
Yeah.
first one.
This-
Breaking news.
Maybe we'll get a part 3 because apparently lots of stuff still happened after that. So there you go.
You guys remember the montage in Multiverse of Madness where they're talking to Mordo for the first time in the alternate universe?
Yes.
And it's
Yeah.
very 90s. Someone's got a tweet saying, "What in the living hell is this? It looks like a 90s horror film, just the CGI is a bit advanced. How can Sam Raimi treat this holy Marvel movie like his old horror movies in the 90s? Scott Derrickson's movie in 2016 was a work of art." It's not a
That's
popular
not a
tweet.
tweet I'd make.
That, right?
That's
Or-
not a tweet I'd make.
It is not a
personally.
popular tweet, let's put it that way.
You have the freedom to make that tweet, but I wouldn't recommend it.
A lot of people are
Almost
shitting
all
all
of
over
it
it.
sounds wrong.
But the funny part to me was that one of the responses is, "Wait, what horror movies has Sam Raimi directed?"
Oh my god. He directed Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, and that's it.
3 is a horror
That's
movie, yeah.
A lot of people would be like, "Oz the Great, drag me to hell." What do you say? Even Evil Dead for some people might be like, "Wait, what's that though?"
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Assume at least Arkham Origins quality for first. What new licensed game series would you make?
Okay, sorry, can you read the first part again? I didn't.
Arkham Origins quality.
Man, I liked Arkham Origins, to be honest. I actually liked it a lot more than Knight.
I like Origins, but
Well-
that's interesting that they said Origins and not like Arkham City.
They said at least.
What was the
So
what
you
was the
get-
super chat?
You get the quality of the game Arkham Origins at least, and what new licensed game series would you make?
Is Arkham Origins generally regarded as a good game, or is it okay?
People tend to not like it. It's probably one of the Arkham games that I think has the best story, so there's something
It's
going for it.
basically, yeah, it's basically the Arkham games, Rags. Like it's a little bit different because it was a different developer, but it's basically in the same mold. And
I don't
for any,
know.
like,
It might be a good like bandage to put on something you fear is going to get really, really bad. I'm not sure. What am I worried about other than fucking everything?
And I want my Daredevil game. And if I can get that kind of but then again,
If you mod the game Sifu with the Daredevil mod, it really feels like the Daredevil game you want.
right.
You were the long man. You were meant to stream for 12 hours, 8 minimum. Well, what did you do?
It's true.
Cat burning me. That's mean. But yeah, for me, I really don't know, actually. It would be tough, because I guess I'm on board with loads of different IPs. Getting a game that's at least good.
Hmm.
A little bit of a toughie.
There's plenty of anime that could probably have really good games if any Japanese studio would put effort into one of them, but most anime games are like very quick cash-ins that are not very good. So I'd love a good Berserk game, but we're probably never going to get it. Elden Ring's honestly probably the closest we'll get to that.
Maybe there'd be cool
They're doing
potential
it-
for a Stranger Things game.
Yeah.
Gotta be some dynamic you can work with the whole upside down element.
Things game that actually did get made, like I'm pretty sure there was something.
It was pretty
For
poopy.
Berserk? There's a
No,
few. A
for-
lot of people think the Dreamcast Berserk game is really good. Oh, for Stranger Things. Sorry. Yeah, I think Netflix put out some
Dreamcast
top-down
had a Berserk
strategy
game?
game.
Really?
Yeah,
someone said
apparently
it sucks, apparently.
Oh, really? I've never played the Dreamcast one. I hear that game's really good. The only
Stranger
Berserk game.
Things.
Oh crap! Okay, never mind.
We've done that twice somehow, but it's
Yeah.
all okay. Hey boys, keep up the good work, sending you good vibes and real shekels from Israel. What do you think will be the next big sci-fi brand that will replace Star Wars? Already exists or yet to come?
Well, it's Star Wars. Not Star Wars. Marvel.
Does seem like Marvel did unseat Star Wars' position.
Yeah.
Especially when they did the solo TLJ part. Marvel were like, we're taking over, buddy. and they seem to be doing really well because everyone still absolutely sucks the dick of every Marvel movie that comes out.
Yeah.
What would take over Marvel though? If we had that question, it'd just be like, it's probably going to be pretty difficult to do that for a long time.
I'd say so.
It'd probably have to be something original because I don't think there's any major properties which exist now that stand a chance of getting an adaptation that could challenge Marvel and Star Wars, like scale wise, quality wise, like any movie almost at this point.
Yeah,
because I don't think Avatar will do it, but I guess that's a potential.
No.
I mean, I guess Avatar, I guess, could stand to make as much money as those.
But like,
or like
as
as much
influential
money
seems doubtful, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably not.
Did you guys see the behind-the-scenes video where Mark Hamill was on set for Book of Boba Fett, Luke Skinwalker scenes? So why did they use Respeecher? Probably because they were like, we don't need you, man. We've got, we can make him sound younger. We can make him sound just like you sounded in Return of the Jedi, which is what we need to do. He'll be fine. And then, yeah, he sounded like that. Because to be fair, you know, he doesn't sound exactly like he does in Return of the Jedi at this point. But why would he when he's that much older? Sounds like an older man, which is totally fine. But yeah, they probably thought their Respeecher thing was like bulletproof. Wade milk when? We'll let him keep his milk.
I don't know about that.
Obi-Wan said that he had a brother while in the truck. Yeah, which could end up being some way they make a new series as well. Bring in a new character. They want to be like Marvel. Marvel have characters all over the place all the time they can pull from all their source. Star Wars kind of have to just keep making it up. Which is funny, because we would prefer that they go and make all their own characters in some other timeline, in some other part of space. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Go fuck up your own shit. In my headcanon, Reva was beaten to death by sand people shortly after leaving the Lars farm.
Oh no.
The Sand People are a peaceful, noble culture.
Yes, they were
Yeah.
proud and noble.
Also,
very progressive.
Thanks for posting old EFAPs on SoundCloud. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
It's not me that's doing that, but whoever is, thank you on behalf of the people who prefer the audio versions. Metal Gear Solid 5 is the story valley, but gameplay peak of MGS.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
I had fun
Unless-
with Metal Gear
unless-
Solid 5, yeah. I think
unless
I
we're
only
gonna-
played half of it, I think. Because I think the story, it looks like it's done, but then you have to do like even more after like 50 hours of gameplay. I
Yeah,
don't know.
and-
I was confused.
And there is like another ending and some other arcs that wrap up, and Quiet storyline ends in chapter 2 as well. But the big problem with Metal Gear Solid 5 is that there was supposed to be an act 3 or a chapter 3, but they fired Hideo Kojima from Konami before he finished it. You can watch a kind of animatic version of it on YouTube though. It was kind of neat. They do sort of a Lord of the Flies thing with Liquid Snake and Psycho Mantis just have an island where they're like children that are running this army because it's the 80s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never finished that one. Because like, oh, I think I'm done after 50 hours. And like, nope, there's more missions, even more. And this main mission is like, oh, I think I'm good.
The story is riddled with holes though. It's
I
like,
can't tell
it
you
is
what the
not-
story was anymore. I completely
Yeah,
forgot
it's-
everything.
Hey Mola, wanted to say you've easily become one of my favorite channels. Your videos are excellently made, and I look forward to your future projects. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, and I look forward to making some more videos for you to hopefully enjoy. Videos on the way. Greetings all, and hi Rags.
Hi.
Hello.
Yo.
You guys ever gonna cover the Rambo movies? I always thought it was interesting that he doesn't try to kill anyone in First Blood to mowing down countless foes by the sequels. Thoughts? Well, to be fair,
really
in
not the
First...
same character.
Yeah, but also to be fair, in First Blood he's in like a hometown. In the sequels he's oftentimes in like
that's true.
foreign lands fighting
Mm.
enemies and stuff. You know, it's... But yeah, they'd be
Yeah.
interesting to go through, I think, yeah.
First one's really incredible. Second one's all right too. Falls off
Rainbow
after
Second
that, I
Blood.
think.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the newest one though, so for all I know, that's great.
Final Fantasy 15 is a big mess, but I love it.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, it's a real victim of its story being spread out over too many supplementary materials that aren't just the game itself. 'Cause there's a CGI movie that Aaron Paul's in, like the guy who plays Jesse in Breaking Bad, and as well as a 2D anime that's I think 4 or 5 shorts that are on YouTube. And the story makes a lot more sense if you watch both of those and play all the DLCs. But if you were to say, hey, but should you have to do that to understand the story? No. But
I've played 33 hours of Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy 15, and that was when a friendo was here. He was playing something on my laptop. I was playing something on my PC. On the couch, we're getting drunk for like a whole weekend. I was playing the game. I think I did like a million side quests and like 5 main missions. I don't even know where. I don't think the story hasn't properly started yet. I don't even know.
There are 2, I believe, chapters in the middle of the game or towards the beginning of the game that are very long, like, hey, go kind of explore everything and do a bunch of side quests. So if it's a 30-hour or say a 40-hour game, like 25 of those hours are in 2 of the chapters.
Fair enough.
And it's up like 16, 17 chapters.
I'm trying to remember where I stopped. I think I got some. What's this weird city where you have to go through a tunnel or something? It's like a bit up. There's this weird reporter guy you have to do missions for, and he does like you need to do what is it? A couple of photographs for him, like a bunch.
Oh yeah, the photograph missions usually are the ones that you can just find them around the open world. It's like, hey, we can take a photo here. Then the end of the game though, you get to kind of make a little photo album of all the photos you thought were the best.
So I think I finished that city. I don't remember the name or anything, but I think after that is the next main stuff. I don't know. But yeah, there you go.
Sam Raimi says, Kevin Feige cast John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic because the fans had a dream of who the perfect Reed Richards would be. Because this is an alternate universe, Kevin said, let's make that dream come true.
So that means it's not going to be coming back.
Well, there's 2 big things for that. First of all,
and also,
nice. You said that like you wouldn't want to do a fan cast for the actual timeline. It's like, okay, that's fine. But then secondly, like this, do you remember what you did to him?
Yeah, like the fans were real thrilled to see him get turned into spaghetti.
Yeah.
And also just tell Wanda how even though Black Bolt, like I still don't understand how him screaming would blow up his own head, but
well, why?
Yeah. I wonder how Black Bolt fans or like fans of the Inhumans feel about that. That like he doesn't even get to have the fight, he just sits.
MGS5's gameplay still holds up. Them controls.
I really enjoyed playing that game.
Yeah, like I liked playing it, but I had no idea what was going on.
No clue who these people were, what they were doing, what was happening. There's a guy who's on fire and he flies, and then there's like a lady in a gas mask, and there's I don't even the fuck is I don't even know. Whatever, just let me play.
It's a little boy. It's Psycho Mantis from Metal Gear
I'm like, if
Solid.
I just that helps.
And the flaming whale is a vision.
The flaming whale?
Oh, you didn't see the whale?
Yeah, there was a flaming whale in the opening, right?
I saw it. I probably just forgot because there's so much weird shit in that game. Probably tons I forgot.
A lot of the weird shit in that game is Psycho Mantis making people see stuff, so they can get pretty wacky with it and still make it sort of make sense within its own universe, but a Metal Gear game is never going to be rock solid logic-wise. You're going to have to make a couple jumps. But I think they're charming.
Will there be an EFAP on Stranger Things? Would be great. It could even be a good topic for 200. Just want a long-form discussion on it. Not sure. Perhaps. No promises on that one. You can choose only one franchise to replace the last decade of bad content with good versions of their shows and movies. Which do you choose to save? The MCU, the DCEU, or Star Wars?
Star Wars. If it can be saved, I think I would like to save Star Wars. With an MCU coming in the close second.
Yeah, I'm also kind of myself.
But I am,
So the
So snap
was,
decision,
like,
I thought
can
MCU
save them.
because it's bigger. There's more content to be good than what Star Wars put out. Like the MCU being obviously all the movies plus all the TV shows. And you could say that same for Star Wars, but it just seems to be less. It means we get more good movies and more TV. That's good. And you know, the MCU is really influential. It's the story everybody's watching, pretty much. It'd be nice if that was good.
I think in that aspect, it would be, I think, easy. I think that Disney would change gears depending on which, like
Yeah.
how they had the MCU has overtaken Star Wars. It's totally possible that it would be the other way around, if just kind of depending on what people latched onto and what made the money.
But I wouldn't want to deny making Star Wars good, if not great. All of its
Yeah,
content.
because I like Star Wars. I
It
like
could
the
bolster all
MCU.
of the more wonkier parts of its current lore, and then it could expand significantly. There's no reason why Star Wars can't be as big as the MCU, really.
Yeah, no reason at all.
But yeah, I'm not even sure. But as you can tell from my choices, the DCEU has been kicked out. It's like,
I just don't. Yeah, I just don't have any attachment to it. Whatever the
Well,
DCEU is, I don't really care
yeah, the
about
difference
it. And
is
it's,
Star Wars was built on the OT. The MCU was built on like Phase 1 and 2 having a lot of good entries. DCU was built on what? Man of Steel? Like, I'm right. We're not like trying to save its core. And if you want to say like it's built on the source material, fair enough. But like I just mean as they currently stand in these franchises.
Did any of you guys watch Peacemaker?
Tried to.
Yeah, I thought it was all right. It wasn't great, but there's some good James Gunn humor and decent action scenes.
Dramatic story time. My 08 Civic kept burning through belts till I found the cause was a seized AC clutch. No problem. I'll just reroute the serpentine to avoid the bad pulley. I looked up the sky with one tear in my eye. I had bypassed the compressor.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey. Well, hey, and you can feel inspired by the lady who did it the best. Great.
Maybe you're a Skywalker. They're basically like gods.
That's what I've heard. And in
That's
a
what I've
way,
heard.
you can just sort of grab the name whenever you want. I've seen other people do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you too can become a god.
Compressor.
That's great.
Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy 15 both shared the same rough development due to what was going on with Square at the time. A lot of engine changes and rebuilds of the game.
Right.
I wonder if I can summon Riot YMS to the chat. Lion King ripped off Kimber. Oh no.
That would be what would do it.
You're like a rumbling. I guess that's just maybe that summons the video. It just starts playing. And by best game I mean story. And by best game I mean story. It's the only one that's sealed with the brutality of war without coming across the movie as well as quality in all three game types. I think this is the guy who was asking about his game.
Oh.
Story, it's the only ones that sealed with the brutality of war without coming across as a movie well as quality in all three game types.
Is he maybe talking about Metal Gear Solid 5 still?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
very
not-
confused by the...
The story isn't the reason you play Metal Gear Solid 5. It's got a lot of really good flexible gameplay. You can approach objectives from a lot of different strategic philosophies, but if you're going there for like the Metal Gear tight 6-hour action movie thing, it's not really gonna.
Apparently he's talking about COD World at War.
Oh, okay.
It was certainly the most. I think it was the first brutal-ish Call of Duty kind of game.
It felt like it was a lot more raw in its portrayal of war.
Yeah.
Other games.
I mean, they had like dismemberment and like a lot of. Yeah, it was certainly the roughest.
How is When Are You Going to Do an EFAP Movies Long Kong not a meme yet? I don't know what you mean. The first person to ask that. Not necessarily a meme question. I hear the movie is pretty good and I remember liking it. Ridiculous to just suggest that would be a meme.
Gonna be an EFAP for the ages. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be an EFAP for the ages.
Some massives are always trying to tism uphill. Oh,
Yeah,
Blade
I was
1.
fooled.
Omniverse movie EFAP start with Total Recall? Oh, it's a
Well.
possibility, yeah.
Well,
Who is this Robbie Wade guy and how did he die? Reva, she threw a little battery thing at his sewage speeder, as they call them in the show. Rip.
Hit him so
Boy.
hard it killed his kids too.
Blew up, carnage everywhere. Hopefully he gets his own series, I've been saying. Maybe his own trilogy. How would time zones work in Star Wars? Same as our world, right?
Probably, yeah.
Well-
probably, and each planet would have its time zones, assuming they did, which most of them probably would.
I think what they're asking is like, so planets have different day lengths and different orbital periods. So
Yeah.
how do you line it all up across the galaxy?
I guess you.
Well, I was getting there. What I think
sorry.
would probably be likely is that, especially if you have a singular, very, very large governing body, there would be a set of standard time. There would always be like our UTC or whatever it's called. But think of it on a galactic scale where everybody just kind of knows what the galactic time is. So if you need to, in a simple way, convey time to someone else who's really far away, you could say, we'll do this and be there and make sure that at galactic time 420.6, you know, this is when an event occurs so that everybody can be on the same page. I assume that's how it would be done.
I think you absolutely nailed it, and I was thinking the same.
All right.
Yeah.
Back when Vader and Yoda fought in Soul Calibur, I remember.
I remember that.
Star
'cause
Killer was in that one too.
I think like Xbox got Yoda in something like that, where depending on what system you were on, you
Xbox
got
had
it.
Yoda, PlayStation was Vader, and both got Star Killer.
If you want an actual good example of Master fighting a former student who turned evil, watch Shifu vs. Tai Lung in Kung Fu Panda. So much better. Kung Fu Panda's just a good movie, man.
Yeah, I remember that being
Solid
pretty
movie.
darn good. It's been a long time
There are
since I've watched it, though.
3 Kung Fu Panda movies, right?
As far as I know.
And there's probably like a holiday spinoff or something like Shrek did.
Maybe they should have a crossover with Shrek.
Kung Fu Christmas.
Ooh, Kung Fu Ogre.
Yeah.
Or the How to Train Your Dragon in there too.
Swamp Fu Panda.
I'd watch it. The
Well,
Rise of
those would be a good trilogy.
Skinwalker. Ugh.
The Rise of Skinwalker.
Nasty. Absolutely disgusting.
The Rise of Skinwalker.
If you want a good story involving, so whenever they start like this, you can just be honest
Yeah.
and recommend whatever it is you're about to recommend. if you want it. If you want a good story involving Force ghosts, one of the comics has a descendant of Luke threatening Luke's Force ghost with suicide if he doesn't stop talking to him. Wow.
That's pretty dark.
Okay. Why do Weekend Warrior and Metal sound the same?
Do we?
Germans and Filipinos. Right?
No
Yeah.
way. That's a
Same
thing.
accent.
You are having a joke.
I don't think they sound the same.
I mean, you can have a side-by-side comparison when you watch Metal's Forge when he was a guest. There you go.
Wow.
Cheap plug, let's go.
I don't even know what cheap plug is. German
Cheap
food.
Cheap plug.
Cheap plug is that like goulash?
No, shut up. Goulash. Delicious.
Thoughts on Rahul Kohli's initial tweet on Reva? She's black, you're racist, there's zero nuance. Think he's lost in the Hollywood bubble? Absolutely. Loads of actors are.
Absolutely.
This is kind of the unfortunate thing. If you like an actor's work, you have to remember they've said something dumb on Twitter, and you just have to be okay with that. They do the thing. It's unfortunate that a lot of the narrative got made about disliking Reva because black, as opposed to just how horribly written her arc is.
Yeah, it's just
So there we are.
discourse is utterly destroyed. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Good
thanks so
job.
much. Here's my thoughts on Peaky Blinders. It's mostly well written, but it's morally bankrupt. Seasons rank 4, greater than 5, way greater than 2, greater than 1, greater than 3, and season 6 can suck my
Oh no.
What will it suck?
I don't know. I guess we'll never know. But
I guess we will never know.
Chat, that's for you to fight about because I have not seen it.
Peaky
And I don't think
Blinders
anyone.
is morally bankrupt. That's not good.
I'm not sure if. I'm sure people will be like, that's wrong. Because I've seen a lot of praise for Peaky Blinders.
Me too.
This Fuck, Marry, Kill, Game of Thrones Season 8, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Multiverse of Madness. What does it even mean to kill one of these? Does it mean they're just erased from canon?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I assume if that's the case, a lot of people are going to go with Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
It's
killing
like
Game of
one of the
Thrones
worst
for
things
sure.
that's ever been made. So yeah, probably.
It single-handedly, killed off one of the biggest shows ever made that spanned a good near decade and tarnished its reputation forever.
I don't know how to answer the other two.
Irreparably too.
I'll kill Game
Yeah,
of Thrones, but the other two I have no idea how I could make any of this make sense.
Yeah.
Also, hi Fringy.
Hey,
Say hi to Rags for me.
hi, Rags.
Hi, Fringy.
Wow,
There you go.
beautiful.
We did it.
So it's canonical. Aunt Beru's stubbornness is why Beru and Owen are charred corpses in A New Hope. Beru, the Empire are on their way about these droids. Owen, I'm not leaving my home. We're enough. Yep, she killed him.
We can take him. I can absolutely believe that the stormtroopers could have just showed up and said, "Hey, we're just curious where you found the droid. I guess you guys
She
picked it
starts
up in the
shooting.
Dune Sea or whatever." And she starts just shooting. This is my place. We're never gonna talk to the Empire. God, get out of here! And then the battle ensues. That is totally within her character now. She's just a fucking bitch.
And that's what I mean, she was barely characterized, and now you've made her that? Like, what the hell? Why?
Kenobi,
Seen people
like you
say
said,
it makes sense because she was wounded, and I'm like, oh my god, this again.
Kenobi is the show that managed to ruin Aunt Beru. Nobody is safe.
Run.
Hide your uncles, hide your aunts.
Hide your kids. Hide your wife.
Hide your Lukes.
Anyone but the Patriots. Lol, Rags, so salty. I'm sorry Brady resized the b-holes of 90% of the NFL, but that's just what the GOAT does.
The goat?
Greatest of all time.
What are you saying? Damn, stunned.
I'm gonna be honest. I just didn't catch that. Could you say that again?
They said, Rags so salty. I'm sorry Brady resized the b-holes of 90% of the NFL, but that's just what the GOAT does.
Do you have particularly strong
Tom
feelings about
Brady.
Tom Brady?
No, it's probably because I said I don't like the Patriots, or I'm not a fan of the Patriots. I'm
You
the
made
fan of them.
a statement about sporting teams, therefore you must now defend it.
Yeah.
So this is
What
definitely
for?
not a meme at all, but the Patriot fan who really likes the Patriots because is that they're
Well,
really, I guess they're upset they got to clap back, but I just don't care for the Patriots.
apparently Tom Brady, because I don't know anything about football, American
He's a
football.
quarterback?
He holds nearly every major quarterback record, including passing yards, completions, touchdowns, passes, and games started, in addition to the most Pro Bowl selections. Never having a losing season, he is the NFL leader in career quarterback wins, quarterback regular season wins, quarterback playoff wins, and Super Bowl MVP awards, as well as the only Super Bowl MVP for two different franchises. The only quarterback to win a Super Bowl in 3 separate decades. Brady has also been noted for the longevity of his success. He's the oldest NFL MVP at age 40, the oldest Super Bowl MVP at age 43, and the oldest quarterback selected to the Pro Bowl at age 44.
Yeah,
That seems like a lot of accomplishments.
yeah, he's the Patriots quarterback. He's been that way for a long
So
time.
he still plays and he's 44 years old.
That's extremely impressive considering the physical nature of
Well,
football.
because over in Australia land in the AFL, if you're playing and you're over the age of 30, you are rare and you are probably very good. It's just not common that you have anybody who's playing really much into their 30s. By then, you that's it. You're done. There'll be newer players who'll come in. So, 44. Damn.
Yeah, I guess they really like Tom Brady. That's good.
And you don't, apparently.
I don't know. I guess. I know he's a quarterback on the Patriots or something. I know the name. He's a sports name, but I don't know anything about sports. I don't
He's
care.
not on the Patriots anymore.
Is he not? Is he moved to some other
It
team?
says
I
he is
guess.
in the Tampa Bay
Tampa Bay
Buccaneers.
Bucks, yeah.
Okay.
Man,
That
he
must
sounds
have
like the
cost
GOAT.
them a pretty penny.
Yeah.
KOTOR 1 and 2 too obvious? I assume this is their answer
Best
for the
stories?
best story. Yeah, I've only ever heard good things.
Yep.
Yeah, they're both really good.
Frack the boys. Have you watched Invincible yet? No.
Yep.
Nope.
No.
Oh yeah, Invincible's good. I liked it a lot. It's similar concept to The Boys, so that might make it seem a little less fresh than it might have had it not come out around the same time. But it's
Fine.
animated. The main performance that got memed like crazy was J.K. Simmons as the sort of Superman type archetype.
Think, Mark.
Think.
Yeah. I was getting that a lot for about a week. Think, Mark,
I
think. I'm just like, yeah.
Look up movie posters for Possum. Creepy.
Movie poster for Possum.
Oh, that is kind of creepy.
Oh, I hate it.
Oh,
Ew.
That's not
Aw.
nice.
why?
Don't do that.
Why is that called possum?
I don't want to know. It's probably a bad answer, like a creepy answer.
Can you spy him deep within? Little Possum, Black as Sin, a Matthew Holness
nasty.
film. Possum.
No,
Put it
I'm
away.
alright.
Edinburgh Film Festival, Scots.
The bloody Scots. MGS5 modding is insane. What games do you mod a lot?
Doom, I'd say more than anything. The original
Back in the
Doom?
day, I did a lot of modding for Amnesia because I just played those custom campaigns because I really liked them. That's
I
about
don't
it.
make mods myself, but I install them on, let's see, Minecraft, of course. Some mods for Minecraft, RimWorld. We do some for when I played Arma. We do some mods on those. There is stuff. I'm trying to think of stuff that I've kind of played recently-ish, but for the most part, it's Minecraft and RimWorld. Those are the two I sort of play now that I've used mods for.
The last thing I modded was Blade and Sorcery? Sword and Sorcery? Which way around was it? Blade and Sorcery, the VR title. Just putting in
Ah.
more weapons and stuff. Some fun tisms there.
Neat.
What else? Warhammer, Total War. Some was it like rebalancing mods and stuff? Because sometimes, for me personally, Warhammer Total War feels a little bit arcadey. So it makes
Don't buy RimWorld, pirate it.
makes
So
the-
fucking overpriced. Jeez.
Is
oh yeah, Thunder
RimWorld
just
that
said.
expensive?
That's insane. RimWorld is worth every fucking penny.
Oh yeah, Rimworld is awesome.
I
Yeah,
bought the
Thunder
DLCs
just said
super quick.
Dark Souls 3 mods, like the convergence mods and stuff. There's some cool stuff there as well.
I mean, hey,
Oh yeah, Gmod, yeah.
it does happen that we'll say, I'm not sure if that game was worth full price. In the same way that some games you're like, that game might be worth more than full price.
Yeah.
Elden Ring was kind of that, honestly.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to replaying that in a year or so, and then there's like a million mods out for it.
So, next one says, Dinosaur of the Day, Psittacosaurus. Fossils from this dinosaur have given us the first preserves cloaca known from a non-avalian?
The cloaca and the avian, yeah.
Dinosaur and a belly button. It is an early relative to Triceratops.
Wait, hold on. Why would it, if it's born from an egg, why would it have a belly button?
I assume something connects it to the egg, right? Is there some kind of a connecting thing that keeps it sort of like attached inside so it doesn't slosh around too much, or
I don't know.
I am
I'm
not
starting to
familiar
think there
enough.
might be.
Earlier I said I'm bad with biology. I'm going to cite that again. I know just
No, it
dinosaur
says where it
cool.
connects to the yolk.
Dinosaur cool. I like the dinosaurs.
Star Wars video games.
Before you do it, I looked up Psittacosaurus. and it said showing results for Stegosaurus. I guess by the way I spelled it. And the first question people ask: why is Stegosaurus the dumbest dinosaur?
Aw.
Wow.
They
I'm
look
like,
cool
whoa!
as fuck.
I clicked on it because I'm like, that's so harsh. Like, oh my goodness, you've never met. And it says, why is Stegosaurus the dumbest dinosaur? Stegosaurus is often called the dumbest dinosaur because of its incredibly small brain. In fact, scientists originally believed that its brain was too small to control such a large creature and that it used an auxiliary, quote unquote, brain located above its rear legs to help control its movements.
It's also the horniest dinosaur.
Is it?
The big like plate horns on its back, and
I guess you'd call
Damn.
it the
It doesn't have any
spiniest
horns.
dinosaur. Those are the spiniest dinosaur. Look at those
Yeah.
strongest
there's
spines.
spiniest.
There's no horns here.
Triceratops is really cool.
Triceratops. You see, that's what you say. Like Triceratops is very horny. Ha
Okay.
ha ha. Yes.
That
nice.
is very.
Oh,
It's got
oh,
like
oh,
yeah.
right.
It's got
Look,
it's got
I-
a few of them.
I didn't do my
There.
studying. I skipped Jurassic World Dominion.
Ew.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That
God.
if you
Well,
watch
none
World
of us have watched it either. So
Yeah, we're behind on our shitty media.
Oh no.
Thoughts on the Chucky TV series?
Oh.
I didn't see it.
Why?
I have never seen any
Why?
Chucky thing.
I've seen Chucky 1 and 3. I wouldn't mind doing the Chucky series at some point. Because they get weird.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, I don't think Child's Play ever needed a sequel. Never mind, like 7 sequels in a series.
Yes, it did. Needs more.
All right. Win this round. I don't feel passionate enough about it to argue.
Yeah, I was
this.
gonna say I don't care about Chucky. It's kind of a neat thing, I guess. But no, I haven't seen the TV show. Star Wars video games really never let me forget the music. Gonna be a great asset to make use of, isn't it?
Good meme.
You gotta show them.
Yeah, I was like, can the audience see this?
Oh, it's I've had it on screen for a while. I love that little image of Homer from that episode is such a perfect encapsulation of comfort. Yeah,
It's so
I'm just
cozy.
a toasty little cinnamon bun.
Mom, I never want to get out of this bed. Oh, gotta
Gotta
Just
pee.
pee immediately.
think, Homer. Think. I guess I'll get up. I want to see the show of just Yoda tending to his little swamp.
Yeah.
Maybe
Then,
he
like, a
starts
little-
doing calligraphy. He always wanted to, but he never got the time.
yeah, and like maybe he's got a piece that he really loves, and a little bug creature takes it and starts jumping up and down and around. And Yoda's like, no, and has to chase it until he becomes friends
Yeah.
with this creature.
See, there's your writing challenge, is like creating a show that is just Yoda hanging out on Dagobah and making it really interesting. But you could do it.
You could do it. Springy, look up the opening of the Bumblebee movie. That's exactly what you're looking for in a Transformers movie.
I hear that movie is better than the Michael Bay Transformers films.
I
Yeah,
remember
at least
people
the-
like that opening. They don't like as much the rest of it.
Right. Well, I think it's just what people want. It's so odd that, especially in the climate that we're in now, that there isn't just like a full-blown Transformers animated movie on
Yep.
Cybertron. Like, you imagine that now would be the time to do that instead of having the human characters and having it all be on Earth. Like, that's what people want to see, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's just a flat out, like, they're on Cybertron and there's a bunch of, like, Transformers that actually look like the 80s cartoon. Chilling out. Well, not
Mhm.
chilling out. They're actually in an intense battle, but
Yeah.
nevertheless.
Staying
She-Hulk's feet. All right.
She-Hulk's feet?
Oh, that's a show that we
I-
might have to watch or not have to watch. I
She-Hulk's
don't know.
feet, the show. Dang.
Oh, yeah, of
everyone's
course.
getting a spin-off. Even her feet are getting. Jeez.
Hey Muller & Co. just recently posted a video and have grown some following. How did that feel for you? How did you feel when tackling a new video? I think when the first video kicked off, I immediately was in the mindset of like, right, so the next thing I make has to be something that I can actually speak on with some level of insight. It has to be something I have passion for, and something that the people who've just liked the previous video would like. And obviously I was like, what about an in-depth look into The Last Jedi? That should be fun. And then it was fun. And the rest is history. Rags, what about you? Okay.
Like how you
How did it
like
feel
how
when
you
you like started to gain some traction in terms of people noticing what you were doing, and like then how did it influence like the next videos you worked on?
I don't know. I can't remember. I legit can't remember how I sort of felt, other than it was insane. You know, like what's happening here? This is I don't. How do I? What do I do? How do I deal with this? But I don't really know how that influenced my video making thought process. It was just a while ago, and I just don't remember. I just don't remember.
I guess in my case it's kind of funny because the end game video is the most successful I was going to say I mean I think it's I think that video turned out all right, and that
Yeah.
one is doing well at the moment, so I guess that process is ongoing. I know what I'm working on next, but I've been also doing the Obi-Wan stuff, so that's kind of I don't know how much it's influenced though, because what I chose to start working on next kind of it became apparent to me that that's what it was going to be anyway, because that's where my interests lie. That's it. I want to do it that way. Wherever my interests lie is what I'll make a video on.
I don't really have a following, but my wife's doing well.
Well,
It's all right.
I mean, well, if either you or Mel want to say anything about the video creation process, go right ahead.
What? I mean, I only did the one John Wick video, and that did all right, considering my following was way smaller when I put it out, and it got deleted immediately when I posted it. So that was
that's
that was
fun.
an experience. Hey, you did your first scripted video, and a week later, okay, we nuked it. Give us money or we nuke your channel. It's like, yeah, no, that's the only video on my channel. You can't flag anything else, you fucking scammers. So, but yeah, I mean, now I'm doing the whole Metals Forge thing, which was, it was basically Mutually's idea. I mean, I guess you said you should do something on a regular basis. And I was okay, and then the next day I did a Dune review. And, so yeah, that's definitely fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a video that's went like viral or whatever. So I'm just chugging along, doing my content and stuff.
Jaime Lannister. I don't care what people think of me. Tywin Lannister. No, that's what you want people to think. Mic drop from the master. In conclusion, Hassan cares. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
In
dude.
Conclusion, Hassan cares.
True.
Of course he does. He cares a lot. And again, this has got to be such a clear example of this. Like, he's got so much money. He's got a career that a lot of people would want to have. And he gets really angry that someone put him on a tier list below someone else who he has more
Funny,
money
isn't it?
than, and more fame, and more people like him. And
Yeah.
yet, it's not about money. It's about, I don't know, self-confidence, I guess.
Dude, I want to see that version of The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
It can't be about money if you advocate for socialism.
The Joker's self-help book.
Also,
The joke.
but also check out my BMW.
Hey. Oh, feel the rhythm, get on up. It's bobsled time. Cool runnings. I remember the film, I don't remember anything that happens in it anymore.
Well, I remember that they lose at the end, but then they walk
Wow,
across
wow.
the finish line and everybody...
Spoiled.
Spoilers for just real historical events. Yes, from 30 years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah, I suppose. But
Technically, all of narrative are historical events now.
Like, that's literally what reading a history book is getting all the spoilers.
What? Yeah, spoilers. Like, right, spoilers. Napoleon, it didn't pan out. It's like, whoa, hey! Damn.
Dude, that would be an interesting thing to, like, not tell anybody. Well, it's kind of experimental because I don't know how else you do this, but to have a bunch of kids, like, let's say 20 of them grow up, in a Earth-like environment, but they never know about the World Wars, and then they're given World War One and Two as like TV shows, and then they're like with fake names where needed, and then they're told like, no, all of this actually happened. I wonder what kind of experience that would be. Like, I wonder if it would be incredibly tragic and shocking that they would just like hope that their world wouldn't have been capable of something like that. But you know, maybe what would be the first thing that strikes them as the most absurd to believe that this actually happened? You know,
I think it would probably be a 5 stages kind of deal. Like at first they would probably be in denial. They'd be like, no way. And where would we go from there? I'm not sure, but I feel like if I never even heard of World War II and then saw the opening of Saving Private Ryan, I would probably think that you were showing me fiction.
well, and you wouldn't really, like you said, you wouldn't want to believe that's what's happened. You know.
Yeah.
Authentic Observer made a great video about the defeminization of women in media. Galadriel in Rings of Power. Vorsh made a shit response. She came back with a gold tier video slamming him. She watches Drinker too. She should come on EFAP.
Such an Adam
Can you
did it
say
last
her
week.
channel name again?
Authentic Observer. Well, when we get around to the Rings of Power coverage, I've already said I wouldn't mind having Disparu on. I've been on a few streams with him and this girl. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it is pretty.
This lady.
Yeah, I'll check this out.
I'm aware
You
of.
do notice that a lot, though. Like everyone has. You have to do a-
Yeah, Vorsh's response. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, that's
Is it
what
bad, I
Sitch and
imagine?
Adam last week did. Vosh's response to her video.
I've seen the clip where it's fucking bizarre that he looks at how she's dressed and says she wants to be sexually harassed by the men in Mad Men.
What?
It's just like this.
Baffling.
Like, what are you doing?
Genuinely baffling.
This is not your. You're not allowed to say that. That's not your team. Stop. You sound really fucking weird. And yeah, she took full advantage of that. Why wouldn't you? And as far as I'm aware, she did a pretty strong response because Rings of Power not looking good. You don't want to be on the side of defending what they're probably gonna do with that. But hey, we'll give it a fair shake when it's out, right, guys?
Yep.
Absolutely, we will.
No.
Wow.
For Metal.
Metal's
Metal's
biased.
already decided it's the best thing
Down
ever.
with Metal. Boom.
He already loves it.
Yeah, it's my favorite show ever.
Best show. Ho.
Black Mirror's White Christmas messed with my head. Yeah, it's quite a strong episode.
Speaking of Mad Men.
Yeah. Nice and creepy, that episode. Full of all kinds of very horrifying future potentials that's the problem with that show. You're like, oh no, that's gonna happen, isn't it? Damn, fell asleep and now I'm stuck in the past. Hi Mark and hi Rags.
Hello.
Also hi Mootle.
Hello.
Watch the behind the scenes video, like 5 minutes long. Mark Hamill was giving comments on how he feels Luke would say the lines, and they shot each scene once with Mark Hamill and again with the other actor. Well, they didn't save his lines, did they?
They compared it with the robot and said, you know what, the robot's got this.
They probably did. They probably said the
robot's
robot
got
sounds
this,
younger.
yeah.
That's probably the protection money that's being paid so that Mark doesn't have any more conversations about his disagreements on the direction Luke was taking.
I think at this point he's not going to say anything mean about Disney Star Wars ever again.
They were just pretending to record. It's like, yeah, it's on totally. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, that
Why
was
is the
good.
red light on? No, this
first-
is a new camera.
He's
First
like,
take again.
try,
Good
yeah.
job.
it doesn't sound like me in the final version. They're like, no, that was you. That was
Yeah,
you.
it's totally
That
you.
was you. We did a
Yeah,
little
you
bit of
sounded like that
you know,
that day,
audio
yeah.
stuff balancing at the end, but like,
Dude,
that's
I
all
could
you,
totally see him
buddy.
being like, oh, we just increased the volume. It does sound like that when you do that, yeah.
We did some pitching, that's it. Just
Yeah.
change the pitch. Yeah, but it's all you, buddy. Thanks. We really appreciate you showing up on set.
See you in the
And then
next
they look at their
show.
watch. Oh, oof, you've got to go now, don't you? Yeah, you've got to go. Damn.
I was gonna say, like, the next time he says, so what are you filming? They're like, yeah, so we're shooting here, and then he drives there and it's just nothing. He's
No
like,
one there.
They lied to him. To
He
get him to
phones
go
them. They're like,
He's like
oh,
Kenobi in the
Mark,
field.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We gave you the wrong address.
Last minute change, yeah. Last
Damn.
minute change to the shooting
Ooh,
schedule.
we've already
Yeah.
fired the intern that did that. Off they go.
Yeah. No,
We also done shooting,
from
so
the
you can
back,
just
eh?
drive home. It's fine.
Yeah. Look, all right, it's fine, okay? We appreciate it. Okay, and then just hang up on him.
Yeah, on their end, it's just them going, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Mhm.
mm-hmm,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
great.
Good.
Okay,
Yeah.
bye. Okay, okay, bye.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
Just tries to say goodbye like 5 times. She still keeps talking. It's like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It would have been better if it was about him learning of Anakin's past, i.e. TRs, while Vader hunts a fake Obi-Wan who's a Jedi working for Reva, no Leia. Jedi working for Reva? How does that work?
I love how I'm almost at the point that I'm blanket agreeing when I hear it would be better if. I'm like,
Oh
yes.
yeah, already. The idea of separating them out entirely, Vader and Obi-Wan, on their plots, that's already better to me. We get to draw out the meaning of why you're showing us these events at the same time, because a good writer can make a strong reason for that. Mark, where foe you live, be loud and clear, JK.
Toronto area, Canada. I mean, I'm not going to give you my like exact address, but
We need a house number, damn it.
I live in the biggest city in the country above America.
Oh, there you go. Now this just says wow, as in World at War, I guess. Oh yeah, they were saying that's what they were talking about. I gotcha. Hey EFAP crew, 2 questions. 1, how do you guys feel about Callisto Protocol?
Ooh, I'm looking
Looks
forward.
pretty cool.
Yeah, looking forward to
I
it.
hope it's gonna be great.
I can't imagine why any of us wouldn't play it, and most of us on stream,
I'm
so.
very interested. I like that it comes out like 2 or 3 months before the remaster
The
comes
Dead
out.
Space remake, yeah. Oh,
I feel there will be comparisons made, probably.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, everyone on that Dead Space team is hoping Callisto Protocol is gonna suck. They're like, please be
bad.
Please be bad. And 2, do you think there are video games that don't or shouldn't need a remake or remaster? Yeah,
Absolutely.
there's loads.
Yeah.
For the most part, any game that has a scalable PC version, I don't think you ever really need to do a remaster of, because if you can make it so that you can scale the resolution of a game from the 80s or 90s up to 8K, like, and I don't know, you can always add mods too to make things look a little prettier, but
especially stylized games, like I could never imagine them being like, we need to remaster Kirby's Epic Yarn. Like, probably not, no.
With realistic graphics.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of what other examples I would say where you don't, like Metroid Prime. I don't see why that would. Maybe update the controls. I guess you could have that.
yeah, the controls of the GameCube version are rough, but the Prime Hack mod on PC, you can play with perfect mouse keyboard controls. Ooh, that's some good video game there.
You guys got any other ideas on games you'd be like, you don't need to touch that?
You
Pac-Man?
don't need to touch it. Yeah.
Need to touch. I'm sure there's
probably, yeah. It's games that are really simple.
Games that
A Link to the Past. That's probably a fair shout as well.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of games from that era, that Game Boy Advance kind of,
because
where they have their own like style and look, and you kind of like it, and you really appreciate it now, and you don't want them to fuck around with it. Just
your
let it be.
suggestion of Resident Evil 4 is like, if we strictly got a graphical update, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
The HD project for Resident Evil 4 looks pretty crazy, but the big problem I have with Resident Evil 4 playing it now is that there's no really perfect control scheme for it that feels modern, and not from the gameplay mechanics or everything, but just specifically the controls. Because on the Steam version, you still have to like aim with the left analog stick, which even for controller aiming is a bit weird, and the mouse keyboard controls are. For some reason, I can never get any mapping, like key binding, that works well. So I could do with some revamped controls for Resident Evil 4, but that's pretty much
I
it.
play 4 on mouse and keyboard, and it's fine for me. There's a couple odd buttons. I think some of the most strangest pairing of bindings that I've ever seen for a game are in Resident Evil 4, the Steam version. To pick up an item, let me double check what they are. I just want to let's see. Okay, yeah. you have to you use backspace to pick up an item in your inventory, and if you want to rotate it, it's page down.
That's the weirdest bindings ever.
I
don't think
have
I've ever
no
used backspace
fucking
and page
clue.
down.
No clue why, because all of the other buttons are pretty normal. You know, E and F and move around. It's pretty standard. You know, shift to run and, you know, space to bring out your knife. Really standard stuff, really. And then it just throws you the backspace and space down. And so every time you go to your inventory and you want to move stuff around, you just have to move your hand over to those buttons that are way out there. And I don't know. That's just someone just decided those would be the buttons.
Yeah, and it's that some of them are unmappable too, so you can't even like rebind them. And apparently the MT framework, which is the engine that Capcom was using at the time, their games are like notoriously difficult to mod, which is why you don't see very many Resident Evil 4 mods out there. But that HD project one that just got released a couple months ago looks crazy good. Like I strongly recommend checking.
Notice it's a backspace and delete, not page down. So it's just delete. You have the delete key as just for accuracy. But that was weird because I know when I started playing, I was like, "What? What are the buttons?" Because you assume it's just like F or E or R or something like that to just pick up and rotate items. But no, backspace and delete, of course.
Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Are you going to play Darktide when it comes out? It's the 40k version of Vermintide. I think it'd make a great EFAP gaming.
I will probably play it. I've played a lot of Vermintide 2. I have over 1,000 hours in it. I enjoy it mostly enough to play that much of it. So we will see how Darktide turns out. I don't think it would be. It might be okay for EFAP movies. The problem is that EFAP, our crew, we're on the three corners of the world, and so like ping and stuff can be a legitimate issue. Depends on what we play. So a game like those that have, I just don't think it would be a game that would be great for EFAP gaming. It's one you kind of want to really kind of get into. The more you get into it, sort of the better it gets. And plus, there is definitely a timing element to it and aiming at moving objects element.
Az and Quarter Black Garrett and X-Ray Girl have been playing Vermintide on their Sunday co-op streams that they do together. So they will be playing Vermintide tomorrow, and they are certainly going to be playing Darktide in September.
Sweet.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll see. We'll see. That Fat Shark is they make some odd decisions. I'm not completely pleased with Vermintide 2. I really like it for what it like the gameplay stuff, a lot of it I really like, but there's some like legit downright steps back from the first Vermintide, and there's some baffling decisions they make. Yeah,
Like how
loot
the loot
acquisition
works.
is just objectively in general is worse. It's one of the few games where you could spend materials to make your weapons and gear objectively worse.
Yeah.
It's a legitimately bad system that you're just gonna have to deal with in order to progress through the game. And it's yeah, I can see how it would turn a lot of people off because nobody wants to get on a game, play a few levels, especially in a game where losing is a huge loss to your progression.
And your team.
Well, everyone loses.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's because some games, it's just if you're the weak link on your co-op team, it's like they can still kind of finish the round, but it's not very easy to do that in Vermintide.
There's a whole different issue in terms of the amount of stuff that you get at the end of a round. If you lose, it's very, very little, and if you win, it's the thing you need. And so if you lose, even if you get to the very end and lose at the very end, it feels like you've wasted your time.
Yeah.
And that's a shitty feeling to have. And then when you do win and you get those materials, and then you try to upgrade a weapon or roll for new properties or whatever, and you just make your weapon objectively worse, that's just a shit tier decision that whoever made just should be fucking fired. What a ridiculously stupid thing to put in a video game. And as much as I like that game, I don't blame at all the fact that people might not stick around or they see that and they're just like, yeah, I'm just not going to put up with this. I got better things to do with my time. Especially when Vermintide 1 just had a legitimately better system.
Will you going to revisit Doom Eternal? To be fair, I've never played it, but
I might finish it one day, but I just don't care
I
about it at all.
I think I need to give it another like shot, as in start from the beginning, play through the end.
I should.
'Cause
Well,
I
I wouldn't mind streaming the first and second again. Just why not? Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I
guess
love
it's
Doom
just
Eternal.
Played for it once, so I like it.
I like Doom Eternal. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why it is that with Doom I sort of blasted through that one right to the end, whereas with Eternal, for whatever reason, I just stopped, and I'm not
Yeah, that's what
quite
I
sure
did.
why.
Eternal's a lot more complex than Doom 2016. Doom 2016, there's not a lot of barriers in your way other than just the combat's challenge. Whereas Doom Eternal, if you don't understand the systems of how to kind of chain the different abilities you have and things you can do together, it's really difficult to get through some of the more intense encounters, especially towards the end of the game. I guess it kind of depends on what difficulty you're playing on too. I think ultra violence is kind of the sweet spot.
Right.
I just wasn't having that much fun through and through in Eternal, and I loved the Doom 2016, but Eternal never did it for me. I just didn't like it.
I was having fun. I remember though that when it was the mini boss that you would fight, I just really struggled with that mini boss. Like, you know, what was it?
Which one?
The Doom Slayer dude, like the
Doom
guy.
Hunter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I just found it very difficult to
Is it the one that has the shield and the shotgun and the dogs,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
the guy?
Oh,
Okay, yeah, that's
yeah.
the Marauder.
I think
And,
the first
e-
one
yeah.
I
I
struggled
remember
with.
people mentioning that. Yeah.
I really struggled.
Even the Marauders, there is a way that you can figure out how to
I'm sure
make it so
there
that you can kill them in like 2 or 3 volleys of their attack, and it's all about kind of keeping them at the range where they're not close enough to use the shotgun, but he's not far enough away to use his big projectile attack with the axe. So I don't know, it's kind of it's a weird enemy because it's one that you have to keep at mid range.
Mm.
But that's the kind of what I mean. There's like a lot more that you need to be thinking about consciously in Eternal, whereas Doom 2016's it's more like, do I still have health? Do I still have armor? Do I still have ammo? Cool. And that's all you
Yeah, and
really need to worry about.
I guess I wouldn't say that any one of those is necessarily better or worse from a design standpoint. They're just different.
Mhm.
And it might have been that attitude that I came into Eternal with wasn't compatible, I guess. So yeah, I'd be happy to give that game another shot.
Well, they follow up with saying, Rags is a good boy, but he and the guest had a lot of bad takes based on faulty info, i.e., it encourages defensive gameplay.
Which one?
Eternal.
Colonel.
Oh,
That's something I
no,
said? I don't
I
know.
wouldn't say that at all. You can't even reload unless you get into the fray and use your chainsaw on someone. Or like you
Yeah,
can't
I
even
know.
reload your ammo.
I
I
think
say
I
it
was
does
on
a
that stream.
pretty
I
good
don't,
job of making you aggressive, I think.
I don't remember anyone saying that with defensive thing. I could be
Well,
wrong. It's
I-
been
I
a
don't
while,
know.
so I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I just listened to everybody, but I don't even remember it myself. That was a while ago at this point.
Yeah. I would need to go back. I'm pretty. I think I was on that one because I think I
I always
remember
meant to play the game, I
conversation.
just never did.
Yeah.
Also, how do y'all feel about RDR 2? Hi, Rags.
Red Dead Redemption. I assume that is. I
Yeah.
still
I've
haven't
only
pl-
played the multiplayer briefly. It seemed really neat.
Still haven't played that one.
I haven't played it.
I really like Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yep, very solid story. Very interesting open world. I think the combat could probably use
Yes.
some readjustments.
Yep. I don't know why we're still tapping the X button to sprint.
Yeah, and
2018
that's
when the game came
a
out.
weird one too.
But otherwise, yeah, I like it.
Fun fact, Disney's own continuity Qui-Gon cannot manifest himself as a Force ghost. He didn't complete the training from the Wills. I've seen a lot of people saying this. Apparently, it's like definitive canon from both IP holders that Qui-Gon can only do a voice. He can't do physical form.
We don't care anymore. We
They don't.
No
care.
one, yeah,
They
I
definitely
just,
don't
I
give a
don't
fuck.
care, and they don't care. I just don't fucking care.
I would
I
care
love
about that
it.
if
matters.
I would care about that
They
if they
love-
got everything else correct. I'd be like, oh no. But at this point,
Yeah,
getting
just
something
at
like
this
that
point,
wrong
yeah.
really doesn't scratch the surface of my concerns compared to all the other shit, you know? But I understand people getting annoyed by it. Bringing in Brady, sitting in a tree. EFAPPING.
Nice.
Plut, marry, kill, Tala, Fennec Shand, and Aunt Beru. So immediately
Plut,
marry
marry,
Fennec out of the
kill.
3. She's like a relatively socially normal person who's also incredibly talented and like competent, thanks to
Yeah, her.
you know.
I'd have to go back and look at some of the things she does,
Mm.
but I think she's definitely the strongest of the three in terms of just sort of being a normal person that you could probably just talk to on the daily.
Yeah.
As
Uh,
for plotting
plus
or
immensely
killing
attractive.
Tala or Aunt Brute, I have no idea. I'd toss it up, throw a dice. I don't really care. I
Um,
don't even know what it means to plot somebody.
oh,
I have a couple ideas.
Kill
Oh,
Tala,
God.
I guess she's too stupid, and I just don't.
I mean, Aunt Brute's
the-
pretty fucking dumb if we go from the Kenobi
Yeah, but I
finale.
know she could like function in a household situation, you know, like
Let's
she
just,
could
yeah,
be.
as long as
in-
no stormtroopers show up or
Yeah,
Sith, we should be fine.
and plus, if that happens, you got to be like, listen, no, we're not.
Just knock her
You don't
out.
give into
Knock
her
her out.
stupid. Yeah, you don't give into her stupid nonsense about we're gonna Sith Lord's coming. No, we're not gonna hide. We're gonna fight them in our kitchen. It's like you're crazy. You're actually insane. Go
Mhm.
sleep.
On the topic of Transformers, EFAP movies when? Not sure exactly when, but that's also an arc we'll do.
Oh,
It'll happen.
boy.
Guys, you've got like years of EFAP left, possibly
2030,
decades.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Jurassic World Dominion broke my heart. I wasn't expecting it to be great, but not so disappointing. It was a funeral to my most beloved movie. They've all
Fallen
been
Kingdom
that,
was
to be fair.
yeah. Fallen
Yeah.
Kingdom was one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
It really was. Also, please update the EFAP's playlist. It stops in the 150 high rags. Oh my god.
Hello.
It really has been way too long since I've updated that.
God damn.
I'll figure out a good time to do it, but at this point it's going to take me a while. And that's okay. Okay. Actual comment I've seen regarding the final duel. It was so poetic when their lightsabers touched, it turned purple. What the fuck does that even mean?
That's the Jedi spirit of Mace Windu.
They're summoning Mace Windu.
Oh no.
And that means something, I guess. Steak Bentley's video on MGS4 is a must-watch. Long. Fair enough. All right.
I think I might blame MGS4 on the current state of Sony's outputs all kind of being walk forward for 10 seconds and then watch a 30-minute cinematic these days. I believe Metal Gear Solid 4 was probably the one that did that and became a huge success first.
You know what? I think I think that I would actually put the onus a lot more on Naughty Dog than
For Last of Us.
I was gonna say, isn't The Last of Us is the fucker, the one that ruined
Well, so,
everything?
yeah, 'cause I would say that because you could say with Uncharted definitely has like the mandatory walking sections, but like it's still at least when you look at like 1 and 2, it's still like doing the video game thing where it kind of tries to more clearly divide cutscenes and gameplay. I think The Last of Us and all the praise it got, Citizen Kane of video games, was what kicked off. And also I think it was I've said this before, but it was multiple factors. It was like coming into that generation of consoles, the Xbox One had such a shit reputation, and a lot of it was stemming from multiplayer and like microtransactions and stuff like that. You know, the Halo, Gears, Forza, that's all they had. And so like Sony at that time was leaning away, frankly, from what I think they were doing well, which was a lot of variety in their games, to like very much all of their games started to fit into that mold. Greatness awaits and all that shit. And they got a bunch of awards for it. And then like they ended up in a place where all of their games now are the same genre. Not to say that they're bad, but they're all the same broadly. And if you don't like third-person cinematic action adventure games, what do you got? Ratchet and Clank? Like, that's it. Everything else can broadly be fit into that categorization. And I think that's The Last of Us' fault more so than I haven't played Metal Gear Solid 4. I hear that game has like 9 hours of cutscenes, but I don't think that game kicked it off. I think it was The Last of Us.
I think it sort of showed them that they could do that and have people be happy about it. Where I think that prior to that, I think even Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, there was a lot of criticism about how much time you actually spend with cutscenes. But I think by the time 4 came out, just because it looked so amazing for the time, like I don't know if you guys remember, it was actually the same year Modern Warfare came out, or Modern Warfare 1, and
2000 came out in 2000, I think.
Yeah, so those two games were like, oh, like video games are starting to look almost as good as movies. Like this is pretty nuts. And Metal Gear Solid 4 it's fun. Like, I mean, even just watching the cutscenes, there's some really amazing action scenes in it, but it really is. I kind of noticed it when I was replaying through all of them with X-Ray Girl on some streams that we were doing together. And Metal Gear Solid 4, I'm just like, okay, so now we can talk to the chat because I'm playing the game, and we'll wait for the next cutscene to like watch again, because that was the whole thing. We were trying to make her watch the Metal Gear games and see if she actually understands it. And we noticed that we hardly had any time to actually play the game. It was like, okay, yeah, cutscene again.
Help me out
Yeah,
here on
another
this one, because I haven't played those games. From what I've heard, even though Metal Gear games have like really long cutscenes, generally when the game starts, it's like gameplay. There isn't much in terms of walking, like slow walking mandatory sections a lot of the time. Like it
No,
is the
yeah,
game.
no, that doesn't happen hardly ever. Like there's you could maybe say chapter 3 of Metal Gear Solid 4 is a bit of that, where you're in Europe and not really doing the typical gameplay. But for the most part, the gameplay kicks off and it's actually really solid. But Metal Gear Solid 4 is it's very limited, and there's really only 2 areas of the game where you can even do stealth. Like, and for the most part, it's a shooter, so it was a bit of an odd one.
I hear that one was the odd one, that Kojima didn't even really feel like making it, but everybody wanted it, so he did. I always say that the best one is 3. That's what I hear a lot of the time, that the best one is 3.
Yeah, I would say that is safe to say, at least from a narrative standpoint. Gameplay, probably a toss-up between 5 and Revengeance, I guess, but Revengeance kind of isn't really like it's a platinum action game, so it's not really a stealth game in the same vein.
Chat, someone said Metal Gear Solid 4 has awful pacing. I can believe you. It's one of the reasons why I didn't play Uncharted 4 again, is because this is the risky run when you go very heavily into narrative, and when you make what I would consider at this point to just be a flat out mistake, which is we need to try and blend cinematics and gameplay. So let's have slow walking talking. I think that the best way to do it is to just clearly segment gameplay and narrative, unless you can tell your story without ever taking away massive amounts of control from the player. Just do what Infamous does, where like characters will talk to you on the phone, but you have full control, and you can still run around and jump around and fight people. Like, they don't take away any of the mechanics from you to deliver story. I think that when you do that, it can be really cool the first time around, but after that, it's like, damn, man, like, I just want to play the video game, you know?
That would be a difficult concept to wrap their head around for a Last of Us stan I was arguing with the other day, who tried to make the case that Ellie in the cutscenes and Ellie in the gameplay are 2 different people, and I shouldn't hold them to the same moral standard.
What?
Nice.
That's actually absurd.
That's probably one of the dumbest things I've heard.
Yeah.
That's really stupid, actually. Whole point of
insane.
Point of like, that's what ludonarrative dissonance is, where like it becomes why would they say that? I thought the whole theme of that game is like violence begets violence. How is like any questions about morality or whatever? Like, what in the okay, all right, whatever.
He was trying to make the argument that her goal was to confront Abby, not to kill Abby. So her letting Abby live makes perfect sense. And I was like, well, what about all the scores of people she killed to get to Abby? It's like, well, that's gameplay. It's a different person. I'm like,
what the hell?
It's like we obviously we got to suspend our disbelief while playing video games. Otherwise, all of us are mass murderers. I was like, yeah, but for say the Doomslayer and Doom Eternal, him massacring demons makes perfect sense with his character. You can't have it both ways.
What he has highlighted is what ludonarrative dissonance is. This is why when you're making your game, you don't do what Tomb Raider does, where like in a cutscene, she's like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry I killed you," and then you just open up into a standard combat section.
Yeah,
where you just, like start fighting
2013.
Your only thing that they do to try and soften that is have Lara say "I'm sorry" while you're in full control, just fighting these people. It's really bad. It's a disconnect. Like when you play Mario, you're not there thinking like, "Man, these Goombas, like, man, I wonder if they're like oppressed by the Peach regime."
Wait,
you know,
you're
like
not?
any sort of government things. Like, ludonarrative dissonance is something that you need to try and think about when you're creating a video game. I think that just saying, well, just ignore it. Like, You know, ideally you would want it so that your story doesn't contradict your gameplay narratively. And
would
a
be
lot
neat.
of the way to just the way to avoid it is to not. Matthew Matosa said it, and I'll keep saying it because it's really true. They made Bioshock Infinite into a first-person shooter because that's what sells, even though it contradicts the story that they're trying to tell in a lot of ways, as opposed to Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, which he brings up in that video, where it's like, well, the gameplay is like in tandem with the story. It's either the story came after they decided what kind of game they wanted to make, or they decided what kind of game they wanted to make to support the story they wanted to tell. You can always not make a third-person action adventure game if, like, your third-person action adventure stuff is going to contradict the story you're trying to tell.
I think, speaking of Kojima, Death Stranding does a really good job of achieving, I guess, ludonarrative consonance. That the gameplay systems in that game actually reflect and I'll say the word, themes of the story he's trying to tell in some really, really kind of interesting ways. I could send you a link to the video I made on it where I explain it in a bit more depth because this has been quite a tangent for a super chat, and I apologize.
Nah, there's tangents on EFAP. Perish the thought.
That never happened before. What?
Crazy, really, honestly. Terrifying. The things those kids would find weirdest from World War II would likely be Wojtek or Jack Churchill or Owen J. Baguette. Some weird stuff happened in that war. Fair enough. Got some heartburn remedies. Gaviscon. Or whatever the equivalent is in your area.
Antacids.
And then avoid eating the things that cause it, I guess?
I think
that's actually priority one.
I get heartburn like 3 times in my life, so I don't know.
Obi-Wan learns of Anakin's past, i.e. the Tusken Raiders, while Vader hunts a fake Ben, which is the trap orchestrated by Reva and a Jedi that want him dead. Okay, that sounds like it could work real well, actually, yeah. I'd probably put Obi-Wan on a bit more of a something else happens other than that. But I assume you're saying that's just something that happens while he's doing that. But I like the idea of Vader hunting down Jedi, and there's actually a trap set for him, and he has to, like, you know, struggle to escape it or to be victorious over it. Even though he's kind of a bad guy, you know, like bad guy POV, but we're still interested to see how he can overcome the challenge, sort of thing. It'd be far better than what we got.
Lovely.
Do you think EFAP would have been formed if most franchise movies produced from the last 7 years were objectively good / passable? If given the choice, would you... Oh, wait, so that's the first question.
I don't know, but maybe I don't even know. We wouldn't have met.
Yeah, we'd be on completely different paths.
So that-
I likely wouldn't be
so that
talking to
would've
Rags or
been-
Fringy right now.
Yeah, that's kind of the big starter to this, you know, this element of the super chat is that we would not have met if TLJ was a good movie.
Well, I already knew Rags
Fringy and
before
I would've
TLJ
known,
came
yeah.
out, but
But
Mauler
between,
would have
like,
been still
Muller,
there.
Wolf,
I would have continued
in the
making...
realm of the long.
Yeah, like if TLJ was really good, I just would have carried on making the videos I was making, and I have no idea where I would have ended up. It might have been that a bad game comes out, and I make a video on that, but maybe that kicked off, and then I just focused on making game reviews. Or whatever else. Who knows? But would EFAP exist? Certainly not in its current form. As for at all, like, probably not. I can't see why it would exist if you remove all of those other components.
Yeah.
If given the choice, would you give up all of EFAP for that outcome? So when you say give up all of EFAP, do you mean that me, Rags, and Fringy no longer run it as a show, but everything else stays the same? And then at the same time we get loads of... all the franchises get good content released?
I think that's the idea.
Because we would just do a different show. This is what I mean about, like, the question is a bit... I'm trying to figure out the spirit of the question. Give up all of EFAP.
Does that mean including not meeting Regs or Fringy and becoming friends with them?
Yeah, because this is the thing. If it meant, what if, you know, if the wizard can send me back there and everything can be good, would I take that? And that's a problem for me, because I've very much enjoyed my time with meeting all the people I have. So it's not an easy
Plus
decision
everything
to make.
else that people have done. I mean, think about all the careers that TLJ launched.
It really did.
I mean,
Geode-
I don't want to.
Yeah.
It would imply that all of that is lost as well. The entire discussion. I mean, yeah, sure, franchises die, but the old stuff is still there. And I mean, hey, sometimes you just got to take it. Sometimes you got to roll with what media
Life's
is
not
out,
fair.
and who knows all of the other different effects that occurred because of these franchises
I
being
would-
terrible.
I would have
I wouldn't-
some
yeah.
very fundamental, almost philosophical concerns about the nature of the artistry that's being created, because if it's done by magic and not humans at that point, because what I'm arguing here is like, we've
I know
forced
where
them
you're
to be
going.
good, therefore that's not actually something that we've achieved. And so that's kind
Yeah.
of concerning. It should be that we
It's like a
do
spell
everything
that
we
was cast
can.
on us.
Yeah, I would prefer to live in the real world, quote unquote, and to push
Yeah,
for
I know
better
what you
writing.
mean. That's another aspect of it too. It's kind of like the whole God. It's like, how can you, if you could do such and such to make such and such? Is like, I don't know if I don't know if I have the right to kind of make those kinds of decisions to change things that other people have done and made, and especially because these movies and everything, it's not like it's one person. It's huge teams that and these massive companies, and it's a spider web of people doing this and that and this and that, and there's so much networking that's involved in it, and these are not little things. And I don't know, I just don't think it's something that you should change, even if the franchises are bad. Well, who knows all the knock-on effects that has. And maybe it's
Yes.
not the worst thing in the world that we get bad franchises, really, when you get down to it.
We still get good stuff coming out, and
Absolutely.
Yes.
we'll still try and point that out and point out the bad stuff and just go on. Like, I think it's actually one of we're missing the context at the beginning of it, but the new mini that'll come out for Kenobi. I think I jokingly describe this as a shit converter podcast in passing, and it relates more so to the stuff like Kenobi or Boba Fett, where nobody really wants to watch those shows when they really hate them, but what gets created as a
We can
result of
make
us...
something good out of it.
Yeah, I feel like discussing them and reacting to them can turn them into something that's much more consumable. And so, yeah, you've got it converted and then good stuff. So in a way, it's like, it's not so bad. But yeah, there's lots to think about, and it would be a struggle to answer that with ease. Because maybe someone could convince me if all franchises were really well written, the world would genuinely be better off, because everyone would be more inspired and more unified on a lot of different things. I don't know if that would actually translate, but maybe an argument could be made. Thank you, Massives, and hi, Rags.
Hello.
I think that Left 4 Dead 2 would be better for EFAP gaming than Vermintide.
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
I think, in fact, I think definitely. I think it definitely would be.
Marc has been a great host. He should be brought on permanently and even take over Mauler. It's good because you don't even have to rename the stream.
I swear that one wasn't me.
Wait, how does that even... What do you mean you wouldn't have to rename the stream?
Rename the stream.
I don't know.
What's the stream called? Every Frame of
Like,
Pause?
the title of this episode?
The thing is, like...
Oh, I guess this is with Mark the Cyborg?
But,
in the...
Oh, I thought they were referring to EFAP, and I was like, well, I guess you wouldn't have to rename it for whoever was to be taken over.
That's what I was looking at, the title of the specific episode right now that you've made.
I guess thank you, though. That's a very nice thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely agree, of course, but,
If a competent writer and or director was selected, would you be down to see a prequel series set in the late 80s universe of OG Jurassic Park, possibly a limited series spin-off film? Irags.
Hi.
What would you make it about? Like the way the research being discovered, or something like that?
Maybe, or like as they're making the first dinosaurs and how that goes. But I think the question is less about what's a base concept that could be turned into something good, and more is there any chance that the people who are currently in charge of it are actually going to execute something well, no matter what concept they're handed?
Because the thing is, when you say, if a competent writer and director was selected, would you? And I'm like, yes. Because, I'll watch whatever they come up with. However, if we remove that part and just say, like, of all the different ideas in the world, which one do you want to push to be made? This one, I'm not very tempted by. I'm like, Jurassic Park's fine. Don't need to do anything to it.
Yeah, just leave it. I mean, it's been one good movie and everything else.
Leave it alone.
It's literally Jaws. Those series have the same trajectory. Near masterpiece first movie and a bunch of sequels that don't really matter.
Yeah, just stop touching it. Leave it alone. It's on the table. Yeah, it gathers a bit of dust, but that's okay. Just leave it alone.
Well, you can always wipe off the dust and watch it and enjoy it.
How long do we have to wait until a Marvel/Star Wars crossover? Reva, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch joining up to fight Darth Mansplain. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
I can see them doing a Marvel/Star Wars crossover at some point. Don't know.
That was
Honestly, it's sad that I actually think they might consider that.
That was Parks and Recreation, the show that Chris Pratt was on. I think not Oliver Platt, other short chubby guy, Patton Oswalt had this big rant where he was talking about what's going to happen now that Disney owns both Star Wars and Marvel, and he does kind of like a fan fiction that seemed like it was off the top of his head because it was one of those scenes in like a show like The Office where it's just the people improvising and they rant. And it actually seems like he did a pretty good job of explaining it. Oddly more so than I've seen a lot of scripts coming out of Marvel or Star Wars these days.
I was going to say, whatever he came up with, just think of it, but way worse, and they might do it. Kingdom Come Deliverance is the greatest medieval RPG. I recommend it to all. It is more incredible considering it was completely crowdfunded.
I think I need to go back and really look into playing.
I own it, but I've not played it. That was one of those games that I bought because of the backlash against it. I was like, fuck these people.
I'll check it out. See what made people so angry.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. We caught up with the... Oh, there's another one. South Africa's long-named town is Twee Buffels Mid-Teens things, which means 2 buffaloes shot dead with 1 bullet fountain.
Oh.
1 bullet fountain? Damn.
Yeah, oh geez, can you imagine killing 2 buffaloes with 1 bullet? That must be a hell of a bullet.
Damn.
A good shot, too.
Also, Weasel Badge said, video title a joke? I'm afraid IGN said Obi-Wan Kenobi is amazing, okay? Wasn't us. Where? I should have put it in quotes. I'm not sure why I didn't. I put the other one in quotes. I think I ran out of space, so I had to sacrifice something. Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
Alrighty. We did it. And that is the end of the super chat.
Oh, wow.
Before we wrap up, Mark, why don't you tell the kind people in chat who you even are? What are you up to? What's happening these days?
Hello, everybody. I'm Mark the Cyborg. I make videos on YouTube, although I've been working on this Metroid video since the last summer because I started a military course that distracted me for quite some time, and then I finished it, and Elden Ring came out, and now I've got a 20,000 word script for Elden Ring, as well as a half-edited Metroid video, which I'm hoping to have both of done by the FNT Vegas meetup in August, which is August 17th, if anyone's going to be in Vegas. And and I'm married to X-Ray Girl, who's the Friday Night Tights producer. And I last week, actually, Disparu, her and I and Epic Mike from Geeks and Gamers all did a reaction stream for Serenity, the movie of Firefly.
Oh, neat.
And she is on her X-Ray Girl channel is doing Raiders of the Lost Ark, which she's never seen before on Monday.
Wow, Jay.
Wow, Jay.
I might... Jay makes X-Ray Girl look like a film historian in comparison.
Wait, do you mean that backwards or frontwards? Because I thought you were going to try and say that Jay is... Wait, who are you saying has seen more? Because I'm curious.
I'm saying Jay look like a movie historian.
Jay has seen more films than X-Ray Girl has.
Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure, yes.
We have tales that could
you
shock
guys have
you.
been ragging out. I married X-Ray Girl, trust me. Like, there's times where I'll be like, hey...
Yeah, well, I married Jay.
Yeah, Jay's our manager. What does that even mean?
Oh, yeah, fair enough. I'll be like, hey, just like in Die Hard, she'll be like, what's Die Hard? I'll be like, not even I haven't seen it. You said, what's Die Hard just now?
Okay, I'll be fair. I don't even know that I believe that happened. It's like, wow.
Okay, Mahler, next time she's producing a real BBC episode, or if you're
what
on
is the
FNT,
Die Hard?
Yeah, no, just try picking the most... Of course she's seen this movie and say, hey, X-Ray Girl, out of curiosity, have you seen this? I guarantee you she's saying no.
To be
I
fair,
wonder what the most commonly seen movie is.
it's
I
kind
probably
of
would have said Star Wars.
Probably Star Wars.
kind of a blessing in disguise to have someone you care about a lot not have seen loads of great stuff. Be
Yeah,
like,
because I got an excuse. I'm gonna watch Raiders of the Lost Ark right after this, actually.
yeah, good stuff. So yeah, there's a link to Mark Cyborg's channel. You end up popping up on lots of different streams here and there too, do you not?
Yeah. I'm in the groups of people.
You're a
that
stream
lots of-
slut.
yeah. Indeed.
Well, yeah, it's always good to have you. We had you on for the Elden Ring discussion, correct?
Indeed, yes, and actually, I even referenced that EFAP stream in my script in a couple places, mostly because I got to thank Theo for really challenging me on a few points that made me kind of think and dig a little bit harder on. But yeah, it's the longest script I've ever written, and
Well,
I don't want to finish the video until it's good and ready, though, because
I'll have you know that
redrafting.
it was said that we must have been afraid of Theo on that stream, as no one could challenge him. Terrifying. Yeah.
Well, I think that it was the tricky thing about it is while I didn't necessarily agree with his takes, he was also not wrong. So I'm like, that doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you, but that is an issue. You're correct.
He's pretty obsessed with From Software's work. I've always enjoyed listening to his takes on it. He's like a EFAP's version of Matthew Matosis, the closest we'll get. We got him there. A little pocket Matthew Matosis. And that'll be good shit when it comes out. So, like I said, link in description. Metal. What are you up to?
Oh, I'm doing all kinds of things.
Liar.
Okay, I'm not doing anything.
Truther.
Back to you. No, as I already mentioned earlier, Metal's Forge, weekly thing I'll do now, either alone or with guests. The last two were with, one was with Ass, Heels vs. Babyface. We talked about Dread, the new one, 2012.
The new one. Man, it's so fucking old.
It is already 10 years
New
old.
one that's old, yeah.
And went through that. It's basically just if it's a guest, the guest says, "Metal, watch this movie, and then we'll talk about it." And it's like, okay.
You're like, okay.
Well, so far, every time I told people, "Hey, you can make me watch something good or something bad," always a good movie so far. No one has taken anything bad yet, but I think Jay might pick that at some point.
They're gonna make you suffer.
And the one last week was with Meme Repository. We basically have a DC animated arc right now, and we watched Justice League Crisis on Two Earths last week and talked about that. That was the longest Metal's Forge to date, with 4 hours and 15 minutes. It was a long forge for the ages, if you will. So yeah, and there's gonna be a new one tomorrow afternoon, night. I'll see, and I'll be talking about Revenge of the Warrior or Warrior King or whatever name it has in your country, because apparently it has like 7 different names. So yeah, that should be fun. That movie was not as good as I remembered it, so that's probably going to be fun to talk about. Specifically in the terms of it being cut to hell by the Weinstein Company for Western markets, and I don't know what the fuck they did, but I think they kind of destroyed that movie and its pacing. So yeah, that's probably going to be a topic at hand. And other than that, I'm doing Strumbles on the Twitch. I'm currently going just playing some Zelda games, Legend of Zelda, and I'm currently playing Majora's Mask for the very first time. Playing through that, and that has been a really good time. I'm actually surprised I never played it before, because I think it's pretty darn good so far. I'm enjoying every minute of it.
Well, sweet.
So there you go.
Yeah. I myself am working on the Kenobi mini. It should be out tomorrow, hopefully. Other than that, working on bigger video, and I'm still sorting out IRL stuff that's making me a little slower than usual. But that's about it from me. Rags and Fringy, what do you guys got going on, if anything?
I suppose same as normal. I've just been busy the last couple of weeks doing a few things, but video should be done pretty soon, and I hope to have the final Kenobi video out. Oh, I don't know what time it is. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully Monday, I think. So that'll be something to see. It'll be amazing. That'll be magical.
Hmm.
I'm just helping with the Obi-Wan, but that's nearly done. So then after that, it'll just be back full steam ahead on the old projects next video, and yeah, whatnot. That's it.
Alrighty. Let me read these last 3 that came in. Be warned, the story and world for KCD has quite a bit of tism. KCD? Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Kingdom Come Deliverance, yeah.
Fair enough. Goodbye, Allah Akbar. And for real though, drunk stream when? Playing some more video games is gonna be back on the menu, boys, soon enough.
Yeah.
The wheels will be spinning back up soon enough with a lot of different things. I didn't show you that EFAP TV variant for no reason. But also Halloween's on the way. It's getting there, alright? Exciting times. Got a whole arc ready for you guys.
Ooh.
But yeah, anything else any of you want to say before we sign off?
Oh yeah, Jay and me are watching through TNG episode per episode that releases every week over on Jay's second channel, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's been fun. It's been fun stuff.
Good show.
That's Empress of Milk. If you guys want to go check that out.
That's the one. Yes.
It's June. Halloween's on the way. It's like, yes. Halloween is always on the way. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you for the very kind donations. And tune in tomorrow for EFAP mini finale for Kenobi. I'm sure you'll have some rather fun times with what you would have heard our opinions are on a lot of this episode from today.
Oh
And,
yeah, it'll be a ride.
Yeah, we'll be back next week, but it will likely not be live. It'll be the copyright meme fap. Then in the weeks following that, they will likely probably all be live. Until we get the anniversary, which we are inching toward every day. Thank you all so much, and good night.
Yeah, good night, everybody. Thanks for showing up. We'll see you later.